Chapter 105, Ashblade 1. Although the members of Ouroboros admired Shifeng, they still felt that it was impossible for them to raid this boss. What would happen if they were wiped out? However, Gentle Snow had already nodded her head in agreement. That meant she was also willing to take on this risk. Even if everyone were to lose 10% of their experience and some skill proficiency, losing to the other guilds in terms of levels by a little, she would shoulder all the responsibility. Although 10% of experience seemed like a small amount when a player had reached level 6, raising their experience by 10% would require at least 2 to 3 hours worth of effort. If the team was wiped out as a result of Gentle Snow's decision, the losses the team suffered would not be small. It was obvious just how much trust she placed in Shifeng. The members of Ouroboros looked at each other, feeling that they were all too timid. After playing virtual reality games for so long, they had all turned towards stability. They thought that in order to raise their standings in the guild, the less deaths they had, the better. Yet, unknowingly, they had forgotten one of the most important points when playing a virtual reality game. The thrill of adventure. That was the reason why most people played virtual reality games. They had already gained a bountiful harvest from the dungeon. Just like what Shifeng had said, it wouldn't really matter, even if they died. Leader will do as you say then. Whatever you want me to do, I guarantee that I'll do it. The shield warrior, Ghost Chop, looked towards Shifeng, clapping his chest as he said so. Leader, say it. Right, say it. The members of Ouroboros all looked towards Shifeng. They had thought it through already. If they were going to make a loss, so be it. However, on the off chance that they did succeed, endless glory would await them. Since everyone has agreed, I'll tell you my strategy. After we start the raid, only me, Miss Snow, and the 2 MTs will battle with the Kobold King. The other melee jobs are to all stay at a distance. Berserkers, listen to my command to use charge. Assassins, after giving the boss a bleeding effect, immediately distance yourselves and use bows to attack. The other ranged jobs should just dish out as much damage as you can. However, pay attention to maintain a distance of 25 yards or above from the boss. The 2 clerics and druids should focus on healing the MTs, while the oracles will heal Miss Snow and I. Shifeng started explaining his strategy, giving Gentle Snow and the others detailed explanation on the method of rotation battle. The rotation battle method was a technique that allowed the weak to win against the strong. It was a technique specifically meant for dealing with bosses. In Shifeng's previous life, this method of battle was gradually discovered by some experts a month after God's Domain's opening. These experts then carried out the technique in an actual battle against the boss of a dungeon. Unexpectedly, the technique yielded remarkable results. Bosses, which they were previously helpless against, were easily gotten rid of with this technique. Following which, this technique slowly spread out, and within 2 months' time, almost every guild's elite team members had learned the technique. Right now, if they wished to raid this Lord-rank Kobold King, then they would need to utilize this method of battle. Otherwise, for as many battles as they carried out, they would die an equal amount of deaths. There would be no exceptions. After Shifeng's explanation ended, everyone entered into the large hall of the mausoleum. The Kobold King, equipped with blue-colored armor, still stood silently in the middle of the hall. Kola, start the raid. Pay attention to your positioning, and set aside the Kobold King for the ranged players. After which, you and I will cooperate to hold off the boss. When we are both unable to hold it off any longer, Ghost Chop will be responsible for relaying the boss over and cooperate with Miss Snow to hold it off. After we have stabilized the boss aggro, all ranged players can start dealing damage. Shifeng unsheathed his pair of swords, giving out instructions one after the other in a methodical manner. Leave it to me. Kola appeared slightly panicked. However, after having gone through Shifeng's guidance for a period of time, he gradually began displaying the potential of an apex expert. After everyone was in position, Kola immediately rushed at the Kobold King with his bear-like robust body. However, before he had even covered half the distance, and having yet to alert the Kobold King, he used Divine Shield Strike. Kola's shield flew out, transforming into a shooting star as it shot towards the Kobold King. Just as the flying shield was about to hit the Kobold King abruptly opened its eyes, revealing two blood-red orbs. Its mouth opened wide, exposing a sinister cold smile. With a single draw of its greatsword, the Kobold King sent the shield flying away. The shield did not cause even a single point of damage. Before anybody could be shocked by the Kobold King's skill, the Kobold King had taken a large stride forward. It reached Kola in the blink of an eye, its greatsword striking downwards. With the arm that was holding onto the shield, Kola blocked against the attack from the greatsword, receiving more than 400 damage. Meanwhile, Kola's other hand abruptly tightened its grip around the dagger, and with a yell, he slashed out the dagger, striking at the side of the pitch-black greatsword. _Pung. That the sword brandished by the Kobold King, due to the offset produced from Kola's dagger, had slid off along his shield and pierced into the ground, causing a halt to the Kobold King's battle rhythm. Beautifully done. Shifeng appeared behind Kola at this moment. Shifeng brandished the crimson blade, striking at the Kobold King's greatsword once more, causing the greatsword to sink deeper into the ground. At the same time, Shifeng cast Chop. Using the abyssal blade, the sword transformed into a black ray as it pierced at the Kobold King's neck. This time, they finally caused damage to the Kobold King, with a damage of 193 points appearing above its head. Before Shifeng could retrieve his swords, the Kobold King had released its grip on its greatsword, sending a punch towards Shifeng. Switch! Shifeng yelled. Ghost Chop had long since been waiting at the side. Immediately he sent a slash at the Kobold King's arm. As a result of the impact, he was sent retreating 2 steps backward by the Kobold King's fist with a damage of over 200 points appearing above his head. However, the Kobold King was also forced back, its body nearly losing its balance. Gentle Snow rushed up at this time, her flame spirit greatsword transforming into a sword of fire, as she used Flame Slash on a gap in the Kobold King's armor, dealing 132 damage to it. Soon after, the Kobold King finally managed to stabilize its body. It brandished its greatsword in a fit of rage, casting a horizontal slash. However, Kola was a step ahead of it, as he forcefully received this horizontal slash. As a result, no one else received a single point of damage from the Kobold King's attack. Kola himself, however, received 560 damage. Fortunately, there were 3 healers healing him at the same time, bringing his HP from a critical state back up to more than half. Subsequently, Shifeng and Gentle Snow continuously overlapped their attacks with each other, while Kola and Ghost Chop kept on receiving the damage, and the healers healed them without stopping. In such a way, the team slowly reduced the Kobold King's HP. After coordinating their attacks for several rounds, Gentle Snow was extremely astonished. She did not think there was such a way to fight against a boss. She really did not know just how Shifeng had managed to think up such a technique. However, what shocked everyone even more was the damage caused by Shifeng. The damage he caused left everyone practically dumbstruck. A single thundering flash was able to cause almost 700 total damage. Earth Splitter caused over 400 damage, while his normal attacks each caused over 100 damage. Compared to that, Gentle Snow, who was equipped with a suit of mysterious iron set equipment and a secret silver greatsword, had only managed to deal around 240 damage, even after using her most powerful skill. Seeing such a scene, everyone began to wonder, between Shifeng and Gentle Snow, just who was actually the berserker here. However, no one knew that Shifeng wielded a magic weapon in his hands. In addition to the Silver Moon set equipment and his damaging skills, which were at level 4 to level 5, the damage he could cause would naturally be exaggerated. Ranged players can start attacking now, Shifeng shouted in the team's chat after feeling that the boss hatred had been completely stabilized. At this time, the others were woken up with a start. The mages started reading out incantations, sending out fireballs and dark arrows. Meanwhile, the rangers continuously fired off arrows from their bows, causing a series of damage to the Kobold King. Amongst all these attacks, Zhao Yueru was the person who dealt the highest damage in a single attack, which was over 100 damage. Following her, Blackie could also deal over 80 damage with each of his dark arrows, while the others only dealt 40 to 50 damage. Under Shifeng's instructions and the constant combination attacks, the Kobold King became helpless. The Kobold King was forced to retreat, step after step, until its HP continuously decreased without pausing. From start to finish, it was constantly forced into a passive state, unable to display its true potential. After being continuously attacked for over 10 minutes, the Kobold King's HP had been reduced down to 30%. Reaching the boundary of entering a berserk state, the Kobold King's body started increasing its size, and its muscles inflated. After it goes berserk, we won't be able to hold on for long. Ranged players stop all your attacks, and MTs prepare to activate your life-saving skills to escape. Remember to pull the boss aggro before running. Everyone else should distance yourselves from the boss. The other warriors, wait for my command to use charge. Mages who have restriction skills should all get ready. Seeing that the Kobold King was starting to go berserk, Shifeng loudly reminded. Immediately, he too distanced himself from the Kobold King. A Lord-rank boss berserk was no small matter. If it was not properly dealt with, then the result would be a team wipe. Now their chances of successfully killing the Kobold King depended on whether the two MTs were able to survive. Chapter 106, Ashblade 2. Ayo! 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 The Kobold King let out an angry roar. Multiple shockwaves rolled out and struck the team, causing 60 to 70 damage to everyone with each consecutive wave. Moreover, the mages in the team were constantly forced to retreat backward by each shockwave, having no choice but to lean against a wall. Lowly ants, you dare taint this sacred ground with your presence. Receive the punishment of death. The Kobold King's enlarged foot abruptly stomped down, causing the stone ground in a 5-yard radius to crack, and sending debris flying into the air. After seeing this destructive power, the two MTs could not help but have a cold sweat seep down their backs. Fortunately, they had retreated a step earlier. Otherwise, the consequences of receiving that stomp would have been unimaginable. Just as the both of them were still celebrating, the Kobold King tightly gripped onto its greatsword with both its hands. Without warning, it abruptly slashed the greatsword at the two MTs from a distance. A black streak of sword aura sliced through the air, striking across the bodies of the two players, and causing more than 600 damage to each of them. A sword aura area attack. Gentle Snow wrinkled her brows. She did not think that, after the Kobold King's HP decreased to 30%, it would actually switch to attacking from a range. Moreover, the damage it dealt was still so high that even after both MTs had activated their life-saving skills, reducing the damage they took by 50%. The difficulty of raiding the Kobold King had suddenly increased by many folds. If the chieftain-rank Kobold King could carry out a similar feat, then it would be quite fortunate if her previous estimates could have even a 10% success rate. All healers heal the two MTs. The other ranged players, distance yourselves from the two MTs. MTs, pay attention to your positioning. Absolutely do not let yourselves come into range of the boss. The other warriors, prepare to use charge to restrict the boss, Shifeng immediately commanded. Before Shifeng could finish his words, the Kobold King took action. It stepped out from the debris and abruptly rushed towards the Guardian Knight Kola, who first held its aggro. The Kobold King reached Kola in an instant. The Kobold King swung down its raised sword, the sword bringing along a fierce gale as it descended. Meanwhile, Kola, who had suffered over 600 damage from the previous attack, did not possess even half of his total HP. If he received this attack right now, he would die with 100% certainty. Following the descent of the great sword, a loud boom resounded, and a fierce gale enveloped the entire hall. Why am I still alive? Kola peeped open his eyes and discovered that his surroundings had not turned pitch black. Instead, he saw a familiar back standing in front of him. He immediately shouted in surprise, "Brother Feng! Run quickly!" Although Shifeng had parried the attack with both his swords, the Kobold King was already prepared to swing out its sword a second time. Unable to use parry any longer, Shifeng was left with no choice but to use out one of his life-saving skills, Defensive Blade. Cola dared not stay any longer, hurriedly running away. Meanwhile, the healing spells from the 4 healers only now landed upon Cola's body, recovering him back to his full HP. After running away for about 2 yards, Cola turned his head to the sound of stone bricks exploding in his ears and saw clouds of dust rising into the air. Following which, Shifeng ran out from the dust cloud, not daring to stay even half a second longer. After all, the Berserk Kobold King possessed the capability of instant killing him. Just after Shifeng ran out of the dust cloud, the Kobold King was already hot on his heels. However, its target was not Shifeng, but the escaping Cola. Use charge to block it. Shifeng naturally would not let the Kobold King have its way. Immediately after Shifeng commanded, the 3 spectating berserkers started using charge in succession. The first charge only caused the Kobold King to pause slightly. Following it, the second charge caused it to retreat by a single step, while the third charge made it retreat by 2 steps. Although the Kobold King did not enter a fainted state, it was sufficient just by having the knockback effect. After they finished using charge, the berserkers immediately got out of the way. However, one of them was a tad bit slower, and the sword aura coming from the Kobold King's horizontal slash brushed past him. Instantly, the berserker's HP fell down to 0, his body falling flat on the ground. The shorter the distance, the greater the damage the Kobold King's sword aura attack caused. Within a distance of just 2 to 3 yards, a single strike could instant kill a full HP MT, not to mention a berserker whose HP was inferior to an MT's. However, the berserker's death was still a worthwhile sacrifice. At the very least, the felled berserker had managed to earn the team some time, allowing the 2 MTs to have a better chance of survival. The mages had also started using restriction skills to restrict the boss, allowing the 2 MTs to be more scared than hurt. Amongst the skills that best restricted the Kobold King was Blackie's Evil Whip. The Kobold King had wasted quite some time in order to escape from those thorns. The Frozen Nova from the other mages had all failed to induce a frozen effect on the Kobold King. The mages had also used it to reduce the Kobold King's speed, though the effects were minimal. Time passed bit by bit. Although Cola and Ghost Chop were chased all over the place by the Kobold King, fortunately, both of them were still able to stay alive. Finally, the Kobold King's berserk ended, returning it to its original state. However, its HP recovery speed had increased considerably when it went berserk. Its current HP was restored by more than 50%, which was over 60,000 HP. Attack it in rotation. After the Kobold King's berserk had ended, Shifeng naturally would not give the boss any leeway, immediately starting their retaliation. With the 4 of them attacking in rotation, the Kobold King was once more placed in a disadvantageous position. Furthermore, the 4 of them were becoming more practiced with carrying out joint attacks. After a few minutes, the Kobold King's HP had fallen to 20%. This time the Kobold King did not go berserk. Instead, it abandoned its great sword, pulling out 2 blood-red, one-handed longswords that had runes carved into them. It then began madly brandishing its swords. The Kobold King transformed into a tornado that engulfed everything, and anything that came into contact with its blades turned to ashes. This move was one of the Kobold King's ultimate blade storm. All berserkers use charge, then immediately retreat. Mages, use all of your restricting skills, and pay attention to avoid the tornado. Stay at least 10 yards from it. Shifeng immediately shouted. After battling up to this point, everyone in the team had become extremely trusting of Shifeng. Without hesitation, the berserkers immediately used charge. All the warriors, including Gentle Snow, rushed up to the Kobold King, ramming their bodies at the Kobold King. The mages all used Ice Sphere, while Blackie used Evil Whip. The 7 thorn vines bound both legs of the Kobold King, immediately reducing the Kobold King's speed greatly. The power of its rotation was also significantly weakened. Although the speed of the Kobold King's blade storm had slowed down a lot, and its might reduced slightly, there were still a few players engulfed by it. turning into meat paste in less than 2 seconds. Within the blade storm's duration of 15 seconds, out of the 20 players within the team, 6 had already died. Amongst them, there were 2 berserkers, 1 assassin, 1 cleric, 1 ranger, and 1 swordsman. Meanwhile, the Kobold King still had 10% of its total HP. Seeing that the 2 MTs had their HP hanging by a thread, the Kobold King followed up by slashing its 2 swords at both their necks. Just as the 2 MTs were about to meet their makers, Shifeng appeared behind the Kobold King. Abyssal Bind. Thundering Flash. Double Chop. 9 pitch-black chains bound the Kobold King, preventing it from moving even a single step. After saving the 2 MTs, Shifeng followed up with a series of slashes on the Kobold King's weak point. The speed at which he drew his swords was frighteningly fast. Gentle Snow could not help but be shocked at Shifeng's sword-drawing speed and accuracy. However, she did not halt her actions as she continued slashing at the Kobold King with her greatsword. Within a short 3 seconds, everyone had taken away close to 4,000 HP from the Kobold King, plunging its HP down to a critical point. Ayo! The Kobold King was truly enraged now. Following its roar, the entire hall started trembling. This was the Kobold King's final ultimate, Death's Intimidation. The skill causes all enemies in a radius of 50 yards to fall into fear, unable to attack for a duration of 10 seconds. Suddenly, everyone had fallen into fear, blankly standing still and unable to move. At this sight, the Kobold King revealed a sneer that resembled a human's. It brandished its twin swords as it began a massacre. Within an instant, it had taken the lives of a berserker and assassin. Striking out, sword after sword, the 2 MTs were killed off as well. Meanwhile, not even 4 seconds had passed since the Kobold King had used Death's Intimidation. If the Kobold King was allowed to continue having its way, everyone would be dead when the 10 seconds were up. After half of the entire team was dead, Shifeng became the Kobold King's target. Shifeng was finally able to move. Previously, he had activated his extraordinary physique too. His resistance to fear became higher than the average player. So, the effective duration of the fear induced was also reduced by quite a lot. However, the Kobold King's sword was already descending. Unable to avoid it, Shifeng bellowed as he activated Life Shield. At the most critical moment, just as the Kobold King's greatsword was about to land on Shifeng, the Abyssal Blade had managed to block off this attack. Following which, Shifeng's entire person was sent flying from it, with a damage of over 640 points appearing above his head. Fortunately, Shifeng had over 1000 HP right now. In addition to the life shield absorbing some of the damage he took, he had managed to survive the Kobold King's attack. However, the life shield was also destroyed by this attack. Seeing that Shifeng did not die, the Kobold King became flabbergasted. It then rushed towards Shifeng, wanting to give him the final blow. Phantom Kill. 9 Dragon Slash. Shifeng's doppelganger used parry to block against the Kobold King's attack. Simultaneously, the doppelganger activated Defensive Blade, and was able to delay the Kobold King for quite some time. Meanwhile, the Kobold King was receiving continuous attacks from the 9 Abyssal Blades. Its HP steadily fell, leaving it with only 1% remaining. Seeing that the cooldown for his own defensive blade was finished, Shifeng as well activated the skill. From a distance of 10 yards, Shifeng started attacking the Kobold King with sword auras. Damages of over 100 points kept on appearing above the Kobold King's head, taking its HP away bit by bit. After the Kobold King had managed to get rid of the doppelganger, its remaining HP did not even reach 300 points. Suddenly, it threw out both of its swords, sending them piercing towards Shifeng. Unfortunately, both swords were blocked off by Shifeng's defensive blade. However, the Kobold King had yet to give up. It turned into a streak of shadow, appearing in front of Shifeng in the blink of an eye, and sending a slap at Shifeng with its claws. At this moment, Shifeng's Thundering Flash had finished its cooldown. Blocking the sharp claws with the Crimson Blade, Shifeng slashed at the Kobold King's neck with the Abyssal Blade, the blade turning into a streak of lightning as it struck at its target. Pung! Feng was blasted towards a wall, with only a thread of his HP remaining. On the other hand, the Kobold King lay on the floor motionless. Feng had also abruptly risen by a level, reaching level 7. A large pile of items dropped. Amongst these items, there was one that was unusually dazzling. The item released a demonic silver glow, bringing a chill to those who laid their eyes on it. Ash Blade. Feng was shocked after seeing this item. This thing was the legendary item of Dark Moon Graveyard. In Feng's previous life, he had only heard rumors of it, and never actually saw it before. Chapter 107, Moment of Glory. After the Kobold King's death, everyone's fear was similarly dispelled. They all regained their freedom of movement. However, at that moment, there were only 6 members alive in the entire team. When everyone looked at the corpse of the Kobold King laying on the floor, they all had expressions of shock on their faces. Even Gentle Snow was baffled at this result. Logically speaking, they should not have been able to survive through the fear state. So just how did the Kobold King die? However, when she looked at Feng standing beside the Kobold King's corpse, and furthermore, at the scant amount of HP he had remaining, realization struck Gentle Snow. Needless to say, Feng was definitely the one who had killed the Kobold King. The others were shocked into speechlessness. In such a situation, just what method did Feng use that enabled him to kill the Kobold King? Brother Feng, you are too awesome. You killed the boss, even under such a situation. You are literally my idol right now. Blackie excitedly said as he looked at Feng with worshipful eyes. The first clear of the hell mode of Dark Moon Valley. This was definitely a moment for excitement. This signified that they would be leaving their names on the glory list for all eternity. In the future, as long as there were players wanting to enter the Dark Moon Graveyard, their names would be on display for these players to behold and revere. At that time, they would become famous even if they didn't want to be. Alright, quickly revive the others. Feng, who was currently sitting on the ground, did not become too excited. He only pointed towards the members that had died. It was not nice to let them continue laying on the ground. At Feng's comment, Gentle Snow finally managed to recover from her shock. She looked towards the only surviving healer, Xiaoyuer, and said, "Yuer, quickly revive them." And Xiaoyuer nodded her head, starting to cast revival. Several minutes later, all the team members were finally resurrected. After Xiaoyuer was revived, she vacantly asked, "Yuer, was the team wiped out?" "Nope. We cleared it." Xiaoyuer faintly smiled. "Ah, as expected, it was still a team wipe." Xiaoyuer shook her head, inwardly lamenting. If everyone present possessed a dispelling skill, then at the very least they would not end up being completely wiped out. To bear witness to a low HP Kobold King obtaining victory in the end, Xiaoyuer could not help but let out a laugh. If she did not personally witness the Kobold King dying, she too would not have believed it. Hence she loudly proclaimed, "Sister Yueru, the boss is already dead." "Impossible. None of us has a skill to dispel fear," Xiaoyuer said with confidence. "Even if we wait for the fear to end, the remaining members would not be able to get rid of the boss. If you don't believe it, look over there. The Kobold King was killed off by Big Brother Yifeng in the end. You don't know just how dangerous of a situation Big Brother Yifeng was in at the time. He went all out in the last strike, intending to die together with the Kobold King. In the end, he barely survived with only 16 HP remaining." Xiaoyuer pointed towards the corpse of the Kobold King in the distance, admiration in her voice as she recounted Feng's feats. Xiaoyuer turned her head around. Sure enough, it was the corpse of the Kobold King. Xiaoyuer tilted her head, her beautiful eyes sizing up Feng's back. She discovered that Feng was truly a mysterious person. The way he had commanded the team before was as if a veteran general of many years commanding his team. Every line of command he gave out was extremely precise, and even the positioning of each member was clearly stated. Just how was he an independent player? Even a team leader of a guild, who often went dungeon diving, would not be able to replicate his feats. Feng was simply inconceivable. Now, Feng had even landed the final strike that defeated the Kobold King. his strength powerful to the degree of leaving others speechless. Observing capabilities, commanding capabilities, battle techniques. Shifeng was practically standing at the peak in all these aspects. Shifeng had broken every understanding she had of him. Truly an evil bastard. Zhao Yueru lightly bit down on her lips, her heart filled with displeasure as she looked at Shifeng. She felt that Shifeng was definitely toying with her. She could not help but wish that she could give Shifeng a few bites to relieve her anger. However, Zhao Yueru only had thoughts of doing so. She would not truly carry out such an action. Only after everyone had gathered did Shifeng begin to tidy up the loot from the Kobold King. Looking at loot, each and every one of the team members anxiously waited for Shifeng to complete his task. These things were all items that only dropped from the boss of the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. Every one of them was completely priceless. I'm done arranging them. There are a total of 8 pieces of equipment and 6 other items. Amongst these are 2 pieces of secret silver weapons, a level 5 greatsword, and a level 5 shield. There are also 2 independent pieces of secret silver equipment. One is for clerics, the other is for swordsmen. The remaining 4 pieces of equipment are all pieces of mysterious iron set equipment. We will decide by rolling if more than one person needs the same piece of equipment. Shifeng gave a general introduction of the items. At the same time, he shared the information for everyone to observe. Runic sword, secret silver rank 2-handed sword. Level 5. Equipment requirement, strength 30. Attack power plus 45. Strength plus 9, endurance plus 8. Attack speed plus 1. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to cause a heavy impact effect and 10% armor destruction effect. Runic shield, secret silver rank. Level 5. Equipment requirement. Strength 23. Defense plus 69. Block rate, 35%. Strength plus 6, endurance plus 10. Additional skill dash. Tough shield. When activated, reduces the damage taken from the front by 30%. Duration of 10 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Everyone was stunned after seeing the attributes on these equipment pieces. Every piece of equipment was a top-tier item. Amongst them, the runic sword and runic shield were the absolute best. If they were to be sold right now, they would sell for 80 silver coins at the very least. However, they definitely would not sell any of these items. With good equipment in hand, they would have an easier time leveling up later on. Only an idiot would be dumb enough to sell them. Following which, everyone on the team began madly rolling for points as they competed over the equipment. In the end, the runic sword fell into the hands of Gentle Snow, while the runic shield went to Cola. Shifeng also obtained a secret silver pauldron, greatly increasing his attributes once more. Then next would be the other items. We will hold an internal auction for them. Highest bidder wins, Shifeng said. Hearing Shifeng saying so, the members of Ouroboros felt slightly embarrassed. They knew that the worth of the other items surpassed these pieces. It was especially true for that dazzling broken blade called Ash Blade. Just judging from the introduction of that item was enough to excite a person. Moreover, there was also a piece of advanced whetstone recipe, and a few more rare materials. Every one of them was priceless. However, if it were not for Shifeng, just how would they be able to even clear the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard? Furthermore, they had obtained so much top-tier equipment, greatly improving themselves. Right now, they were already leading the other guilds by a large margin. So, how could they not feel shame fighting over these items with Shifeng? Gentle Snow had naturally considered this point. Moreover, she had wanted to pull Shifeng into Ouroboros herself, so naturally she had to deepen her relationship with Shifeng. Hence, she looked towards Shifeng, taking the initiative as she said, "We were only able to conquer the Dark Moon Graveyard due to your great contribution. We have already received enough, so the other items will all belong to you. I can't even begin to thank you enough." The other members of Ouroboros all nodded their heads in quick succession. Shifeng was slightly astonished. He did not think that Gentle Snow would actually give up on the auction. Although he also was not afraid of having an auction. He had plenty of gold coins inside of his bag, enough to buy out both the advanced whetstone recipe and the ash blade. Since Gentle Snow did not wish to compete, he naturally would not refuse her offer. He stowed all of the items into his bag. With the dungeon conquered and the loot distributed, Shifeng walked towards a corner of the mausoleum. He then activated the mechanism to trigger the teleportation gate. Everyone walked into the teleportation gate, disappearing from the large hall of the mausoleum one after another. Just after everyone had left from the Dark Moon Graveyard, White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 10 reputation points in White River City. Red Leaf Town Region System announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 30 reputation points in Red Leaf Town System. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 1 mysterious treasure chest, 50,000 EXP, and 10 glory points. Chapter 108, Shaking the Four Corners. Outside the Dark Moon Graveyard, this dungeon is just impossible. Without an average level of 10, who would be able to clear it? Flaming Tiger, who had just revived out of the dungeon, cursed. In all 3 times he had entered the Dark Moon Graveyard, not once had he even found the location of the dungeon's boss before his entire team dropped dead. This dungeon was just toying with them. Everywhere inside the dungeon was filled with elite monsters. Even if they killed some, there was still an endless stream of monsters to slowly grind them to death. It was absolutely frustrating. Zhang Luowei raised his thick brows, his complexion gloomy as he looked back toward the teleportation gate of the Dark Moon Graveyard in the distance. With such lack of progress, it had long since passed the point of just making a loss. If this situation continued, it would be detrimental to the team's future development. Everyone rest up for a while. We can't continue wasting our time here. I'm guessing that the progress of the other guilds isn't that good either. They should have died several times as well already. Let's take this chance when the other guilds are focusing on the Dark Moon Graveyard to raid the level 5 party dungeon and lava cavern in separate groups. In any case, they won't be able to conquer this team dungeon. We can also use this time to increase our levels quickly, Zhang Luowei said, choosing to give up on the Dark Moon Graveyard. Although leaving their names on the glory list would be a quick way to raise the fame and influence of their guild, it was an entirely different matter if everyone was similarly unable to conquer the dungeon. The only other thing they could compete in were in terms of average level and equipment of the guild's elite members, and also in terms of who could set foot into White River City the earliest. In fact, it wasn't just the members of Shadow that were faced with such a situation. All the guilds in the entire White River City were currently trapped in this suffering known as team dungeons. Nobody had thought that the team dungeon's difficulty would be so high, leaving them utterly helpless. The virtual reality games in the past usually had less monsters than players inside of dungeons. In God's Domain, however, the number of monsters inside the dungeons greatly outnumbered that of the players. It was a number that was simply impossible to cope with. Even if they increased the number of MTs and healers they brought with, it would still be a useless endeavor. After some time had passed, the second-rate guild, Assassin's Alliance, had also died out from the dungeon with dejection covering their faces. What's gotten into all of you? It's just a few deaths. Don't forget, for each time we die, we will gain significant progress. We will be able to clear the dungeon sooner or later, so stop feeling dejected. Right now we should try to think up a method to get through the fog. After some rest, we will try to raid the dungeon one more time today, Stabbing Heart said inside the team chat. Being encouraged by Stabbing Heart like this, the team members regained quite a lot of their confidence. They all started voicing out their ideas and suggestions, intending to conquer the Dark Moon Graveyard at all costs. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 10 reputation points in White River City. Red Leaf Town Region System announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 30 reputation points in Red Leaf Town. Just as the various guilds were considering whether they should give up raiding the Dark Moon Graveyard, 2 consecutive system announcements immediately attracted the attention of every guild within White River City. Meanwhile, when the players of Red Leaf Town heard of this system announcement, they were first filled with shock, but they were soon cheering and shouting in worship. Ouroboros is just too awesome. They're practically inhuman. I heard that the Snow Goddess was the one who led the dungeon raiding team. My goddess is just too powerful. The other guilds haven't even cleared the normal mode, but the goddess has already cleared Hell mode. This won't do. I want to join Ouroboros. I would be satisfied even if I could become the goddess servant. The players in Red Leaf Town had all started conversing about Ouroboros and the Snow Goddess. Aside from worship, they were also filled with awe. Simultaneously, the entire region of White River City was sent into a cacophony of noise. What kind of joke is this? We can't even manage to find the boss of the normal mode. So just how did Ouroboros manage to even clear the Hell mode? The guild leader of Emerald Dragon Gate slammed on the desk as he cursed. Could the team dungeon in Red Leaf Town possibly be easier? Then Stabbing Heart should have, at the very least, cleared the normal mode already. The guild leader of the Assassins Alliance entered deep thought after looking at the system announcement. While all the large guilds were still having headaches over obtaining a town region announcement for themselves, as if trying to take their lives, a city region announcement had appeared. The upper echelons of the various guilds suddenly felt an immense pressure weighing on them, pushing them to accelerate their raiding progress quickly. However, such a pressure did not come from the fact that the Snow Goddess had managed to clear the Hell mode of a team dungeon. Instead, it came from the fact that the influence of the system announcement was simply too huge. In merely a moment, the system announcement had placed Ouroboros at the summit of White River City. Players who were new to God's domain did not possess extensive knowledge about the strengths of the various guilds in existence. However, what they did know was that Ouroboros was definitely the best guild in White River City. They couldn't help but admit that the Snow Goddess' performance was just too dazzling. Compared to the guild leader of Ouroboros himself, who had a large number of experts under him in Starmoon City, the Snow Goddess was much more formidable. A short moment after the appearance of this system announcement, all the upper echelons of the guilds within Starmoon Kingdom discovered that they had underestimated the Snow Goddess' ability. Fortunately, the Snow Goddess was not tasked around the area of Starmoon City. Otherwise, the consequences for them would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow herself remained unaware of what was currently happening in the various regions of God's domain. She was still busy looking at the glory list together with Shifeng and the others. The glory list, which was made up of obsidian stone, was 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width. On it, the names of Gentle Snow and the other team members were already carved. Moreover, their names were carved at an extraordinarily eye-catching location, at the very top of the glory list. On the first line of the glory list, the word Ouroboros was carved in big scarlet characters. Meanwhile, below Ouroboros, the names of every team member were recorded in smaller-sized silvery white characters. Brother Feng, look. We're on the list. We're on the list. Blackie was close to shedding tears of excitement after seeing his own name up on the glory list. After playing games for so many years, not once had he ever enjoyed such an honor. However, it wasn't just Blackie who behaved in such a way. The other members of Shifeng's party were similarly excited. They all rejoiced at being able to follow after Shifeng, becoming official members of Zero Wing Workshop. Meanwhile, the various guilds standing in the distance all looked towards the glory list with eyes full of envy. For as long as future players arrived at the Dark Moon Graveyard, they would inevitably see these names, giving their admiration and worship. On the other hand, the upper echelons of the various guilds present had instead looked towards the icy cold, Gentle Snow, expressions of respect and helplessness appearing on their faces. Everyone was clear about the difficulty of the Dark Moon Graveyard. Absolutely none of them would think that the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard was easier than the normal mode. At the very least, the difficulty in Hell mode would be several times higher. However, despite all odds, the team led by Gentle Snow had succeeded in raiding it. Moreover, she had even brought along a few independent players, instead of bringing along the strongest team in her guild. The Snow Goddess had clearly surpassed them in terms of leadership and personal strength by leaps and bounds. They were on two completely different levels. Up to this point, these upper echelons had all begun to think that their luck was just too poor. Being tasked in the same town as the Snow Goddess had sealed their fates at becoming merely the grass that sets off the color of her flower. We will need to wait 3 more days before being able to enter the Dark Moon Graveyard again. During this time, would you be interested in joining us in raiding the Goblin Factory? Gentle Snow earnestly invited Shifeng. Although Gentle Snow's voice was not loud, the outside of the Dark Moon Graveyard was extremely quiet. Even from a distance, her voice could very clearly be heard. The upper echelons of the various guilds were all dumbfounded. Just who was this Shifeng exactly? The Snow Goddess was actually inviting him from one dungeon raid to another. Could the Snow Goddess have possibly fallen for him? However, why would the highly haughty Snow Goddess fall for such an unattractive brat? Moreover, the person did not possess even the slightest hint of an expert. Meanwhile, standing at a distance, Flaming Tiger's eyes had nearly popped out of his sockets, going crazy from envy. Not only was Shifeng able to be in the same team as the Snow Goddess, he was even able to leave his name on the glory list. Flaming Tiger's hatred for Shifeng immediately increased by hundreds of folds. Just as everyone was shocked at such a scene, hundreds of players suddenly appeared and surrounded Shifeng and his team, each and every one of them filled with a murderous intent. "Brat, we meet again." Ironsword Lion slowly walked out from the tide of players, sending Shifeng a cold glare as he sneered. Chapter 109, Domineering Ironsword. This moment, Ironsword Lion had waited for too long. He was unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. Previously, after failing the dungeon raid, he chose to give up on the endeavor. Instead, he camped outside the Dark Moon Graveyard. However, he was greatly shocked when Shifeng and the others safely exited the dungeon, followed by the emergence of the system announcements. Although Martial Union had entered the Dark Moon Graveyard, they did not gain a single thing from it. On the other hand, not only had Shifeng's team managed to clear the dungeon, but it was also the hard mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. Although Ironsword Lion was a brute, he still knew that the gains from clearing the Dark Moon Graveyard would not be meager. Needless to say, the harvest from Hell mode would be even more astonishing. When Martial Union first set foot in God's domain, they did not possess any significant wealth or resources. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with a game such as God's domain. Developing a guild was extremely challenging. They had to grow by competing over elite monsters, killing well-equipped players for equipment and money, and raiding party dungeons. The larger their guild became, the more wealth and resources they needed. However, they were unable to find any sources of income, only relying on robbery to sustain their guild's operation. Now that Shifeng and his team had cleared the dungeon, it was undoubtedly good news for Ironsword Lion. Not only would he be able to obtain revenge, but he would also be able to make a huge profit out of it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Boss Ironsword, look at the shield on their guardian knight. Not only are there runes carved on it, but the shield is also giving off a faint violet hue that only secret silver equipment possess. That is definitely equipment they obtained from the Dark Moon Graveyard. Boss, look at that brat's pauldrons. It is also giving off a violet hue. It is a secret silver equipment as well. The subordinates behind Ironsword Lion salivated as they pointed towards the equipment on the bodies of Shifeng's party members. The worst equipment currently worn by Shifeng's party members were bronze ranked, while there were even some who had mysterious iron equipment. However, they clearly did not possess the equipment before they entered the dungeon. Hence, they must have obtained them from within the Dark Moon Graveyard, which also meant that all of them were level 5 mysterious iron equipment and secret silver equipment. Every piece of the equipment was priceless. Boss, if we were to steal all of the equipment and sell them, it would solve the problem of developing our guild. Drifting Blood looked towards Shifeng's equipment, giggling as he spoke. Ironsword Lion nodded, thinking that Drifting Blood's words made sense. The main reason their guild was developing slowly right now was due to their lack of funds. If they stole all of the equipment worn by Shifeng's party, then the problem of their lack of funds would be solved. Although Shifeng's strength was not bad, even rising up to level 7, when faced with over 100 players, what more could he do? Brat, don't even think of escaping today. Be smart and hand over all your equipment. Compensate me with 10 gold coins, and let me kill you back to level 0. Then I'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise, prepare to delete your account and start all over. Ironsword Lion glared at Shifeng, sneering. Shifeng looked at his surroundings, discovering that Ironsword Lion had brought over 130 players with him. Amongst them, a majority of the players were around level 3, their equipment terribly poor. There were only slightly more than 30 players who had reached level 5, while the equipment they were using was all bronze equipment. Meanwhile, Ironsword Lion was the strongest out of all of these players. He was wearing a suit of level 4 bronze set equipment. In a moment, employ a hit-and-run tactic as we run towards the forest. Their numbers are too great right now, so it would be bad if we get surrounded, Shifeng said inside the team's chat. Good. My hands have been itching to PK someone for quite some time now. Blackie rubbed his fists as he spoke. The other members of Shifeng's party all started laughing. They had long since wanted to test out the prowess of their new equipment. They intended to kill to their heart's desire. If they could each kill 2 players, it would be a 2-for-1 profit. If they could kill 3 or more, they would make a huge profit. At this moment, Gentle Snow stood out from the team and looked towards Ironsword Lion, softly saying, Yifeng is a friend of mine. I wonder if you can give Ouroboros some face and forget about this matter? Everyone from Ouroboros could already tell that the players from Martial Union were here for revenge, Shifeng being their target. They wondered just what Shifeng had done to enrage them. Was he trying to battle an entire guild just by himself? As expected, every expert would have their own unique personalities. Even Shifeng was no exception to this fact. However, Martial Union was just an unrated guild. Since Ouroboros had already shown themselves, as long as the upper echelons of Martial Union had some brains, they should naturally know to back off. After all, Ouroboros was much stronger than Martial Union. Move aside, stupid hoe. I don't give a damn about Ouroboros. If you wish to help this brat, I'll take care of you all the same. Ironsword Lion cursed in a bad mood. Although Gentle Snow was indeed a world-shaking beauty, the equipment she wore was even more dazzling. It was especially true for the black runic greatsword in her hands. Just a simple glance at it, and one could tell that it was a high-quality secret silver weapon. It just so happened that he was also in need of such a weapon. Moreover, if he got rid of Gentle Snow, he would be able to spread his name throughout God's domain. It was killing multiple birds with a single stone. However, what Ironsword Lion did not know was that, because of his casual remark, the entire Dark Moon graveyard had entered a solemn state. Each and every player present looked towards Ironsword Lion in shock, inwardly admiring Ironsword Lion for his courage. Then, does that mean that you intend to start a war with Ouroboros? Gentle Snow's expression sunk, her tone abruptly turned chilly as she asked. Although Gentle Snow casually spoke those words, the frostiness her words gave off could be felt, even by those uninvolved. The members of Ouroboros similarly remained silent, not daring to let out even a sound as they watched Gentle Snow. Gentle Snow's angered appearance, none of them had seen it before, nor did they wish to see it. Right now, however, there was a fool that actually dared to curse at Gentle Snow. This was the first time they had witnessed such a scene. They no longer dared imagine what would happen. Bitch, the others may fear your Ouroboros but not me. Ironsword Lion licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed as he looked at the attractive equipment on Gentle Snow's body. However, he remembered that he wanted to kill Shifeng the most. He then turned his sights towards Shifeng, loudly saying, Brat, don't think that. With a bitch protecting you, you'll be able to survive through today. Rest assured, I won't let either of you get away. Brothers, go. Kill them, and we'll share all of their equipment. Suddenly, over 100 players rushed at Shifeng and his team, murder in their eyes. Ironsword Lion even took the lead as he charged towards Shifeng, no longer able to hold back his treasured sword. Only by drenching it with Shifeng's blood would it be able to achieve satisfaction. Hit and run as we head towards the forest. Don't overextend yourselves. Shifeng unsheathed his pair of swords, once more commanding through the team chat. Just after Blackie and the others had taken a few steps, they suddenly discovered that Gentle Snow and the members of Ouroboros remained unmoving, intending to face the players from Martial Union head-on. They truly did not know what was going through Gentle Snow's head. However, since Gentle Snow was sticking up for Shifeng, naturally, Shifeng could not escape into the forest to carry out guerrilla warfare. Blackie and the others also looked towards Shifeng with questioning gazes. Shifeng sighed helplessly, saying, Cola, you hold the front, and remember not to extend yourself too far out. Drowsy Sloth, pay attention to healing the others. Blackie, use Hell Flame in the areas with more people. Gluttonous Mouse, stay behind and kill the ones with low HP. Lonely Snow, you're with me. Before both sides collided with each other, the enemy's magic had already struck at Shifeng and the others. Fireballs and frost arrows struck at the team, one after another. Ghost Chop stood in the front as he held off against the attacks. Cola as well rushed up in time. He raised the runic shield and activated Tough Shield. At the same time as the enemy magic landed on both Ghost Chop and Cola's shields, the heals coming from behind them similarly landed. Each of the magical attacks caused -20 to -30 damage to Ghost Chop, whereas Cola only received damages of over -10 points. The highest damage Cola received was only over -30 points. Moreover, the attack was from a level 5 elementalist who was fully geared in bronze equipment. As the heals landed on the two MTs, both their HPs were instantly recovered to full. The members of Martial Union were immediately dumbstruck after seeing this sight. It was especially true for the level 5 elementalist. Normally, a single flame explosion from him could deal over -100 damage to an MT. However, when used on Cola, the skill only caused around -30 damage. Cola's defense was just too high. Chapter 110, Drenching Dark Moon in Blood. Cola and Ghost Chop's defenses were just too high. In addition, the four healers behind them were similarly strong. The attacks from the mages of Martial Union had absolutely no effect on the two MTs. As for attacking the other members, with the two MTs blocking up front, Martial Union had no way of attacking them at all. Don't panic, just keep killing. We outnumber them by 6 to 1. We'll kill them, even if we have to throw bodies at them. Assassins, circle around and kill the healers. Ironsword Lion was similarly having a headache towards the two MTs. However, his many years of battle experience allowed him to quickly think of a solution. At that moment, the team announcement for Ouroboros rang out. System: Team Martial Union has initiated an attack against your team. For the next 2 hours, all members within the team are be able to freely retaliate without receiving any punishment. Without the need to worry about becoming a red player, everyone became much more motivated. You dare initiate a war against us Ouroboros? None of you know the immensity of heaven and earth. All of you die. The flame witch Zhaoyueru could finally display her frightening might. After her hand traced out the final incantation in the air, one of her ultimate skill, Frost Flame Explosions, activated. Magic struck Martial Union's MT, causing a series of damages over -200 points, and instantly reduced his HP to a critical level. However, shortly after, the healers of Martial Union quickly pulled their MT's HP back up. Fire Dragon's Roar. Zhaoyueru revealed a smile as she finished chanting her incantation. She lightly pointed a finger at that MT, causing the fire mana in her surroundings to gather at the tip of her finger. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic fire dragon appeared and rushed at that MT, devouring him whole. Even with over half of his HP remaining, The MT of Martial Union instantly died. The melee players of Martial Union all sucked in a cold breath. The MT that had just fallen was Martial Union's core MT. He was equipped with a complete set of level 4 bronze set equipment. And he was also using a level 5 bronze shield. The top mages within the guild could only cause -80 to -90 damage to him. Now, even though there were healers healing him, he was still killed in 2 moves. Just how high was that female elementalist's damage? During Martial Union's momentary pause, Blackie had finished chanting the incantation of Hellflame. Immediately, pillars of green-colored flame appeared amongst the areas with a high density of players. The pillars of flame that shot towards the sky caused over -300 damage each second to every player. And within an instant, over 10 players lost their lives. The players from Martial Union were all dumbfounded at this sight. A single spell killed over 10 players. Just how were they supposed to contend against this? Don't be afraid. Spread out a bit. They'll be finished as long as we can get close to them. Ironsword Lion shouted confidently. The members of Martial Union felt what Ironsword Lion said was logical. They then continued charging towards the group from Ouroboros, starting a melee battle. The players from Martial Union were many, and very quickly, they surrounded everyone from Ouroboros. Gentle Snow raised her sword, immediately using charge to send 3 players flying. With a wave of the runic sword, Gentle Snow used cleave, dealing over -450 damage to the 6 level 3 players that rushed at her. As a result, all 6 of those players directly fell. The players from Martial Union did not know just how frightening a berserker with 50 strength was. With just 20 strength, a berserker could snap a common weapon in half with only their bare hands. If a berserker had 50 strength, one could just imagine how frightening they were. After killing the first wave of players, Gentle Snow rushed headlong into the crowd. Like a flood dragon entering the ocean, Gentle Snow wreaked havoc amidst Martial Union. A fierce gale unfolded as Gentle Snow used Whirlwind Slash. The players within a 5-yard radius around her were all sent flying upwards, and damages of over -500 points appeared above their heads. The players crashed heavily into the ground, becoming deader than dead. The healers standing at the backlands could not even manage to heal them before they were slaughtered. The players from Martial Union, who surrounded Gentle Snow, were scared to a tremble. The aura Gentle Snow emanated was just too frightening, snatching away their courage. As for the other players from Martial Union, every one of them were still valiantly attacking, using their skills on the members of Ouroboros. However, each of their attacks only managed to cause -40 to -50 damage. On the other hand, a single hit from the players of Ouroboros took away over half of their HP. Just 2 hits left them dead, and not even the healers could manage to save them in time. The players from Martial Union quickly discovered a problem, that, although they had the advantage of numbers on their side, the majority of them were all new players to God's domain. In other words, they were noobs. Not only was the difference in their levels huge, the gap in their equipment was even more ridiculous. Only the elites of Martial Union could barely contend with the members of Ouroboros. Meanwhile, on the side of Ouroboros, there was a beauty of a cleric that always gave out a heal and truth shield at the most crucial of moments, saving the members of Ouroboros from death. As a result, the members of Martial Union went mad with frustration. However, even though they wished to kill off this cleric, the person herself was constantly being protected by 2 assassins. As long as any player rushed at the group, a chain of attacks from the 2 assassins would massacre them. In the end, the members of Martial Union were caught in a stalemate. They could neither advance nor retreat. All assassins use stealth and get rid of their healers. Without healers, their deaths are all but guaranteed. Ironsword Lion bellowed in the team chat. If half a dozen assassins from Martial Union could sneak over with stealth, they could easily kill off a cleric if they joined hands with each other. Drifting Blood, where is that brat? I want to personally kill him myself, Ironsword Lion asked in a rage. He glanced at the surroundings, but failed to discover Shifang's figure at all. Their losses from this battle today would definitely be huge, and all of it was due to Shifang. Ironsword Lion would naturally not let Shifeng escape. Boss Ironsword, I don't see the brat here either. He seems to have vanished, Drifting Blood anxiously replied. Find him. He must be found. Ironsword Lion's rage burned. The person he wanted to kill the most had disappeared. If this news were to spread, he would definitely become a laughingstock. At this moment, Shifeng had already snuck to Martial Union's backline through the use of Shadow of Nothingness. This location should be it. Shifeng looked at the surrounding terrain. He then cancelled the Shadow of Nothingness, suddenly appearing some distance behind the healers of Martial Union. Meanwhile, the healers of Martial Union were currently busy healing the players on the front lines, failing to discover Shifeng's appearance. Wind Blade! Shifeng turned into a fierce gale, sweeping towards the healers of Martial Union. While in the middle of chanting a prayer, a male cleric suddenly found a pitch-black sword piercing through his chest. Following which, he felt a burst of pain at his neck before the sight before him turned dull gray. Under Shifeng's blade, a level 5 cloth-armored cleric was no different than a piece of paper. A normal strike from Shifeng's sword was able to cause over -330 damage. With just two basic attacks, Shifeng could kill off a single cleric. If he were to use a skill, he could practically kill a cleric with every attack. Ah, there's an assassin! The female cleric nearby screamed when she witnessed this scene. She did not think that the male cleric would die so quickly or so cruelly. Yifeng! Ironsword Lion immediately turned his head towards the backlands, discovering Shifeng rapidly harvesting their healers, just like sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Ironsword Lion's eyes nearly cracked open in rage at this sight. He loudly bellowed as he rushed at Shifeng. Unfortunately, Shifeng's speed was extremely fast. The healers held no chance of escaping Shifeng's blades. In mere moments, Shifeng claimed more than 10 healers' lives. Without healers, the front line of Martial Union started to quickly crumble as gentle snow, and the others butchered them. Die! Ironsword Lion's eyes turned crimson red. He used Wind Blade, his sword stabbing towards Shifeng's back. Now that their healers were all dead, it was needless to say that they would lose this battle. Meanwhile, Shifeng was the main perpetrator for all of this. If he did not kill Shifeng, he vowed not to be a human. After annihilating all the healers, Shifeng currently picked up the equipment they dropped. When he discovered Ironsword Lion rushing over, he did not even turn his head as he tightened his grip on the abyssal blade. Then, with a twist of his body, Shifeng slashed the abyssal blade down at Ironsword Lion's pair of swords. Pung! Ironsword Lion was forced to retreat several steps before he managed to stabilize his body, his face filled with shock as he looked at Shifeng. Shifeng's casual swing of his sword forced Ironsword Lion into retreating so many steps. Such a feat was absolutely impossible, without a huge difference regarding strength. After reaching level 7, Shifeng placed all his free attribute points into strength. Shifeng's strength was even higher than Gentle Snow's, not to mention Ironsword Lion's, who had only average equipment. However, Ironsword Lion did not know this. After knocking Ironsword Lion back with a single slash, Shifeng gave Ironsword Lion no time to think before following up with a double chop. Shifeng's pair of swords instantly transformed into 4 sword images, slashing towards Ironsword Lion. With this many sword images sweeping towards him, although Ironsword Lion tried to block all of them with all his might, he only managed to block 2 of them. There were still 2 sword images that pierced his body, each causing -180 damage. Ironsword Lion hurriedly retreated, taking out a basic recovery potion and drinking it. Seeing that he was no match for Shifeng, Ironsword Lion tried to turn tail and run. However, within a split second, 3 lightning flashes entered his eyes. Before his body could even defend against the streaks of lightning, damages of -266, -352, and -463 appeared above his head. Ironsword Lion instantly died under Shifeng's swords. At his death, Ironsword Lion dropped a piece of equipment and 1 other item. Chapter 111, Dragon Hidden in the Abyss. Boss Ironsword. Boss, When a few players from Martial Union saw that Ironsword Lion was easily taken care of, they were all incomparably shocked. They had all personally witnessed Ironsword Lion's great strength before, capable of killing players, as though he was merely cutting up vegetables. Now, however, that Ironsword Lion had actually been killed by Shifeng in just a few moves, it was truly an incomprehensible sight. The upper echelons of the various guilds looking from afar were similarly tongue-tied from this scene. Only Stabbing Heart was well aware of Shifeng's strength. The moment Ironsword Lion had provoked Shifeng, Stabbing Heart knew that the Martial Union in Red Leaf Town was finished. However, the others present did not know this fact. Regardless of what anyone said, Ironsword Lion had created much fame for himself within Red Leaf Town. Previously, they had only heard of Ironsword Lion being ambushed by Shifeng, dying an accidental death. If it were a head-on fight, however, Ironsword Lion would definitely be the victor. Yet, nobody could have imagined that, in a straightforward exchange, Ironsword Lion was easily defeated in just a few moves. As expected, rumors could not be trusted. Looking at the speed and accuracy at which Shifeng drew his swords, creating 4 sword images with just 2 swords, even those in the various guild upper echelons would not be able to block off all those attacks. In addition to Shifeng's excessively high attack power, Ironsword Lion was definitely not his opponent. Shifeng was no ordinary swordsman. It was no wonder why the Snow Goddess would stick out and defend him. I had originally thought that Ironsword Lion would be a huge competition to us. Now that I'm looking at him, he is but an upstart from another small virtual reality game. I never thought that he would be such a brain-dead fool, biting at whoever he meets. Hehe, Martial Union is finished this time. First, he went and provoked such a top-tier expert. Now, he has even blindly declared war against the Snow Goddess. Did he think mingling in God's domain was so easy? It would be enough if he were to be a fool in reality. Now he is even showing it in God's domain. As expected of someone that came from a minor game, he truly does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Martial Union will definitely have to remove their name from Red Leaf Town now. There were plenty of workshops and guilds entering God's domain every day. Similarly, there were also plenty of workshops and guilds who had vanished from God's domain every day. This was a common occurrence within God's domain. After Ironsword Lion died, there was no longer anyone to command the players from Martial Union. Very quickly, turmoil ensued amongst the players from Martial Union, and all of them started madly running away for their lives. Shifeng naturally would not let go of this chance to give Martial Union a huge blow. Immediately after picking up the loot dropped by Ironsword Lion, Shifeng activated Windwalk and hunted the remaining players. Ignoring the level 3 noobs, Shifeng specifically chased after the elite players of Martial Union. With every kill of these players, Shifeng would be able to obtain a piece of bronze equipment, causing a significant loss to Martial Union. Drifting Blood, we meet again. Shifeng blocked off the escape path of several Martial Union elites, discovering a person he was familiar with amongst them. It was Drifting Blood, the person who had harassed Violet Cloud, and had then gone on to seek trouble with Shifeng. Drifting Blood was shocked into a jump. He trembled as he pointed a finger at Shifeng, timidly saying, "Yi Feng, you shameless bastard! What kind of expert are you, to bully 4 people with one?" Without speaking any further, Shifeng stepped forward, slashing both of his blades. 8 sword images appeared, immediately aiming for the lives of the 4 players. A shield warrior amongst the 4 immediately activated Shield Wall, prepared to receive Shifeng's attack. Meanwhile, Drifting Blood had used Chop at Shifeng, while another Berserker used Charge, and a Cursemancer used Dark Arrow. Shifeng noticed that the cooperation between the 4 was very good. It would not be beneficial for him if he were to receive their attacks forcefully. Deciding so, Shifeng used Phantom Kill, his doppelganger blocking the attacks in front of him. Shifeng then hurriedly turned his body, his feet carrying out an illusory footwork as they left behind afterimages. Meanwhile, Shifeng's doppelganger had continuously fended off the attacks of the 4 players, receiving some damage in the process as well. However, After Shifeng himself moved to a side, he abruptly waved the abyssal blade. The 3 streaks of lightning from Thundering Flash had struck at the 3 melee players that were battling against his doppelganger, instantly killing Drifting Blood and the other berserker. As the shield warrior had shield wall activated, he was able to barely survive the attack. However, Shifeng's doppelganger had taken the chance to use a chop on the shield warrior. Now, only the Cursemancer, who was in the midst of chanting, remained. Shifeng used Wind Blade, dashing up to the Cursemancer like a fierce gale. Seeing this scene, the Cursemancer was frightened into a run. However, Shifeng had used Chop, his sword slashing down on the Cursemancer's back, causing a critical hit of -1156 damage, and instantly killing the Cursemancer. With the difference, in terms of equipment and battle techniques, Shifeng was able to bring an end to the battle quickly. After looting the equipment dropped by the 4 players, Shifeng continued hunting for the other elite players from Martial Union. 10 minutes later, all the elite players from Martial Union were dead. The damage caused to Martial Union this time was absolutely devastating. It was practically impossible for them to contend with the other guilds for dominance over Red Leaf Town now. Miss Snow, thank you for help today. Otherwise, our losses would be immeasurable. Shifeng expressed his gratitude towards Gentle Snow. Even if he could kill off many players in a battle against Martial Union, and even escaping in the end, his other party members would definitely have died. It's nothing, just a minor effort. Although Martial Union's losses are devastating in Red Leaf Town, there are still members of Martial Union in other towns. When everyone is gathered at White River City at level 10, that version of Martial Union will not be as easy to deal with as this small group, Gentle Snow softly said. I see that you're just an independent player without any guilds to rely on. If you do not have any large guilds protecting you, you would easily become a target for Martial Union. Why don't you join Ouroboros? Right, big brother Yifeng. With Ouroboros' strength, by the time we reach White River City, even the people from first-rate guilds would not dare to provoke us. Moreover, our guild gives out extremely good benefits, Xiao Yuer commented. Many thanks for Miss Snow's worries. However, I'm too used to freedom, so I never had any intentions to join a guild before. Shifeng straightforwardly rejected the invitation. Although Ouroboros was a good guild, they similarly had a lot of problems. Take Gentle Snow for example. She was clearly the first vice leader of the guild, yet she had still left Ouroboros in the end, just like how Shifeng himself was casually chased away from Shadow. At the end of the day, it was still best to hold his decision rights in his own hands. Since that is your way of thinking, I won't try to insist that you join us. However, if you ever change your mind in the future, Ouroboros would welcome you anytime. Gentle Snow could naturally see through Shifeng's thoughts. However, everyone had their own ambitions, and it would not do well for her to force the situation. Right now, it was enough for them to maintain an amicable relationship. Following which, Shifeng led Blackie and the others away from the Dark Moon Graveyard, returning to town to sort out everyone's bags. He then planned to take them to level up. Previously, he had always been tight for time. Now that he had finished dealing with his matters, the time was just right for everyone to rise up to level 10 quickly. Meanwhile, Xiao Yueru looked at Shifeng's departing back, faintly feeling a sense of familiarity. She did not know why she was feeling an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. Snow, why didn't you try harder? If you told him about the matters of the god-slaying army, he might have even agreed to join, Xiao Yueru asked. Gentle Snow smiled, saying, Didn't you hate the thought of him joining us before? But now you want him to join us instead. A blush appeared on Xiao Yueru's delicate face as she said in an upright tone, Aren't I doing this for you? Regardless of what anyone said, he is also a top-tier expert. If you were to lure him into Ouroboros, he would become a person on our side. In the future, if he gets along well in the god-slaying army, he would be able to bring you a lot of influence and authority. If he didn't perform so outstandingly well just now, I would definitely try my best at pulling him over. However, he was just too remarkable, just like a true dragon. Right now, he is but a dragon hidden in the abyss. Sooner or later, he will be able to soar into the skies, and we will be able to do nothing to hold him back. Who knows, in the future, he might even become a headache of an opponent to Ouroboros. Gentle Snow lightly laughed. An opponent, is it? Zhao Yueru entered a deep thought. Chapter 112, 7 Luminaries Gemstone. After Martial Union was exterminated, the news of its demise was quickly spread around Red Leaf Town. Some people had even recorded the battle and posted it onto the official forums, the incident quickly becoming popular. Ouroboros had first conquered the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. They had then gotten rid of martial unions, over 100 members. The valiant appearance of the Snow Goddess had captured the hearts of all the male players, and instantly, Ouroboros' position and influence around the region of White River City had skyrocketed. As a result, countless players wished to join Ouroboros. Due to the recording of this battle, there were plenty of upper echelons of guilds that had noticed Shifeng's existence. The origin of this battle was, after all, due to Martial Union's enmity towards Shifeng. However, not only had Shifeng himself received the aid of the Snow Goddess, he had even personally killed off Ironsword Lion in a head-on confrontation. This was enough proof of Shifeng's exceptional strength, and also his good relations with the Snow Goddess. Taking these points into mind, these upper echelons needed to let their subordinates pay more attention towards Shifeng. When Shifeng and the others returned to Red Leaf Town, many players on the streets had shifted their gazes towards the group. Crap, isn't that Yifeng, the person that went dungeon raiding together with the Snow Goddess? A male warrior said. If I go and beg Big Brother Yifeng, I wonder if Big Brother Yifeng will bring me to level 10? Another female elementalist bashfully said to her companion. Shifeng had completely become a celebrity now. Wherever he went, there would definitely be someone paying attention to and talking about him. Brother Feng, you're already a famous person. Now, you only need to wiggle your finger, and there would be a crowd of beauties running over to you. In the future, you mustn't forget to introduce a few to me, Blackie laughingly said. Stop talking nonsense. Our priority right now is to level up. The sooner we get to level 10, the sooner we can compete for more advantages after we enter White River City. Shifeng smiled as he said. Since everyone is tired now, let's rest for an hour. We'll gather again after you all get your equipment repaired and replenish your necessities. After hearing Shifeng's arrangements, Blackie and the others immediately went to the smithy to repair their equipment. They did not know why, but normally when they were grinding on the level 5 forest wolves, even if they had been grinding for over 10 hours, the durability of their equipment did not fall by much. However, right now, just after raiding a dungeon once, the durability of their equipment had all fallen by almost half. If they were to raid the dungeon another time, the durability of their equipment might fall to 1 within just 3 to 4 hours, becoming useless. When everyone arrived at the smithy to repair their equipment, they suddenly discovered a frightening matter. Previously, it was a normal occurrence for them to change into new equipment. Hence, they had never repaired their equipment even once before. Now, however, all the equipment Kola was wearing only had half of its durability remaining. As a result, repairing all of it had required a fee of 1 silver 63 coppers. Such an amount was enough to purchase a level 1 bronze equipment. The higher the durability loss of an equipment, the higher the repair fees would be. If every piece of equipment on Kola's character had dropped down to 1, it would take, at the very least, 4 silver coins to get it all repaired. Such an amount was the equivalent to 2 days of Kola's earnings. However, because Kola had become a follower of Shifeng, the speed at which he earned money was much faster when compared to many other elite players. If those elite players were to repair their equipment, the total fees would be equivalent to several days of their earnings. Boss, are you trying to rob us here? Kola complained, unwilling to fork out such an expensive repair fee. Previously, he had obtained a mysterious treasure chest from clearing the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. From the mysterious treasure chest, he had received over 3 silver coins and 5 bottles of intermediate recovery potions. If it weren't for that treasure chest, just this repair fee alone would have turned him into a broke bastard. Adventurer, I have already given you a 10% discount. It is already a very cheap price, the blacksmith said with a huff. Hearing the blacksmith saying so, Blackie and the others suddenly came to a realization. Their reputation in Red Leaf Town had already reached 30 points, receiving a 10% discount for all purchases made in Red Leaf Town. They truly did not think that it would be so costly just to repair their equipment. However, if their equipment turned to scrap, not only would they lose their equipment, their leveling speed would also be greatly reduced. Hence, they had no choice but to repair their equipment. Trade Area Auction House. Shifeng was frantically purchasing items from the auction house. The previous glimmer chestplate forging designs Shifeng sold before had once again allowed him to profit greatly. Now there were at least 73 gold coins in his bag. In the entire White River City, there was not a single player who was more rich than him at the moment. Right now, if he saw any items whose prices would inflate in the future, he would buy all of them. This was because once players reached higher levels, it became much easier for them to earn game currency, and as a result, the value of game currency fell. Instead of just waiting for the coins in his hand to depreciate in value, he might as well purchase some items that would increase in value and store them in the bank. After some time not visiting the auction house, the number of heart stones, card sets, and other items whose value would increase in the future had grown once more. Shifeng had spent over 8 gold coins on such items, filling up the 640 slot bags he had just bought, and even needing to make several trips to the bank. It wouldn't be long before these items would have their values increased by manifold. Just thinking about it gave Shifeng a delighted feeling. Meanwhile, the value of the glimmer chestplate forging design had now begun to fall. Currently, each piece was only being sold for around 2 gold coins, and it wouldn't be long before it became completely worthless. Seeing that the number of guilds purchasing the glimmer chestplate forging design was becoming fewer, Shifeng decided to continue selling them for a while more before thinking of another way to make money. Now his main goal was to earn credits. Just judging from the small amount of credits he currently possessed, it was still not enough for his workshop to squander. Currently, Shifeng still possessed more than 60 gold coins. He then took out 30 gold coins and registered them on the virtual trade center. Right now, various large guilds were in the midst of purchasing coins in bulk. It wouldn't be long before he could sell all his coins, earning him a lot of credits. Following which, inside the bank, Shifeng started arranging the harvest he obtained today. He had already obtained more than 10 pieces of bronze equipment, just from the elite players of Martial Union he had killed. Originally, Shifeng had intended to sell off these equipment pieces. However, his workshop would definitely be recruiting new members in the future. Hence, he decided to store them inside his warehouse, as they might come into use in the future. In any case, he was not lacking in this small amount of money. As for the ash blade, the most important item he obtained from the Dark Moon graveyard, he kept it inside his warehouse for now. It was still of no use to him right now. Only when he arrived at Star Moon City would he have a chance at finding a clue about the ash blade. After all, the owner of the ash blade had an unfathomable origin, being titled as the God Slayer in God's domain, an existence feared even by the gods. The clues relating to this ash blade could only be found in the capital city of Star Moon Kingdom. Ah, what's this thing here? Shifeng dug up a crystal the size of his palm from his bag. Isn't this one of the items dropped by Ironsword Lion? Shifeng discovered that he was somewhat familiar with this item. It was indeed one of the 2 items that were dropped by Ironsword Lion. 7 Luminaries Gemstone. Special item. Transports the user to Blackwing City. Uses remaining 4/5. Dropped after death. This Ironsword Lion truly can't be underestimated. It was no wonder he was so powerful in the previous life. It was all because of this item here. Shifeng looked at the 7 Luminaries gemstone in his hand, unable to refrain from revealing a smile. Blackwing City was no ordinary location. It was also not a place that players could simply go to as they wished. Players needed a teleportation crystal to go to that place, and the 7 Luminaries gemstone was one of those passes. In Shifeng's previous life, Blackwing City's fame resounded throughout God's domain. All the major powers would willingly purchase the passes to Blackwing City at high prices. However, to an average player, it would be meaningless, even if they went to Blackwing City. At most, they would only go there to widen their horizons. However, to the upper echelons of a major power, it was an absolute heaven. After going there once, they would want to go there again. Shifeng looked at the time, discovering that today was a big day in Blackwing City. He definitely must make a trip to Blackwing City today. Hence, he sent a message to Blackie, saying, "Blackie, I still have some other things to take care of, so I won't be able to bring you all leveling for now. After all of you are rested, go to the level 8 area, Roaring Hill, to level up. As long as you guys are careful, your leveling speeds there will be extremely quick." Chapter 113, Blackwing City, Red Leaf Town slum area. Although it was still daytime, the enchanted bar was packed with red players that tread along the boundaries of darkness. However, amongst this crowd of players, there were several green players present in the bar, seemingly highly out of place. These players were Ironsword Lion and his several subordinates. "Absolute Heaven, I need you to kill a person for me. Name your price," Ironsword Lion said to the man before him. The man, who held a stern expression, was currently drinking from a beer bottle. The stern-looking male did not pay any heed to Ironsword Lion. One of his arms wrapped around an alluring, well-developed woman, while the other held onto a beer bottle. The man only minded his own business as he flirted with the woman, his lips curling into a wicked smile, giving others a chilling feeling. Ironsword Lion's expression immediately sank. Beside him, Drifting Blood immediately slammed his hands on the table, cursing, "Hey, can't you hear that our boss is speaking to you? Stop trying to act deaf." Just after Drifting Blood finished speaking, a snow-bright dagger had slashed across his neck. The dagger then stabbed into his heart, finally being abruptly pulled downwards and slashed apart a deep wound. A stab, a pull, and a slash, all three moves were executed in a very natural manner. Before Drifting Blood could even cry out in pain, his body had already fallen to the ground. "Absolute Heaven, what are you trying to do? I'm here to talk business. What is the meaning of you killing my subordinate?" Watching Drifting Blood be instantly dealt with, Ironsword Lion bellowed. However, he did not dare attack the man before him, because he knew that if he were to take action, his end would only be similar to that of Drifting Blood. "Because I like it. What? You have something to say about it?" Absolute Heaven laughed as he indifferently looked at Ironsword Lion. He casually brandished his dagger, creating an image of a flower. "You!" Ironsword Lion was angered to madness, but he still dared not let out the curse through his mouth. Absolute Heaven was an assassin in real life, a famous one to boot. He was also a top-tier expert within virtual reality games. However, there were very few people who knew of him. For those who did know him, they were usually ones who had been assassinated by him before. When Ironsword Lion used to play some other Wuxia game before, he had been assassinated by Absolute Heaven several times previously, which was how he got to know Absolute Heaven. However, Absolute Heaven's temper was extremely odd. Regarding the things he was uninterested in, no matter how much money he was offered, he would refuse to carry them out. He was only willing to carry out tasks that managed to pique his interests. Until today, he had yet to fail a single task that he had taken on. If Absolute Heaven was threatened or compelled into doing something, then oftentimes, the customer that did so did not have a happy ending. Ironsword Lion had once seen a customer wanting Absolute Heaven to kill a player back to level 0 no matter what. However, Absolute Heaven refused to do so. That customer was similarly an ill-tempered person, declaring to take action against Absolute Heaven as well. As a result, that customer was personally killed by Absolute Heaven, all the way back to level 0, forced to delete his account in the end. Seeing Ironsword Lion remaining silent, Absolute Heaven smiled. He then resumed hugging onto the beauty by his side and drinking his beer without a care in the world, acting as if everything before had never happened. Drifting Blood being killed off in the bar similarly did not attract the attention of any other players. That was because incidents like this occurred on a daily basis in this place. Everyone had long since gotten used to seeing it. Meanwhile, Ironsword Lion could only inhale deeply several times, calming down the rage in his heart. Absolute heaven, don't be so quick to refuse. If I tell you the name of this person, you will definitely be interested, Ironsword Lion said in a serious tone. However, Absolute Heaven remained uncaring, as if Ironsword Lion was just empty air. This person is called Yi Feng. He is a top-tier expert. I only wish for you to kill him back to level 0, or force him to delete his account and start all over again. As for the price, it is up to you to decide. Ironsword Lion took out a recording, sending it to Absolute Heaven. The recording depicted the scene where Ironsword Lion himself was killed off by Shifeng. 2 swords for images, impossible to fend off. The final strike that killed off Ironsword Lion was also extremely swift and graceful, impossible for anyone to block. After taking a look at the recording, Absolute Heaven's interest was immediately piqued. He then said, 1,000,000 credits one-time payment. Ironsword Lion's heart could not help but twitch after hearing this price. However, he had long since known of Absolute Heaven's way of setting prices based on the target's strength. Normally, killing a player would only cost around 100,000 credits. Ironsword Lion did not imagine that Shifeng would be worth so much, actually requiring 1,000,000 credits. Fine. Give me your account. I'll transfer it to you immediately. However, how much time would you require to get the job done? Ironsword Lion was very determined. Even if he had to dig out all his resources, he still had to get rid of Shifeng in order to appease his anger. 5 days. Absolute Heaven looked at Shifeng inside the recording, excitedly saying so. Hearing Absolute Heaven's guarantee, Ironsword Lion could already picture the sight of Shifeng being killed back to level 0. He then transferred the money to Absolute Heaven. On the other side, the person in question had already arrived at Blackwing City. Blackwing City was one of the most mysterious cities in God's domain. It was much more flourishing than Starmoon Kingdom. Just by standing on the streets, one could see gorgeous-looking, European-styled, medieval-aged buildings. Even if it was nighttime, the city was still illuminated with glorious lights. Moreover, the NPCs that walked the streets were all over level 100. There were even quite a few NPCs who possessed Tier 2, and even Tier 3 jobs. Rumor had it when the king of Starmoon Kingdom met up with the city lord of the Blackwing City, even the king was required to act respectfully in fear of offending the city lord. Within Blackwing City, there were plenty of interesting things to be found. If one were to tour around the city, it would take at least a few weeks to do so. Blackwing City also had plenty of masters of various lifestyle jobs living here. The items made by these masters would usually end up being sold in shops in the city. Moreover, players were also able to purchase the specialties of other countries in Blackwing City. This was definitely a treatment not found in other, ordinary cities. With all these attractions, the most famous amongst them was the auction house of Blackwing City. The auction house here held an auction once every week. Moreover, the items auctioned were all rare ones sold by NPCs. Epic rank items would even be sold in this weekly auction. Such an item was definitely impossible to purchase outside of Blackwing City. Hence, this was the reason why the upper echelons of all the major powers wished to come to Blackwing City. On the other hand, even if the average player were to come here, at most, they would only be here to sightsee. It was because they were completely unable to afford the items sold by the NPCs here. Moreover, there were no wild monsters here in Blackwing City. There were also no quests to be found here. It was a city purely meant for players to conduct trade within. Blackwing City was a heaven, loved by the tycoons of the game. There are still 2 hours before the auction starts. I'll go buy some local specialties first, then. Shifeng looked at the time, discovering that he was still early. He hailed for a horse carriage, bringing him to the business district of Blackwing City. Blackwing City was just too huge. If Shifeng were to walk on foot, he would need, at the very least, 2 to 3 hours to arrive at the business district. Normally, players would spend money to hire horse carriages as a means of transportation. However, hiring a horse carriage did not come cheap. At the minimum, a horse carriage would cost 1 silver coin, and depending on the distance traveled, the price would similarly change. If an average player were to come to Blackwing City at this period of the game, they most likely would not even be able to afford a horse carriage. After more than 10 minutes had passed, Shifeng alighted from the carriage, arriving at an engineering shop. This engineering shop was not large. It was only a small building with 2 floors. There was an old-looking wooden signboard hung at the entrance with the words, "Cruz's Workshop," carved into the wood. Although the shop seemed shabby at first sight, Shifeng knew that this shop was opened by the engineering grandmaster, Cruz Gaia. He was also the one and only engineering grandmaster in Blackwing City. As for the other engineering shops, those were all operated by engineering masters or engineers. Although those shops appeared to be flourishing, the items sold by them were all very expensive, yet of poor quality. Back in the early days, Shifeng had often been scammed by those shops. Shifeng pushed open the door, entering Cruz's workshop. The caretaker of the shop was called Luciola, a shy-looking girl who had her hair tied into 2 ponytails. If one used observing eyes, they would quickly discover that this frail-looking girl was in actuality a professional mage, a job that advanced 2 tiers from an elementalist. Furthermore, she was even at level 100. A level 100 tier 2 mage could easily extinguish a single red leaf town. If a player dared to cause a scene in this shop, they would quickly turn into a pile of ash. Chapter 114, Blackwing Auction House. Very rarely did Cruz's workshop have customers, and Shifeng's entry into the shop immediately roused Luciola's attention. "Lord Demon Hunter, I wonder what items my lord requires? Our shop has a variety of items, and we guarantee their quality." Luciola walked towards Shifeng, asking respectfully. Shifeng did not think that, regardless of location, the Demon Hunter title would be so respected. The title even held effect in Blackwing City. "I wish to have a look at the new goods you have this week," Shifeng replied. "My lord, our shop is stocked with many new items this week. I guarantee that my lord will be satisfied with them," Luciola said. "Guide me to them then," Shifeng nodded his head. In Shifeng's previous life, he had never once before gone to the 2nd floor of the shop. He did not think there were even items being sold on the 2nd floor. "My lord, this way please." Saying so, Luciola brought Shifeng to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was filled with display cabinets, all of them showcasing many rare engineering tools that dazzled a person's eyes. Amongst the display cabinets, there was an item that greatly attracted Shifeng's attention. Rocket boots. One of the godly escaping tools in God's domain. With it, one could easily escape when met with dangers in the wild, or when being hunted by other players. Moreover, this was epic equipment that was made by an engineering grandmaster. Regardless if it was the attributes or effects, both were not something with which the common ranked rocket boots could compare. However, the price tag hanging on the epic ranked rocket boots was a frightening 1,200 gold. Even if Shifeng considered himself as rich, he could not even afford a fraction of such an amount. After making a round through the display cabinets, a majority of the items sold were all to Shifeng's liking. Moreover, they would be of huge aid to himself, and he could not help but wish that he could just take all of them away. However, his pockets were not sufficiently deep, and he could only lament over his fate. "Lord Demon Hunter, are these items not to your liking?" Seeing that her long-awaited customer was shaking his head, Luciola hurriedly asked. However, how would Shifeng have the cheek to tell Luciola that he did not have that much money? Any of the items showcased here would, at the bare minimum, cost around tens to hundreds of gold coins. Just based on the 30 over gold coins in his bag, he would at most be able to purchase a single item here. "Do you have frost grenades here?" After giving it some thought, Shifeng decided that it would be better to buy some more useful items. "Lord Demon Hunter, the frost grenades are sold in the common section on the 1st floor. The VIP section on the 2nd floor does not sell them. My lord, please follow me." Luciola brought Shifeng down to the 1st floor once more. At this moment, Shifeng finally realized that the second floor was the VIP section. It was no wonder the items on display there were so expensive. In his previous life, when he had discovered this workshop here, he was already around level 70 to level 80. However, he did not possess the Demon Hunter title at that time, so he could only shop at the common section. Yet, even then his gains were already bountiful. Now, he had inadvertently discovered the VIP section on the second floor. Moreover, there were so many items sold in that section. Unfortunately, the money he possessed was just too little to buy anything. He could only come again in the future, after earning more money. Corresponding to the lower number of items being sold on the first floor, their prices were similarly much lower. Lord Demon Hunter, these are the frost grenades that you requested. They are categorized into 3 tiers. May I know what type you are seeking? Basic frost grenade. Effective against monsters and players, below level 30. Deals 200 frost damage in a radius of 10 yards, which freezes targets for 5 seconds, then reduces movement speed by 60% for a duration of 12 seconds. Price, 1 silver 50 coppers. Intermediate frost grenade. Effective against monsters and players below level 70. Deals 800 frost damage in a radius of 12 yards, which freezes targets for 5 seconds, then reduces movement speed by 60% for a duration of 12 seconds. Price, 10 silvers. Advanced frost grenade. Effective against monsters and players, below level 120. Deals 2000 frost damage in a radius of 15 yards, which freezes targets for 5 seconds, then reduces movement speed by 60% for a duration of 12 seconds. Price, 70 silvers. Just a single intermediate frost grenade was enough to instantly kill a level 5 MT, fully equipped with bronze equipment. Meanwhile, although the basic frost grenade could not instantly kill a player, it could freeze them for 5 seconds, followed by a 60% reduction in movement speed for 12 seconds. These effects were just too frightening. As for the advanced frost grenades, this item was not something with which an ordinary player could mess around. Not mentioning the 2000 frost damage it could cause, it also possessed an effective radius of 15 yards. If Shifeng were to have used this item in his previous battle with Martial Union, it would have saved him much trouble. Just throwing 3 of these things would rid him of all his problems. However, a single advanced frost grenade already cost 70 silver coins. It was just too expensive a price tag. Moreover, using such an item at his level was simply too extravagant. I want 3 stacks of basic frost grenades and 30 units of intermediate frost grenades. Shifeng thought that it was still best to purchase a few intermediate ones as a preventive measure. If he were to end up being hunted by Martial Union again, these intermediate frost grenades would aid him in getting rid of all those troubles. A stack of frost grenades consisted of 200 units, and 3 whole stacks would be enough to last him for a very long time. Lord Demon Hunter, you can enjoy a 10% discount in our shop. The total amount for these items is 10 gold 80 silver. Luciola brought out all the requested items, saying after making a quick calculation. Alright. Shifeng felt joy in his heart. In his previous life, even with his status as a Tier 3 Sword King, he had never received discounts when purchasing items here. He did not imagine that the Demon Hunter title would be so awesome, even earning him a discount within Blackwing City. This was truly an unexpected happiness. After purchasing the frost grenades, Shifeng rode on the horse carriage to the heart of the trade area, the Blackwing Auction House. The Blackwing Auction House was one of the most majestic buildings within Blackwing City. The land it took up was the size of 4 football fields. Moreover, the building possessed 188 floors, the royalty of the various countries in God's domain, and even great characters like Tier 5 NPCs would sometimes visit this place to purchase items. Immediately after arriving at the Blackwing Auction House, Shifeng had noticed that there was actually a dozen or so players queuing up to enter the auction house. However, such a sight was nothing strange to behold. Even a small place like Red Leaf Town had managed to produce a pass to Blackwing City. There were hundreds of towns under the influence of White River City, while there were over 100 cities under the rule of Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, there were hundreds of countries in the entirety of God's domain. Hence, it was only normal for hundreds of players to appear in Blackwing City right now. The ones who were capable of coming to Blackwing City right now were either those who had extremely good luck, or those who belonged to the upper echelons of major powers. For the average players that did arrive at this place, however, they would quickly discover that although Blackwing City was a good location to be, it would be of no help to average players like them. Hence, it would be better for them to sell the entry ticket to a major power, earning some quick money. Meanwhile, the players that were lined up here all had very high levels. The highest amongst them was a level 7 bearded man. The large man wore a complete level 5 bronze set equipment, and was also carrying a mysterious iron axe on his back. One glance at the man was enough to tell that the man's strength was not to be trifled with. As for the other players, they were all at level 6, each wearing complete bronze set equipment, and none of them looking to have a simple background. Noticing Shifeng walking over, these players all discovered that Shifeng was surprisingly at level 7, the same level as the bearded man beside them. However, the silvery white, delicate set equipment worn by Shifeng faintly gave off a chilling and heavy pressure. Although it was a bronze set equipment, a single look at it, and anyone could tell that it was not just any ordinary set equipment. Moreover, there were even individual pieces of secret silver-ranked equipment. Although they could not tell what rank the black sword hanging around Shifeng's waist was at, the other sword gave off the glow of a secret silver equipment. Compared to the bearded man, Shifeng was obviously much more powerful, and the players present immediately started having notions of befriending him. This one is Lonely Goose of the Moon Temple. Fellow friend, I have never seen you around before. Is this your first time visiting Blackwing City? A gentle scholarly-looking, level 6 swordsman walked up and asked Shifeng. After arriving at Blackwing City, Shifeng did not disguise his equipment, leaving them in their original appearance. He had only altered his own facial appearance, turning it into the appearance of the middle-aged man Black Flame. That way, nobody would be able to recognize him as Yifeng. Hearing this scholarly person introduce himself, Shifeng could not help but size up this man called Lonely Goose. Chapter 115, Egoistic Blade. The Moon Temple was a very well-known guild in God's domain. However, their area of influence was not situated in Star Moon Kingdom, but instead, the Tulip Empire. The competition between guilds there was much more intense, compared to Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Moon Temple was one of the top few guilds in Tulip Empire. Compared to Ouroboros, they were much stronger. The scholarly Lonely Goose in front of Shifeng, right now was also a famous top-tier swordsman. It would be advantageous to Shifeng if he befriended such a person. Hello. Shifeng nodded his head, giving others a taciturn feeling. Aside from Lonely Goose, several more players came up and introduced themselves to Shifeng. They all wished to befriend him. After all, an additional friend meant an additional path they could have in the future. It was especially true for the top-tier experts that could arrive at Blackwing City. As to whether they would become enemies in the future, the possibility of such a situation happening was low. As for the reason to such a conclusion, up till now, the group of them had yet to see a top-tier expert belonging to the same country as them in Blackwing City. Also, every country was very far apart from each other, and countries coming in touch with each other would be a matter in the far future. On the other hand, if they could become friends and have a cooperative relationship, then it would be beneficial to both sides. This was also one of the hidden benefits of Blackwing City. The bearded man swept a glance at Shifeng, discovering that Shifeng's level was actually the same as his own. Being able to reach level 7 was an achievement, of which he was extremely proud. However, now that he realized he was the same level as an independent player, he immediately felt a sense of provocation. In addition to the other players trying to befriend Shifeng, the bearded man snorted. He's just an independent player. What is the point in trying to curry favor with him? With the bearded man's words, the entire atmosphere in the auction house became tense. Playing the part of the friendly guy, Lonely Goose said with a smile, "Brother Egoistic Blade, not everyone can easily come to Blackwing City. Is there a need for such a cold treatment? If we can all get along with each other, it would be a great benefit for all of us in the future. Help, just based on the luck of an independent player, how would he be able to mutually cooperate with us? How can he be of any help to us?" The disdain in the bearded man's words kept on growing. The man then flaunted the guild emblem on his chest, the words "Bloodthirsty War God" written on the emblem. The emblem was silver in color, signifying that the bearded man was at the rank of an elder within the guild. Bloodthirsty War God was one of the top 3 first-rate guilds in Black Dragon Empire. Bloodthirsty War God was a long-established guild, its lengthy history tracing back at least 60 years ago. At that time, not even Shifeng's parents had been born yet. Looking at Egoistic Blade behaving so, even Lonely Goose felt helpless about it. He then looked at Shifeng apologizing, "Truly sorry. Brother Egoistic Blade doesn't usually behave this way. Maybe he is in a bad mood today." This should be Brother Black Flame's first time coming to the Blackwing auction house, right? You've come at a good time. Today just happens to be a day where the Blackwing auction house is holding an auction. However, if you wish to participate in the auction, you need to purchase a Blackwing insignia that costs 2 gold coins. You will only be allowed entry if you possess the Blackwing insignia. Furthermore, the players who possess the Blackwing insignia can bring along 2 more players with them. How about Brother Black Flame, let me bring you into the auction? You could save a big expenditure that way. As Shifeng was about to voice his rejection, Egoistic Blade sneered. "A beggar that can't even afford a Blackwing insignia. What right do you have to come along with us?" "I only have one thing to say. I don't wish to be together with this little bastard. If you all wish to form an alliance, it's either me or him. You guys make your choice. Either he goes or I go." Egoistic Blade had the bloodthirsty war god serving as his background, while Shifeng had nothing he could rely on. Egoistic Blade was extremely confident that Lonely Goose and the others would choose him, without even the need to think. Only when the strong cooperate with each other would they be able to bring out the greatest benefits. If they were to cooperate with an independent player, who could guarantee that, after this person's entry ticket to Blackwing City had been used up, he would still be able to return to Blackwing City. Meanwhile, Egoistic Blade had a first-rate guild supporting him. It would be tens of thousands of times easier for him to obtain another pass to Blackwing City, when compared to a mere independent player. If Shifeng did not even possess the ability to frequently visit Blackwing City, how would he be able to guarantee a mutual cooperation? "Brother Egoistic Blade, must you do so?" Lonely Goose and the others could not help but have a headache as they tried to mediate the situation. They only wished to mutually profit from each other. Yet Egoistic Blade had created such a situation, and had even spoken such words. If they chose to accept Shifeng into their group, then Egoistic Blade would definitely feel humiliated. However, if they accepted Egoistic Blade, then Shifeng would naturally leave feeling angry, and as though he had been crossed. On one side, it was a first-rate guild. On the other, it was an independent player. The situation left everyone in a state of distress. What are you all hesitating about? Is it such a hard decision to make? I have the bloodthirsty war god backing me. The information and resources I have at my disposal far exceed what any of you can imagine. If you all do not wish to cooperate, then I can simply look for some other guilds to cooperate with. No matter what, I don't wish to see an independent player within our alliance group. Egoistic Blade looked at Lonely Goose and the others, saying in an extremely displeased manner. Shifeng watched Egoistic Blade's extremely stubborn behavior, as if the world revolved solely around him alone. The man was even using the influence of his background in order to chase Shifeng out of the group. Although Lonely Goose and the others had clearly come up to Shifeng on their own accord, they now showed signs of hesitation. Seeing this situation, Shifeng sneered. "Since I'm just an independent player, I won't trouble you any longer, Brother Lonely Goose. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Let us go our separate ways from now on." Finished saying so, Shifeng walked towards the entrance of the auction house. Looking at Shifeng walking away in a huff, Lonely Snow and the others could do nothing but drop the subject. After all, Shifeng was but an independent player. Although he was an expert, he would not be able to bring them much benefit. A mere independent player wishes to have the same standing as us? Don't even dream about it, Egoistic Blade jeered. After some time, the gates to the auction house opened, allowing the masses entry into the building. When Egoistic Blade and the others walked to the entrance, "I'm sorry, sir, but you are not allowed to enter." A knight blocked Egoistic Blade and the others. "Lord Knight, all of us possesses the Blackwing insignia." Lonely Goose pointed towards the insignia on his chest, saying, "The auction held today is the VIP auction. Commoners are not allowed entry. The normal auction will only be held next week, so please come back again at that time," the knight explained. Egoistic Blade then pointed at Shifeng, who was currently walking into the auction house, moodily saying, "Lord Knight, then what right does that person have to enter? He doesn't even have a Blackwing insignia on him. It won't be good if you do something like that, right?" The knight became extremely displeased by Egoistic Blade's attitude. However, he still looked along the direction Egoistic Blade pointed to, discovering the Lord Demon Hunter Shifeng. The knight then swept his gaze at Egoistic Blade and the others, saying in disdain, "Just based on you commoners, you all wish to have the same standing as the Lord Demon Hunter. Be smart and get lost quickly. I'll have all of you arrested if you continue making a scene." The knight angrily yelled at Egoistic Blade and the others. Egoistic Blade was extremely shocked. How could a random, independent player they met be so awesome? He then thought back to the mocking words said by the knight. Weren't they the words he had uttered just now? If there was a hole available right now, Egoistic Blade wished he could have jumped into it immediately. It was simply too mortifying. Lonely Goose and the others were even more startled. They looked at Shifeng with shocked expressions, endless regret filling up their hearts. After making plenty of investigations, they discovered that there would be an auction held today. Moreover, the items auctioned were extremely rare, so they had paid a huge price in order to prepare a significant amount of coins. Yet, in the end, they couldn't even manage to get past the entrance. Looking at the knight's respectful attitude towards Shifeng, they immediately knew that the title of Demon Hunter must be a very powerful title. Shifeng definitely would have been able to bring along a few more players with him. However, they had chosen to forsake Shifeng instead, missing out on the chance to participate in the auction this time around. The regret in their hearts was quickly pushing them to their deaths right now. At that time, just why did they choose to give up on Shifeng? Lonely Goose and the others then thought of Egoistic Blade, the main perpetrator of this disaster. If it weren't for Egoistic Blade, such an incident would not have happened. Immediately, everyone turned to look at Egoistic Blade in rage and bitterness. Chapter 116 Silver Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please come over here. Take the floating platform up to the 66th floor. There will be a person assigned there to receive you. A golden-haired beauty stood beside the floating platform, saying with a smile. The floating platform of the Blackwing auction house was extremely large, capable of fitting more than 50 people at a time. It was from 7 luminaries crystals, which have extremely good magical conductivity. Many magical runes were carved onto the crystals, allowing the platform to freely float in the air. However, the floating platform was extremely expensive to make, and even if all of Red Leaf Town was sold, it would not be enough to make a floating platform as large as the one in Blackwing City. In the entire Starmoon Kingdom, only the auction house at Starmoon City, and also the Royal Palace, had a floating platform implemented. Moreover, the size of each of those floating platforms was much smaller when compared to the one in the Blackwing auction house. It displayed the level of wealth held by the Blackwing auction house. To say the least, the Blackwing auction house was extremely large in size. It was categorized into 3 different sections, which were the common section, the VIP section, and the luxury section. The auction venue for the common section was located from the 4th floor, to the 36th floor. As long as one possessed the Blackwing insignia, they could participate in the common auction. However, there were much less rare items auctioned there. The auction venue for the VIP section was located from the 50th floor to the 100th floor. One must have a certain amount of status before being allowed to participate in the VIP auction. As for the items auctioned, rare items were the mainstay of the auction, with the occasional precious item. The auction venue in the luxury section was located from the 150th floor to the 180th floor. Aside from those with transcendental strength, they were usually the overlords of a region. For example, the characters at the pinnacle of Star Moon Kingdom. In Shifeng's previous life, after he became a Tier 3 Sword King, he obtained a relatively good title, allowing him the fortune of entering the VIP section. As for the luxury section, only the guild leaders and vice leaders of first-rate guilds had the right to enter this area. The pinnacle players who had reached Tier 5 in their jobs were also allowed in this area. As to what items were sold at the luxury auction, Shifeng had no information about them whatsoever. It was a secret only known to the tyrants and pinnacle players of God's domain. Shifeng arrived at the auction venue on the 66th floor. The entire venue was about the size of a single football field, and at this moment, it was completely packed with people. These people were all NPCs with the status of nobles or above, and it was an extremely difficult task for players who wished to compete for items with these NPCs. These NPCs were here specifically to prevent players from easily winning a bid without any competition. Frankly speaking, the NPCs were just props at the auction venue. If a player's bid did not reach the standard amount, then the item would be taken away by the NPCs, preventing players from conveniently obtaining rare items. After everyone was seated, the auction officially started. After a white-bearded old man walked up to the stage, declaring the start of the auction, an item was slowly brought out onto the stage. The first item auctioned was a level 20 secret silver chestplate, its starting bid set at 2 gold. The attributes on it are good, but the price is just too expensive. Clicking on the equipment's information, Shifeng quickly gave up after looking at its attributes. Although it was good equipment, he was unable to put it to use right now. If Shifeng could really buy the item for only 2 gold, then he might have still considered it. However, after a bout of bidding from the NPCs, the price of the equipment had already soared to 7 gold. If he were to sell the chestplate to a first-rate guild, he could not possibly obtain 7 gold for it. At most, he could sell it for 3 to 4 gold. After all, to the average players right now, even copper coins were considered a precious commodity, not to mention gold coins. After which piece after piece of secret silver equipment was brought out. There was even fine gold equipment being auctioned. However, not a single piece managed to attract Shifeng's attraction. The reason was simple. All of them were just too expensive. If the average level of players reached around level 20, then the prices of equipment would become much cheaper. However, God's domain had started its operation only recently, so most players were still around level 4. Where would these players find that much money? Half an hour later, the equipment phase of the auction finally ended, and the auction for other items began. The following item being auctioned is a weapon forging design. This forging design is a fine work of Master Korean, and the bid for it will start at 3 gold coins. Immediately, Shifeng's interest was roused. He then clicked to check on the item's information. Silver Dawn Forging Design, Secret Silver Rank One-Handed Sword. Level 10. Seeing that it was Secret Silver ranked, Shifeng knew that his luck had come. Moreover, the Silver Dawn was a level 10 weapon. It was absolutely something that he needed the most. The Abyssal Blade also needed 10 level 10 secret silver weapons to level up. With this forging design, that problem would easily be handled. However, besides Shifeng, there were still a few other forgers who participated in the bid. After all, a secret silver forging design was extremely rare. With that, the bidding for the forging design quickly started. Within moments, the bidding price had already reached 6 gold. Shifeng gritted his teeth, shouting, 7 gold. 7 gold 30 silvers. 7 gold 50 silvers. 8 gold. With the crazed bidding from the NPCs, the price for the Silver Dawn steadily rose. Crap, I bid 15 gold. Seeing that the price has reached 13 gold, Shifeng immediately raised it by 2 gold, showing his determination and shaking the composure of these NPCs. If the price continued to rise, even Shifeng would not be able to stomach it. After all, he only had slightly more than 20 gold coins remaining. 16 gold. The original worth of this forging design was around 15 gold coins. Shifeng did not think that the NPCs would still compete. 17 gold. Shifeng made his decision. If the NPC forgers were to bid once more, he would immediately bid 20 gold for it. At that point, if it was still no good, then he could only consider himself as unlucky. Finally, the NPC forgers shook their heads at this price, no longer competing in the bid. Congratulations to Mr. Black Flame for winning Master Corian's Silver Dawn forging design. The white-bearded old man clapped his hands, congratulating Shifeng. After receiving the forging design, Shifeng let loose a sigh of relief. At the very least, he did not waste a trip to the auction house this time. As for the 17 gold he had spent, sooner or later, he would be able to get it all back through the Silver Dawn. After auctioning off the forging design, the white-bearded old man continued. The next item is a super rare skill for melee jobs. The bid starts at 5 gold coins. Thunder Flame Explosion action type. Requires melee weapon. Causes 200 base damage, and additional flame and thunder damage to enemies within a 5-yard radius. Enemies struck will be placed in a fainted state for 4 seconds. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Shifeng's eyes shone after seeing this item. Thunder Flame Explosion was definitely a super skill for melee jobs, and was one of the most precious items in this auction. What to do? I don't have enough money right now. Shifeng greatly desired this skill book. However, the starting bid for it was already at 5 gold. At the very least, the final price for it would be 20 gold or above. While Shifeng was in silent contemplation, the price for the skill book had already risen to 10 gold. Compared to the Silver Dawn, the bidding for the skill book was even more fiery. Shifeng had no choice but to call out the interface for the virtual trade center, canceling the remaining gold coins he had registered. Thank God! Shifeng let loose a breath as he discovered that there was still 23 gold remaining out of the 30 gold he had registered. In addition to the coins he had on hand right now, it just barely totaled over 30 gold. Such an amount should be sufficient to purchase this Thunder Flame Explosion. 20 gold! Shifeng shouted. 20 gold! Mr. Black Flame has bid 20 gold. Is there anyone else interested in bidding? This is the only precious item in the auction this time around. Everyone should not miss this chance to obtain it. Shifeng could not help but send a disdainful glare at this old man. 21 gold. Since it is a precious item, then it definitely won't be anything simple. I bid 24 gold. A Tier 2 swordsman pleasingly said. I bid 26 gold. A Tier 3 shadower yelled. The majority of the NPCs present in this auction consisted of melee jobs. Hence, the competition for the skill book was extraordinarily intense. Moreover, the higher-tiered NPCs were all filthy rich. Just by doing a simple quest, they would be able to obtain compensation of several gold coins. So their rate of income was extremely quick. If Shifeng did not earn a lot previously, he stood absolutely no chance at competing with these high-tiered NPCs. Looking at these high-tiered NPCs, he found each one of them was more powerful than the other. There was even a Tier 4 NPC placing a bid for the skill book. Seeing as the price was about to reach Shifeng's bottom line, 30 gold, Shifeng placed his final bid. He would either succeed or die trying. Chapter 117 Aqua Rose. With Shifeng's bid of 30 gold coins, the price of the skill book was greatly increased. A few Tier 2 NPCs shook their heads at this sight, giving up the bid, one after another. Although this skill book was good, its price was simply too high. Just as Shifeng was about to relax, 35 gold, a resonant voice resounded throughout the entire auction venue. Feng turned his head to look at the source of the voice, nearly cursing out loud as he found the voice's originator. The person who yelled out the bid was actually not an NPC with a melee job, but a Tier 4 female wizard. Magicians were always the richest individuals in God's domain. To a Tier 4 wizard, they only need carry out a single magical research to earn 30 to 50 gold coins. How unfortunate. Feng shook his head, no longer competing for the skill book. He only had slightly over 30 gold coins. He couldn't compete for it even if he wanted to. If he had known this skill book would be sold, then he would not have chosen to sell his gold coins for credits. Although Feng had retired from the bidding competition, the other Tier 4 melee job NPCs were still fervently competing over it. The price of the Thunder Flame Explosion had already risen to 45 gold at this point. Aside from the equipment that were over level 100, none of the items auctioned so far could beat this price. 45 gold going once. 45 gold going twice. At this moment, the sound of a notification from the system arrived. System, the Glimmer chestplate forging design you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 2 gold 31 silver have been added to your bag space. System, the Glimmer chestplate forging design you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 2 gold 44 silver have been added to your bag space. System, the Glimmer chestplate forging design you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 2 gold 27 silver have been added to your bag space. A series of notifications arrived, numbering at least 20. Feng was immediately shocked when he heard these notifications arriving. He did not understand what had actually happened. During the time he had been in Blackwing City, there were actually so many players who had bought the Glimmer chestplate forging design that in just a moment, his wallet had greatly expanded. Since Feng's wallet was bulging now as he yelled out without hesitation, 46 gold. 45 gold going thrice. This gentleman has bid 46 gold. Are there any higher bids? 49 gold. The Tier 4 female wizard knit her brows slightly. Feng was now extremely confident. If the female wizard truly wished to buy the skill book, then he would definitely lose the bid. However, the value of this skill book was certainly not that great to this lady. Feng did not believe that she would spend such a large amount of money just to buy it. 55 gold. Feng decided to be decisive instead of waiting for the price to slowly rise. For just a skill book, 55 gold coins was definitely an astronomical price. The female wizard was no fool herself, so she immediately gave up on winning the bid. Seeing Feng bidding with such a high price, the other NPCs looked at Feng like they saw a fool. Even if they were to hire a Tier 3 or Tier 4 job-related tutor to teach them a skill, the fees would not exceed 1 or 2 dozen gold coins. Moreover, the skills they could learn were much better than the Thunder Flame Explosion. Now, Feng was actually spending 55 gold coins to learn such a skill. He was no different than a fool for doing so. However, NPCs would not be able to understand the world of players. In the initial stages of the game, the prowess of a skill could greatly change the overall strength of a player. It was especially true for a super rare skill like Thunder Flame Explosion, which was an AoE skill that carried along a fainting effect. It would bring endless benefits to Feng in the future. Even if he had to spend 100 gold coins for the skill, it would still be worth it. Without any more NPCs joining the bid, the white-bearded old man finally slammed the hammer. Congratulations to Mr. Black Flame for winning the Thunder Flame Explosion. Feng joyfully handed over the 55 gold coins, receiving the Thunder Flame Explosion skill book in return. He then immediately learned the skill. Thunder Flame Explosion was a godly skill for grinding monsters and PK in the early stages of the game. With the skill in hand, Feng had thought of several more ways to grind monsters. Following this, the auction went on for another hour or so before ending. However, none of the items that appeared were the ones Feng needed right now. Moreover, every one of those items was auctioned off at prices of over 100 gold. The final item to appear was even an epic ranked item. Many Tier 4 NPCs madly bid for the item, with the final bid priced at over 5,000 gold. Shifeng could only observe the bidding process at that time, unable to join in on the actual fun. After the auction ended, Shifeng walked out the entrance of the auction hall, satisfied. He wanted to return to Red Leaf Town immediately to find out what had actually happened there. Just why did the number of players who purchased the Glimmer chestplate forging design increase so much? If there was still money that could be earned from the Glimmer chestplate forging design, then he would immediately create another batch. He would earn as much money from it as possible, alleviating the emptiness of his wallet in the process. Shifeng was originally considered a very wealthy person within the region of White River City. However, after making a trip to Blackwing City, he had suddenly discovered that he was actually just a poor bastard. Just as Shifeng was about to leave Blackwing City, a hurried shout came from behind. "Brother Black Flame, please hold on." Shifeng turned his head around, discovering Lonely Goose and the other players from before. Amongst the bunch, there was also Egoistic Blade, the person who had eagerly tried to chase him away. "What?" Shifeng indifferently asked. Although Shifeng could understand the reason behind Lonely Goose's exclusion of him just now, understanding only remained as understanding. After all, who would have any pleasant feelings with being chased away just after being invited? Hearing Shifeng's indifferent tone, Lonely Goose helplessly smiled, saying, "Brother Black Flame, I apologize for the incident just now. It was all a misunderstanding. I wonder if we can still have a chat." "Brother Lonely Goose, I've already said before, people who walk different paths cannot make plans together." How would Shifeng not know what the thoughts Lonely Goose and the others were? Before, these players were able to discard him because of profit. Now that they had found out he could enter the auction house, they all came running back. Regarding the behavior of Lonely Goose and the others, he felt only disgust for it. Forget cooperation, who knows when they would sell him out for profit once more. Seeing that Shifeng had turned around to leave, Egoistic Blade furiously shouted, "Don't simply throw away this chance we've given you. The influence that first-rate guilds like us possess far exceeds what you can imagine. By aiding us, you will be able to receive a generous return of at least 5 gold coins. That's enough for you to become the richest person in a town. Others won't ever get a chance like this, so you best think it through clearly. After some more time passes, your title will be of little value. This is definitely your one chance to make a lot of money." To any independent player, being able to become the richest person in a town was definitely just a pipe dream. Achieving such a feat meant that a player had to have more than 3 to 4 gold coins in their pockets. To a town that was still using copper coins as the main medium of trade, this was definitely an astronomical sum. "Richest in town?" Shifeng could not help but laugh, saying, "This is truly an attractive remuneration. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in it." What a joke. Before he had come to Blackwing City, he was already the richest person in the city. He did not lack in that amount of money at all. "May I know if you are Mr. Blackflame?" At this time, a beautiful female player walked over asking. The girl looked to be between the ages of 21 and 22, her appearance extremely beautiful, and her body garbed in a gorgeous purple robe. The girl had her lips pursed, her eyes squinted into a smile as she looked at Shifeng. On her delicate white cheeks, a tinge of blush could be seen as she smiled at Shifeng, further increasing her charms. "That's right, and you are?" Shifeng was not familiar with this girl before him. However, seeing that she was a level 7 cursemancer, and she wore a complete mysterious iron set equipment, it would seem that her strength was definitely out of the ordinary. "Hello, you can call me Aqua Rose. We previously met inside the auction venue, but you might have missed me there," the elegant girl named Aqua Rose said with a smile. Hearing the girl's self-introduction, Shifeng was greatly shocked. One of the top 10 ranking cursemancers in God's domain, the Tier 6 curse god Aqua Rose. Shifeng was actually able to meet her at this place. In Shifeng's previous life, Aqua Rose's fame was much greater than the cleric god, Violet Cloud. "And were you at the auction just now?" Shifeng was startled, It should be known that, in order to enter the VIP section's auction venue, one required a certain amount of status. Shi Feng was only fortunate to have obtained the Demon Hunter title after doing the first phase of an epic quest. I naturally can't compare to Mr. Black Flame. I was only in there to take a look, unlike you, Mr. Black Flame, spending 55 gold just to buy a single skill book. Aqua Rose sighed, saying, hence, I am representing Twilight Echo to seek cooperation with you. I wonder if Mr. Black Flame would be interested in this? Twilight Echo was a grandly reputed guild in the virtual gaming world, a titanic existence. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was one of the more famous elders of Twilight Echo, and her position was extremely high within the guild. Her fame was no less than that of Gentle Snow, and she was an existence of which very few had not heard. Hearing the conversation between Aqua Rose and Shi Feng, Egoistic Blade, and the others were extremely shaken, their tongues tied up as they dumbly stared. Originally, they had thought of Shi Feng as a mere independent player. So how much money would a player like that possess? If they were to give him 5 gold coins, he would definitely be deeply grateful to them. Yet from Aqua Rose's words, Shi Feng had actually spent 55 gold just to buy a single skill book. Even if they added up all the money they possessed, such an amount was still more than double theirs. Just who was this Shi Feng actually? Chapter 118 Another Road to Wealth. Receiving Aqua Rose's invitation, Shi Feng nodded his head in agreement. In any case, he was bound to have to cooperate with the large guilds in Blackwing City. So, instead of choosing bloodthirsty war god and guilds of similar influence, it would be much better for him to choose the more famous and more influential Twilight Echo, with which to cooperate. Moreover, Aqua Rose was a very well-renowned name. She was not a girl who prioritized profits, but more friendly relationships. In Shi Feng's previous life, one of Aqua Rose's close friends was targeted by a first-rate guild. The first-rate guild in question wanted to kill her friend back to level 0 no matter what, and they even wanted her friend to hand out all of her precious items. In order to aid her friend, Aqua Rose had unhesitatingly declared war with that first-rate guild. As a result, both guilds incurred massive damage, and Twilight Echo's overall strength was greatly reduced, becoming only an ordinary first-rate guild from then on. If a person prioritized profit over friendship, then they would never have done such a damaging action just to help a friend. However, Aqua Rose had done it. Aqua Rose's friend became extremely touched because of Aqua Rose's actions, becoming one of the fierce generals of Twilight Echo. In the end, Aqua Rose's friend Unyielding Ice had even become a tier 6 mage god, turning Twilight Echo into a tyrannic existence in God's domain. With Aqua Rose's personality guaranteed, Shi Feng felt much more assured at cooperating with her. I know a good restaurant up ahead. Let's have a chat over there. After Shi Feng agreed to her invitation, Aqua Rose revealed a faint smile. She then guided Shi Feng towards the restaurant. After Shi Feng and Aqua Rose departed, Egoistic Blade curled his lips in disdain, sourly saying, "Does he think he's amazing just because he has some money? He's just a wealthy spindrift. Sooner or later, I'll definitely be richer than him." Hearing Egoistic Blade saying so, Lonely Goose and the others could not help but look at him in disdain. Shi Feng was already having discussions of cooperation in Blackwing City with Aqua Rose. Based on Shi Feng's formidable wealth and special status, he would definitely become an influential figure in Blackwing City in the very near future. Shi Feng was not someone that Egoistic Blade could compare to. In fact, Egoistic Blade himself knew this truth. He was only speaking to ease the pain in his heart. Red Rose High-Class Restaurant. It was one of the few upper-class restaurants in Blackwing City. Just the NPCs that were guarding the restaurant's entrance were already level 180 Tier 2 jobs. Moreover, the delicacies served here were of absolute perfection. Even if the food served was just a virtual object, eating it would give one an unspeakable sense of satisfaction. However, the average player would definitely not have the courage to dine at this place. That was because just a random cup of tea already cost over a dozen silver coins. Inside a luxurious private room on the 4th floor of the restaurant building, Aqua Rose had casually ordered a few of the most expensive teas available. She sat down quietly, staring at Shifeng, completely unfazed at spending more than 30 silver coins on just beverages. Whatever sorts of cooperation you have in mind, just speak. It would feel extremely awkward if you just keep staring at me like that. Looking at Aqua Rose's smiling expression as she stared at him, Shifeng started inwardly getting the chills. Pardon me, I was just very curious about you. I never imagined that the famous chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom would actually be such a matured and composed man like you. Originally, I had even thought that the chief forger would be some quirky old man in his 50s or 60s. Aqua Rose smiled. I didn't know that Miss Aqua would be so interested in forging. Could it be, Miss Aqua wishes to recruit me into your guild? Shifeng drank a mouthful of the black tea served, smiling faintly. Shifeng did not feel anything out of the ordinary from Aqua Rose knowing his identity as a forger. After all, the name of Black Flame had become relatively huge now. As long as one made a quick search on the internet, they would be able to find plenty of related information. Aqua Rose shook her head softly saying, No. I know that Master Black Flame's ambition is not that small. Hence, I do not have such an intention. I only wish to purchase a few glimmer chestplate forging designs, and also some equipment made by Master Black Flame. For example, a secret silver weapon such as the Silver Dawn. In addition, I wish to make a long-term purchase of gold coins from Master Black Flame. Naturally, I would buy the coins at 20% above the market price. I wonder how Master Black Flame feels about all of this. There won't be a problem with selling you the forging designs and equipment. However, I can only say that I am helpless about the sale of gold coins. Moreover, I have an additional condition myself, Shifeng said after some thought. If Aqua Rose was willing to purchase his items in bulk, then it would naturally be a good thing. It was especially true for the glimmer chestplate forging design. Selling that item was no different than carrying out daylight robbery. Furthermore, Shifeng could also utilize Twilight Echo to purchase some items for him. As for the gold coins, Shifeng had no intentions of selling them. Master Black Flame, please speak. If it is something that we Twilight Echo can carry out, we will definitely do so, Aqua Rose joyfully said as she saw Shifeng agreeing to her conditions. I need various types of ores and stones. You should know that a lot of ores and materials are required to forge equipment. With the influence of Twilight Echo, I deem that it should be very easy for you all to purchase a large number of ores, right? In addition, I also require the entry pass for Blackwing City. If I cannot frequently come to Blackwing City, I would also be unable to conduct trade with you all, Shifeng calmly said. At this point, Master Black Flame can rest assured. I can obtain as many ores for you as you want. Moreover, their prices will definitely be cheap. As for the entry pass to Blackwing City, even if Master Black Flame does not mention it, we will definitely prepare them for you. Hearing Shifeng's request, Aqua Rose's smile became even more dazzling. Twilight Echo's location was situated in the Storm Empire. The Storm Empire was a giant or production. Hence, the quantity of ores available was extremely high, while their prices were extremely cheap. It would be a very easy task for Twilight Echo to obtain a large amount of ores and stones for forging. Moreover, they could also earn a large sum of money from selling the ores and other materials. Shifeng naturally knew why Aqua Rose was so cheerful. Starmoon Kingdom was unlike the Storm Empire. Its geography was situated on flatlands. Hence, the amount of ores available was very little, while their prices were extremely high. Hence why Shifeng wanted Aqua Rose to provide him with a large amount of ores, while he would provide the equipment, making it a mutually beneficial exchange. Moreover, if he was unable to use up the ores and materials he purchased at a low price, he could simply sell them off to the other guilds in Starmoon Kingdom. These guilds all needed to nurture their own forgers. Hence, they would need a very large amount of ores and materials. Shifeng would not have to worry about looking for a buyer at all. Shifeng did not imagine that, just by making a single trip to Blackwing City, he would obtain both the items he wanted, and also another road to wealth. Let's trade the forging designs first then. As for the other equipment and materials, we will trade them on another day. How about 2 days later? Shifeng's heart was constantly filled with thoughts regarding the fellowship party of Jinhai University. It was only a few days before the fellowship party would be held. With his forging skills, if he were to put all his efforts into forging equipment in these 2 days, he should be able to make a large sum of money. If he took the chance to sell off ores as well, he would make even more money. If his luck was good, he might be able to obtain a good harvest from the fellowship party. Master Black Flame, you too should know that God's domain has only recently started its operation, so every guild is slightly tight on gold coins. Can we perhaps conduct the trade with both gold coins and credits? If we can conduct the trade in this way, Master Black Flame, I will purchase as many glimmer chestplate forging designs as you possess, Aqua Rose said in a slightly embarrassed tone. Oh dear. Shifeng pretended to sigh, showing a troubled expression. Seeing this, Aqua Rose became slightly panicked. Right now, every large guild was tight on gold coins, and though they wished to purchase them in bulk, it was an extremely difficult task. After all, God's domain only acknowledged coins, not credits. Moreover, the officials of God's domain had also declared that they would not activate the mechanics of exchanging credits to gold coins. Instead, they only conducted the exchange of gold coins to credits. Regarding the selling price of the glimmer chestplate forging designs, Aqua Rose had previously conducted an investigation. Each forging design was sold at around 3 gold coins. If she was to use only gold coins to conduct the exchange, she would at most be able to buy 4 to 5 pieces. However, after purchasing them, the gold coins spent would greatly affect the development of her guild. Yet looking at Shifeng's appearance, he did not seem to be very lacking in credits. If she had to trade in only gold coins, then she would truly be left helpless. Chapter 119, God's Domain Upgraded. Miss Aqua, I wonder in what ratio you wish to trade at. Shifeng let out a dry cough, softly saying, if it was the Shifeng of before, he would not have minded fully selling the forging designs for credits. However, it was a different story now. Although credits were extremely important to Shifeng, the value of gold coins right now was similarly huge. It was especially true after Shifeng had come to Blackwing City. All the good items sold here had astronomical prices. Moreover, the NPCs here only accepted gold coins, running a no money, no talk policy. If possible, 2% gold coins and 98% credits. What do you think, Master Black Flame? Aqua Rose's curved eyelashes flickered as she spoke in an embarrassed tone. After all, the glimmer chestplate forging designs were just too expensive. Moreover, she intended to buy a large amount of them. Even if she were to pay just 10% of the price in gold coins, Twilight Echo might not be able to handle it. Shifeng nearly spat out the tea he was drinking after hearing her offer. Paying 2% in gold coins meant that, for a transaction worth 100 gold, Shifeng would only receive 2 gold, while receiving the remaining 98% in credits. Although Shifeng was not trying to be petty, wasn't this amount a little too low? Miss Aqua, after arriving at Blackwing City, you should know that the items sold here will be of great help to us. However, the items here are just too expensive. In addition, the auction house would often sell top-tier items. The value of gold coins goes without saying. The ratio for gold coins you offered is truly not enough. At the very least, it should be at 10%, Shifeng unhurriedly said. I know that I am troubling Master Black Flame. However, Twilight Echo is truly unable to bring out that many gold coins. If Master Black Flame is willing to reduce the ratio down to 5%, I am willing to pay out an additional 20% in credits. I wonder if that would be possible. Aqua Rose was similarly helpless. However, the coins in God's domain were simply too valuable. Even the coins obtained by the money farming teams of Twilight Echo, which consisted of 3,000 players, was not enough to support the guild's expenditure. Although Twilight Echo was constantly expanding the size for the money farming teams, from beginning to end, the amount obtained was never enough. Otherwise, Aqua Rose would not be bargaining ceaselessly with Shifeng. Shifeng entered a deep thought. The 5% was very close to his bottom line already. Moreover, Aqua Rose was willing to pay an additional 20% in credits. To Shifeng, this was an extremely attractive proposition. Currently, one silver coin was priced at 100 credits. It could be said that the value of coins was the highest at this moment. At the very minimum, their trade would be worth at least 50 gold coins. An additional 20% would be the equivalent of over 90,000 credits, after tax. It was already a large amount. Alright, we'll go with 5% then. How many pieces of the forging design does Miss Aqua wish to buy? Shifeng nodded his head, asking. Aqua Rose stretched out 5 of her delicate fingers. 5 pieces, is it? Shifeng could not help but be startled. After a half a day's worth of discussion, she only wanted 5 pieces? Was she toying with him? Aqua shook her head at Shifeng's words. It can't be 50 pieces, right? Shifeng was shocked. If all 50 pieces were sold at an additional 20% based on the market price, then each piece would be priced at 3 gold coins. 50 pieces would be 150 gold coins. Just thinking about it was enough to cause Shifeng to be excited. He didn't think that Aqua Rose would have such a big appetite, making a 150 gold transaction amount. This had far exceeded his initial estimates. Just within moments, Shifeng was able to earn several millions of credits. With this amount of money, he would have much more confidence when attending the fellowship party. After all, if one wanted to develop their influence, money was an absolute necessity. No, I want 500 pieces. I wonder if Master Black Flame has that many pieces? Aqua Rose brightly smiled. It was as if she was not buying glimmer chestplate forging designs, but a stack of plain paper. Miss Aqua, are you sure you wish to buy 500 pieces? You should know that the price for such an amount is not a joke. Shifeng verified once more. He could not help but admit that Aqua Rose frightened him. With this many pieces of glimmer chestplate forging designs, it was sufficient to provide for the needs of more than a dozen guilds. Twilight Echo would absolutely be unable to use all of them. Master Black Flame, I am very sure of it. However, with such a large transaction, I too have an additional condition, Aqua Rose said with a mysterious smile. Speak, Shifeng said. Within Blackwing City, your glimmer chestplate forging designs are only allowed to be sold to us, Twilight Echo. Moreover, with such a large transaction, even if only 5% of it would be traded in gold coins, that would still be 75 gold coins. I can only pay all these gold coins in installments. Of course, the first payment would be 10 gold coins. Afterward, I will make sure to pay off the debt within a month. I wonder if you can be satisfied with that? Aqua Rose said. After hearing Aqua Rose speak, Shifeng immediately understood her intentions. This girl intended to purchase his glimmer chestplate forging designs, to resell them to the other guilds. That way, she too would be able to earn a ton. Shifeng similarly understood the reason for Aqua Rose's sincerity. Furthermore, he was not a petty person himself. He immediately said in a generous tone, "All right, and since you are buying that many pieces, you only need to pay 10 gold coins. The remainder you can just pay it all off in credits." It would be fine as long as he could sell off the glimmer chestplate forging designs. As for who he sold them to, it did not matter that much. He wouldn't be envious of Aqua Rose either. Aqua Rose's connections were much wider than his own. Being able to sell that many pieces of the forging designs, and at an even higher price, would all be due to Aqua Rose's own ability. On the other hand, Shifeng did not possess such an ability, so why should he bother himself with these matters? He would be satisfied as long as he could earn all the money possible for him to earn from the forging designs. Following which, Shifeng searched for a lounge, spending more than 2 hours in it to make over 600 pieces of glimmer chestplate forging designs. Yet, even after making so many of them, his cost did not even exceed 2 silver coins. This way of earning money was literally quicker than robbing an NPC bank. Shifeng passed 500 pieces of the forging designs to Aqua Rose, receiving 10 gold coins in return. At the same time, Aqua Rose immediately deposited 17.88 million credits into Shifeng's account. In addition to the credits Shifeng earned previously, he now had over 18 million credits in his bank account. Shifeng had become a millionaire within an instant. Shifeng nearly fainted from the rush of joy he felt. Originally, Shifeng had thought that it would be fortunate if he was able to earn a few million credits in the following few days. Now, however, he had earned nearly 18 million credits in an instant. In a few more days, that amount might even rise to 20 million. Although it was not enough to put him on the same level as the young masters of large corporations, it was still enough for him to compete with Shadow at the fellowship party. Moreover, he would be able to establish a high-quality workshop quickly. Aqua Rose became overjoyed when she received the 500 pieces of glimmer chestplate forging designs. With Twilight Echo's influence, she would definitely be able to sell out all of the forging designs, earning a large sum of gold coins. The speed at which she earned gold coins would be several hundred times faster than that of the money farming teams. With this many gold coins, the development of the guild would definitely rise greatly. Who would be able to compete with Twilight Echo from then on? Master Black Flame, let's set our next transaction to be at 3 days later then. At that time, I will bring you the various ores that you require. Also, please don't forget to bring more weapons and equipment. I want as many as you have. Alright, you won't be disappointed. After the two of them finished their trade, both promptly departed from Blackwing City, returning to their own respective countries to make preparations. At that moment, the sky in Red Leaf Town was growing dimmer. The players outside the town were all starting to return. After dark, the monsters in the wild would have their strength increased by 20%. Moreover, their numbers would greatly increase. If a player had the misfortune of being wrapped up like a dumpling by the monsters, dying back to town, then that would be a true tragedy. After returning to Red Leaf Town, originally, Shifeng had intended to investigate the situation at the auction house. He wanted to know why exactly the glimmer chestplate forging designs were being so well received. However, the color of the sky suddenly changed. The azure-colored sky turned rainbow-colored. It was a magnificent sight, which bewitched a person's mind. Immediately after, the entire sky had let out an overwhelming sound that resounded throughout the entire God's domain. System announcement. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. System announcement. God's domain will be undergoing a system upgrade. The system upgrade will require 12 real-life hours. May all players please log out of the game within 10 minutes. System announcement. God's domain will be undergoing a system upgrade. The system upgrade will require 12 real-life hours. May all players please log out of the game within 10 minutes. System announcement. God's domain will be undergoing a system upgrade. The system upgrade will require 12 real-life hours. May all players please log out of the game within 10 minutes. A series of 4 consecutive system announcements resounded throughout the entirety of God's domain. Countless players were shaken by the sight and sound coming from the sky, all of them starting a discussion over it. They did not understand just what had happened to God's domain. Why was there a need for such a sudden upgrade to the system? Just what is happening here? Why is God's domain evolving so quickly? Shifeng's brows creased into a bundle after hearing the system announcement. According to his memories, God's domain's first upgrade would only happen at least a month later. Right now, God's domain evolving was bad news to Shifeng. Chapter 120 Evolution. Once the system announcement ended, every single player began looking for a safe location, preparing to log out of the game. Although many players held resentment towards the system upgrade, God's domain was quickly entering nighttime. Even if they stayed in the game, they would not be able to do much. The only things they could do were to trade off the day's harvest, or chat with their companions, enjoying their time. Shifeng took this chance to immediately run towards the auction house of Red Leaf Town, clearing out items such ore, herbs and various other materials. As long as they were rare materials, Shifeng bought them all. After purchasing all the items he could and filling his bag up completely, Shifeng ran towards the bank, intending to return to the auction house once more to do more shopping. Unfortunately, the system notified him that he only had 3 minutes remaining to log out. He would not have enough time to make a return trip from the bank. I only managed to buy this many. Shifeng looked at the time, releasing a helpless sigh. Fortunately, he had obtained quite a number of gold coins from the trade just now, allowing him to purchase materials worth more than a dozen gold coins. Soon after, Shifeng headed to the hotel, preparing to log out. On his way, he met many players who were uncontrollably excited over the system upgrade that was to come. They all started a discussion amongst themselves, anticipating the benefits that would come with this system upgrade. Shifeng only wanted to chuckle at them due to their anticipation. Without a doubt, there would be benefits from the evolution of God's domain. However, many would be unexpected. After arriving at the hotel, Shifeng paid a fee of 10 coppers to rest for a day. Meanwhile, the other players noticed Shifeng was extravagantly spending 10 copper coins to rent a room. They could only obtain such an amount after putting their all into grinding monsters for 5 to 6 hours. Such spending was simply too wasteful. However, when they saw that Shifeng had already reached level 7, none of them dared comment on his actions. A level 7 player was definitely a character at the apex of Red Leaf Town. If they accidentally provoked Shifeng, it would not be an impossible matter for them to die back to level 0. After all, these sorts of incidents often occurred in Red Leaf Town. These players could only inwardly look at Shifeng in disdain. One could be quite capricious when one was rich. Shifeng only minded himself as he entered one of the guest rooms, paying no heed to those other players. He would not bother explaining to those players the reason why he chose to rent a room, and not just log out of the game from a random location. As the morning sun rose, Shifeng got up from his bed, removing the advanced gaming helmet from his head. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, just in time to start his usual morning training. At that moment, Shifeng's phone rang, the caller ID showing it was Blackie calling him. "Blackie, did something happen?" Shifeng answered the call, asking curiously. Normally, Blackie would not take the initiative to contact him, unless it was an urgent matter. "Brother Feng, something big has happened. Quick, turn on your TV. Right now the news channels are showing it right now. Almost every TV channel is showing it," Blackie said with ragged breaths, his tone greatly excited. If Shifeng was unfamiliar with Blackie, he might have thought Blackie had been doing some sort of extreme exercise. Shifeng turned on the old and small TV in his broken-down apartment. He then switched the channels, discovering that every TV channel was interrupted by the same news report. Today at 5 a.m., the top 1,000 largest global corporations all announced their decision to invest in God's domain. They wish to improve the development of the virtual economy further. At the same time, each of these corporations will all be establishing their own God's domain workshops. As for the latest report on God's domain, according to official statistics, all the vendors selling the God's domain virtual gaming helmets were flooded with customers within the short 3 hours since the announcement. This is all due to the corporations across the globe investing in the game. As a result, the player population of God's domain suddenly increased by over 800 million users. At the same time, the current player population was boosted to 1.8 billion users, breaking the world record for the number of players of any virtual reality game. Various news constantly played on the television. The news reports were advertising the idea of making God's domain a second world for mankind, encouraging everyone to experience the game. Also, to further advance the data collection by the main God system, further completing God's domain, the price of the basic virtual reality helmets reduced from 8,000 credits to 4,000 credits. As for the price of advanced virtual reality helmets and virtual gaming cabins, those remained unchanged. That was fast. Shifeng revealed a faint smile after listening to these reports. However, he was not shocked by them. Although, the report arrived slightly earlier than he expected. In Shifeng's previous life, these reports only surfaced after 10 days of God's domain's operation. Due to these large corporations investing themselves in God's domain, virtual reality games began receiving an extensive range of attention. The entire virtual gaming world similarly burned like a raging inferno, and the previously retired gaming experts all joined God's domain. Moreover, the few remaining popular virtual reality games were forced to shut down due to the popularity of God's domain. As a result, all the affected gamers transferred to God's domain, instantly causing the game's player population to explode. The competition within the game similarly grew fiercer. All virtual reality games had a definite similarity with each other: limited resources. If the original population of a single town suddenly grew from several thousand to over 10,000, the number of players competing over the available resources greatly increased. Naturally, the prices of items would also greatly increase. So that's why realization suddenly struck Shifeng. It was no wonder why the number of people buying the Glimmer chestplate forging designs had increased. It turned out that it was all due to these large corporations investing in the game, and the additional 800 million new players joining the game. These players were all level 0, so naturally their need for equipment was intense. They would not hesitate to buy the Glimmer chestplate forging designs, forging a large amount of Glimmer chestplates, and earning a lot of money. What a shame! These new players came at such a bad time. Shifeng pitied the players who had just joined God's domain. The timing they chose to join was just too unfortunate. Of all the times they could have chosen, they chose to join immediately after God's domain had its first evolution. With this, they were destined to be doomed. The upgrading of God's domain was the game's self-evolution. However, nobody understood the true meaning of this matter. Only after they experienced it for themselves would they come to understand fully. The reason Shifeng chose to use the words evolution instead of upgrade was because evolution represented evolving and adapting. It was survival of the fittest, in short. While players were living their lives in God's domain, the main God system constantly collected various data from the game. When the data collected reached a certain degree, quantitative change would become qualitative change, which meant evolution. Virtual reality allowed players the ultimate experience of a realistic fantasy world. However, the process of turning something virtual into reality was just incredibly difficult. Moreover, God's domain was an extremely realistic world, in which magic and superhumans existed. Hence why the existence of the main God system. The system's purpose was to turn God's domain into an even more realistic world, constantly perfecting and evolving God's domain. Shifeng felt the main perpetrator for hastening the evolution should be himself. His reason that, in his previous life, the Hell mode of the team dungeon was cleared exactly a month after God's domain's opening, with the upgrade following soon after. Right now, the Hell mode of the team dungeon had been cleared, and similarly, the game announced a system upgrade almost immediately. In the end, they greatly expedited the schedule. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng suddenly felt he should be more careful with his future actions. Due to his good luck this time, he was able to have a chance encounter with Aqua Rose from Twilight Echo. This fortunate encounter allowed him to earn over 10 million credits easily. Even now, Shifeng felt like he was in a dream. However, after this evolution, it was practically impossible for him to earn that much money so easily. If he did not earn a large sum of money during this time, now that the major corporations have decided to involve themselves, in addition to God's domain's evolution, his plans in God's domain would suffer severe disruption. Finished reading the reports, Shifeng proceeded to train his body. This was an assignment he had to carry out every single day. Now that the major corporations have entered God's domain, they would surely have poached plenty of veteran gamers and newcomers with great potential. They may even recruit experts from fighting tournaments. These experts' standards were entirely different from the average players of God's domain. They would only take a short time, becoming an expert in the game. With the proper guidance, their development would have rapid progress. The arrival of these players would massively impact God's domain. In order to maintain an even greater advantage, Shifeng needed to quickly and diligently train his body. Training his body would hasten the absorption process of the energy from the nutrient fluids, providing even more nutrients and increasing the activity of the brain. This way he would be able to increase his combat prowess in God's domain further. After going through his morning training, Shifeng prepared to leave the house to restock his nutrient fluids. He would also search for a better home. It would have a negative impact on his body if he continued staying in this rented apartment, surrounded by an unhealthy environment. Since he had earned quite a bit of money, it was high time for him to switch to find a new place. Chapter 121 Invitation. When Shifeng arrived at Jinhai City's business district, he wandered about and discovered customers flooding the electronics department store. He noticed several youths rushing out of the department store after much difficulty, their hands holding a God's Domain virtual gaming helmet, and their expressions filled with joy and excitement. After leaving the apartment, Shifeng immediately hitched a ride to the business district in the city's center. Ha, this is just wonderful. Fortunately, I came here as early as 7 o'clock in the morning to queue up. After 3 hours of waiting, I finally got my hands on it. From today onwards, I will be fighting for my future in God's domain. The lean youth wearing a blue t-shirt laughed loudly as he grasped the helmet. Do you need me to carry you guys? I have a friend who has been playing God's domain since the game started. Right now he is already a level 4. As long as we have him to help us, we'll definitely level quickly. If we're lucky, we might even be able to have him carry us. Another curly-haired youth proudly proclaimed. Really? Then it's a promise. Our futures will be in your hands from now on. As for your lunches at the university, we'll pay them for you. Leave it to me. He and I are close brothers. When these youths heard there was an expert willing to give them pointers and carry them, they were all incredibly excited. They fantasized about their beautiful futures. With the many global corporations fiercely investing in God's domain, in addition to the many news reports about it, the common folk all discovered a new way to make money. These large corporations would easily offer a gaming expert a high salary. So much so that, for some of the veteran and expert players, the annual salaries would reach as high as 3 million credits. This was an unimaginable figure when considering the virtual reality games of the past. Previously, those with an annual salary in the millions, just from gaming, were godlike players standing at the apex. Now, however, even retired experts could receive an annual salary of 3 million credits. Meanwhile, the current trending top-tier experts could receive an annual salary of up to 8 million credits. According to Shifeng's knowledge, the annual salary of the guild leader of Ouroboros did not even exceed 6 million credits, while Gentle Snow's annual salary was only 4 million credits. Of course, the snow goddess would not even pay heed to this small amount of money. She could easily obtain an income of several tens of millions just from advertisement. In addition to her family background, money was truly not a problem for her. Unlike Shifeng, who played God's domain to change his fate, fulfilling his wish that never was fulfilled, Gentle Snow's goal was purely the joy gained from stimulating adventures. Luckily, I'm not here to buy a gaming helmet. Shifeng sent a glance to the sea of people at the department store, exclaiming. He then turned towards a mobile phone store near the electronics department store. It was an inconvenience for him to continue using an old-modeled phone. Hence, Shifeng was prepared to switch to a quantum watch instead. Not only did it support communication between multiple languages, but it also supported bank account binding, allowing Shifeng to transfer credits at any given time. This way, he would neither have to always go to the bank to retrieve money, nor would he have to constantly carry around a stack of cash, causing a bulge in his pockets. He could avoid showing others a bulge on his lower body, preventing an awkward situation from occurring. Immediately after Shifeng walked into the quantum watch store, a beautiful saleswoman came up to greet him. How may I help you, sir? Our store's #1 priority is quality. We have various models of mobile phones. I especially recommend the latest Quantum 3000. It has an independent binding, is water resistant, and is definitely safe. Not only can it carry out payment in real time, But the Quantum 3000 also supports transactions from the virtual reality game, God's Domain. Alright, take me to see it then. This way please, sir. Judging from Shifeng's tone, the beautiful saleswoman could discern that Shifeng intended to buy a quantum watch. Immediately, she respectfully brought Shifeng to the area dedicated to selling quantum watches. She then took out dozens of models. Not only were their designs beautiful, but they were also elegant looking and convenient to use. They were all operated by a holographic screen, and even when carrying out vigorous activities, the clarity of the display and sound would not be affected in the slightest. Sir, as we are doing a promotion for God's Domain, you only need to pay 29,999 credits, instead of the usual 30,000 credits, to take the Quantum 3000 home. Shifeng could not help but sweat at the saleswoman's promotion. Just how was this any different from 30,000 credits? This price was practically unaffordable for the average university student, if they did not possess a well-paying job. And even then, they would usually need to save up for half a year before being able to buy one. However, Shifeng was indeed in need of the latest quantum watch. After all, it would be particularly convenient for him. Although running to the bank was good training for his body, it was, after all, a very troublesome task. It was especially true when he needed to make a transaction of millions of credits. He would definitely look fishy if he carried around a large suitcase filled with money. Give me this blue one then. Shifeng chose a good-looking model. Under the beautiful saleswoman's guidance, Shifeng carried out the bindings for his identity, original phone number, bank account, and so on. Shifeng then swiped using his new quantum watch, paying the bill for it. It was a very convenient item. Now that he had obtained a quantum watch, Shifeng went on to purchase 10 bottles of A-rank nutrient fluids and 50 bottles of B-rank nutrient fluids, spending a total of 150,000 credits for them. Although it was a heartache to spend so much money, in consideration for the future of his body, Shifeng still needed to carry out several in-depth strengthening training sessions. So, he needed to purchase this number of nutrient fluids at the very least. D. His quantum watch rang and vibrated, notifying him that his class monitor, Zhao Ruoshi, was calling him. Aside from notifying him about the class assembly last time, the class beauty, Zhao Ruoshi, had never once contacted him. Class monitor, is something the matter? Shifeng immediately asked. Fellow student Shifeng, must I have a purpose to call you? Or are you trying to tell me that you hate receiving calls from me? Zhao Ruoshi said in a slightly downcast tone. No. How could that be possible? I still haven't thanked you for your help the last time. Hearing such a bitter tone from Zhao Ruoshi, Shifeng hurriedly responded. In his heart, Zhao Ruoshi was a very good girl. Not only was she smart, kind, and beautiful, but she was also the only one who stood up to Ling Feilong, demanding justice for Shifeng. Her actions gave Shifeng a warm feeling. That's better. At least you still have a conscience. Zhao Ruoshi laughed. The date of the fellowship party I mentioned to you the last time has been confirmed. It will be held next Friday. Every participant will be required to pay a fee of 5,000 credits. I've already paid it for you, so don't forget to show up. Finished speaking, Zhao Ruoshi immediately disconnected the call. As a result, Shifeng was left dumbfounded for a long moment. Ruoshi, why did you notify Shifeng? You've even paid the participation fee for him. He's not anything good, to begin with, always keeping his thoughts and emotions to himself. He must have a hidden motive. There is a wide gap between both of your statuses, and to change his own fate, he will definitely use unscrupulous means to get close to you. You better not let him trick you. Ling Feilong pretended to care about Zhao Ruoshi. However, inwardly, he was close to the point of going insane with anger. A poor bastard like Shifeng actually received Zhao Ruoshi's attention. She even footed the participation fee for him. Her actions revealed that she indeed possessed some interest towards him. Enough, Ling Feilong. Whoever I pay for is my own business. I don't need you to butt in on it, Zhao Ruoshi said in displeasure. Ling Feilong was speechless. However, he did not dare to display his thoughts, hatred for Shifeng permeating his heart. Originally, everything had been smooth sailing for him. Yet, Shifeng's sudden appearance caused everything to run amok. Shifeng, just you wait. If I can't deal with you myself, then I'll just tell Zhao Ruoshi's uncle. We'll see how he takes care of you. Ling Feilong inwardly sneered. With Shifeng's lowly status, Zhao Ruoshi's uncle would definitely reject them being together. As long as he exerted a little effort, he could easily deal with a small fry like Shifeng. At 6 p.m., Shifeng returned to his rented apartment. After spending the afternoon running around, Shifeng finally found himself a good apartment in the city's center. The furnishing of the apartment was quite thorough. Moreover, the surrounding environment was very appealing. With the initial deposit paid, as long as he packed up his things, he could move into the apartment tomorrow. After tidying himself up, Shifeng drank a bottle of B-rank nutrient fluids. He then lay on the bed, donning his gaming helmet, and resuming his conquest in God's domain. Chapter 122, God's Domain Changes. The sky above Red Leaf Town glimmered brightly. Players, one after another, appeared on the wide, spacious road, all of their faces filled with excitement. They all wished to dive into experiencing the new changes to God's domain. However, these players were all quickly disappointed. Be it the system interface or all of Red Leaf Town itself, there was not a hint of change felt. Everything was just the same as usual. What kind of bullshit is this? I've painstakingly waited for 12 hours, and this is what you give me? Why isn't the official website showing the changelog for the upgrade? Many veteran players started their discussions on the streets. There were also some players who paid no attention towards the upgrade, immediately heading out of town to kill monsters and level up. Aside from these veteran players, there were tons of newcomers in Red Leaf Town now. Most of these newcomers were curiously enjoying the novelty of God's domain. Looking for top-tier experts to carry me? I'll pay 100 credits for every level up. If you are looking for a fool to scam, then don't bother talking to me. I'm looking for serious inquiries only. A new player shouted on the wide street. Following, several more newcomers similarly shouted. However, though their offers were all lower than 100 credits, they all acted like tycoons, standing proudly as they shouted out their offers. At that moment, Shifeng stepped out of the hotel. He felt his spirit brimming with energy, one of the benefits of staying in a hotel. After the evolution of God's domain, the number of hidden attributes a player possessed had greatly increased. For example, stamina, concentration, and so on. However, one would only become aware of these changes after personally experiencing them. Players could no longer run tens of kilometers without tiring like before, nor would they be able to battle for as long as they wanted. Before, the only problem players faced was the tiring of the spirit. Now, however, everything was largely different. For players at level 0, they would become dead tired after only walking for 2 or 3 kilometers, not having even an ounce of fighting strength remaining. Similarly, continuously grinding monsters also became much more difficult. It was just like jogging. Players would consume a lot of stamina when battling monsters. Once a player's stamina reduced to a certain threshold, their forelimbs would turn feeble, while their spirits would grow exhausted. Besides that, there were many more hidden changes that occurred after the evolution of God's domain. As the main God system made God's domain more realistic, simultaneously, players would find it even more difficult for them to level up. It should be time for me to go shopping. In Shifeng's previous life, after the upgrade of God's domain, the prices of items soared sky-high, increasing by at least 2 or 3 folds. As a result, many players regretted not stockpiling a large number of resources after the evolution of God's domain. Meanwhile, the current situation was slightly different from before. The prices of items increased even more than last time. Aside from the difficulty of leveling up increasing, the time just so happened to coincide with the influx of a lot of newcomers. As a result, the competition for items would become much fiercer, increasing the difficulty of obtaining resources by many-fold. Hence, the increase in prices for these items would be even more exaggerated than in Shifeng's previous life. Now that God's domain had recently evolved, before players discovered the new changes, Shifeng could use this chance to purchase and stockpile all the important items. After the prices soared, he could then resell all of them. If the major guilds were to get a hold of this information right now, they would definitely soar to become the tyrants of their respective towns. For Shifeng, however, he could only make a quick buck. When comparing an individual to a guild, the resources obtainable by both were on totally different levels. There were plenty of players within a guild, so they would be able to easily obtain a ton of rare resources within no time at all. Meanwhile, although Shifeng knew how to obtain those resources, just how much of them could he obtain by himself? During the time he was procuring those resources, his level might be surpassed by other players. Hence, his only choice was to shop for the resources at the auction house. This expert over here, please wait a moment. Are you interested in making some extra income? A level 0 berserker walked up to Shifeng, asking with a smile on his face. Shifeng was wearing a complete Silvermoon set equipment. His weapon was also a secret silver rank. Although newcomers did not possess identification skills to discern Shifeng's level, Shifeng's dazzlingly high-quality equipment was clearly much better than the veteran players on the street. It was needless to say that Shifeng was definitely an expert. Extra income? Shifeng turned around, discovering that it was a newcomer calling out to him. For convenience sake, some of the more wealthy players would normally hire experts to aid them in completing a quest. In return, they would pay a considerable amount of credits as remuneration. Regarding such extra incomes, Shifeng was still somewhat interested. He continued, "Tell me about it then." "It's very simple. You just need to help me level up. I'm also not a miserly person, so I'm willing to pay 100 credits per level. If you can help me catch up with the majority of the other players, I am even willing to pay you 1,000 credits. What do you think?" The berserker proudly stated. Shifeng's brows wrinkled as he heard the man speaking. "Sorry, but I don't have the time. You should look for someone else to help you." Shifeng had too many things he had to do. Not only did he need to make sure his level didn't fall behind, but he also needed to earn money and accumulate advantages for his future guild. He needed to make preparations for the upcoming power struggle in White River City. Just from clearing out the items in the auction house, he could earn several hundreds of thousands of credits. So why would he waste his time just for a measly 1,000 credits? He hadn't fallen to such a low standard as of yet. Finished saying his piece, Shifeng turned and walked away, heading towards the bank to store his items. "Hold on a moment," the berserker called out for a long time, but Shifeng paid him no attention from beginning to end. Immediately, the berserker said in a fit of rage, "Crap, what's there to be so proud of? If you don't want to do it, there will be many other experts who would be willing to carry me. You'll regret it when that time comes. Looking for an expert to power level me. 100 credits per level. Don't miss this good opportunity." The berserker started shouting once again. However, even after shouting for a long time, not a single veteran player paid him any heed. "Ha ha ha. This newcomer is just too hilarious. My stomach is hurting from laughing too much." A level 5 ranger laughed as he passed. "Don't bother with him. There are bound to be fools amongst the newcomers. We don't have any time to spare right now. We need to purchase some bread and potions quickly. Otherwise, we're going to be scolded by our leader," the ranger's pro-companion too hurriedly said. I know. I just think that person is a fool. Does he really think God's domain is just some small-time game? Does he think we can level up once every minute? Forget 100 credits per level. Even if it were 1,000 credits per level, I still wouldn't do it, not to mention a top-tier expert player. Without 10 to 20,000 credits, there won't even be a need for a discussion. The ranger sneered. In the initial period of the game, everyone was rushing to level up. They were all afraid of being left behind by the majority of the players, losing their chance to shine. Hence, where would they find the time to help the newcomers? Not to mention 100 credits. Right now, the pro players at level 5 could earn more than 1 silver in a single day. When converted to credits, that amount would be more than 100 credits. If their luck was good, and they managed to obtain a piece of common equipment, that would be the equivalent of obtaining several hundreds of credits. If it were an expert player, it was an entirely different story altogether. They certainly did not lack such a meager amount money. When the newbie berserker heard their conversation, he was greatly shocked by the ranger's words. Moreover, he could tell that the ranger was not fooling around. The berserker was just a white-collar worker in a company. Previously, he was similarly willing to spend some money to seek the aid of others, letting others power level him. At that time, his offer had been only 30 to 50 credits. Yet, even then, there were tons of players fighting over his offer. However, right now, his offer of 100 credits did not receive even the slightest attention. It turned out that power leveling even a single level required several thousand credits. That was practically an entire month of his salary. The berserker's face immediately flushed bright red. He felt that he had just humiliated himself greatly. He had been shouting on the streets for so long, thinking highly of himself all this time. Even when he heard the gossiping of the passerby players, he only thought that they were astonished by his offer. However, in reality, it turned out that they were just scolding him as foolish. It was no wonder the previous expert had rejected his offer immediately after hearing the price. Meanwhile, the other newcomers seeking the aid of an expert had similarly shut their mouths, one after another. Every one of them felt their cheeks burning up, shamefully walking away to search for quests to level up. In another location, Shifeng was currently fervently buying items at the auction house, accumulating a large amount of rare resources. When he had spent all of his money, only then did Shifeng release a sigh of relief. He then placed the glimmer chestplate forging designs for auction, their base prices set at 2 gold coins each. He would not need to worry about them not selling. It should be about time to collect the ice blue devil flame. After Shifeng finished busying himself, he switched back to his original appearance. He prepared himself to collect the mysterious flame ahead of schedule. Now that God's domain had evolved ahead of schedule, the mysterious flame might similarly be obtained by other players ahead of schedule. To prevent the unexpected from happening, it was best for him to obtain it a little earlier. He would only be able to relax when the ice blue devil flame was in his possession. Chapter 123, Survival of the Fittest. Ice Blue Devil Flame. It was one of the handful of Tier 2 mysterious flames that could only be found in White River City. This flame held a fatal attraction towards forgers. Moreover, the 100 Ghost Forest that housed the Ice Blue Devil Flame was only a short distance from Red Leaf Town. Hence, it would be a big waste if Shifeng did not obtain it for himself. Be it earning money or forging items, the mysterious flame would provide Shifeng with a tremendous amount of aid. Right now, Shifeng was still several hundred proficiency points away from becoming an intermediate forging apprentice. However, even if he became one, it would still be quite difficult for him to forge the secret silver-ranked Silver Dawn. When forging secret silver equipment, an intermediate forging apprentice only had a 2% chance of success, while a basic forging apprentice had a pitiful 1%. If Shifeng included the 20% from the Book of Forging, 5% from Blacksteel's insignia, and 5% from the runic hammer, he would at best have a 32% success rate after becoming an intermediate forging apprentice. Furthermore, forging the Silver Dawn required 3 extremely rare materials, which dictated that Shifeng would be unable to create many of them. If Shifeng forged the Silver Dawn with such low success rates, he would absolutely take an irrecoverable loss. Although the loss of tens of silver coins with each failure was not a problem to Shifeng, the materials required were simply too rare. They were not items Shifeng could obtain simply by wishing. An extensive amount of time was needed to obtain all of them. Moreover, the Abyssal Blade probably required 10 Silver Dawns to level up. Hence, the Ice Blue Devil Flame was a must-have for Shifeng. The Tier 2 Ice Blue Devil Flame would considerably increase the forging success rate, not to mention the various benefits it would bring Shifeng in the future. Hence, this trip to the 100 Ghost Forest was a must for Shifeng. Shifeng departed Red Leaf Town, his destination north. Due to the matter regarding stamina, Shifeng did not hurry too much. The quicker he ran, the quicker he would run out of stamina. Instead, if he maintained his running speed at a certain threshold, the rate his stamina replenished was equal to its consumption. However, this threshold differed for every player, as it depended on the player's attributes, making it extremely hard for players to obtain. When Shifeng passed by the level 5 monster area Grey Wolf Prairie, in the midst of the grass that grew to the waist of an adult, players' corpses randomly lay about scattered. From a glance, the majority of players who died were solo players, while a minority consisted of parties who party-wiped. Going several hundred yards deeper into the prairie, the thick grass suddenly grew restless. At the sight, Shifeng immediately unsheathed both of his weapons. Soon after, 2 level 5 players rushed out from the thicket, their appearances extremely unsightly. Bloodstains littered their clothing, and their weapons were no longer on their persons. When the 2 of them noticed Shifeng, without hesitation, both of them immediately rushed toward him. After the 2 players ran out of the grass, a group of level 5 white-eyed gray wolves similarly came running, closely pursuing the 2 players. The white-eyed gray wolves howled as they chased their prey, as if announcing the location of their quarry to others of their pack. White-eyed gray wolf common monster. Level 5. HP 540/540. Shifeng immediately understood the 2 players' intentions. They wanted to shift their calamity onto him. Brat, count yourself as unlucky for meeting us. Since you are going to die anyway, you might as well help us lure this wolf pack. An assassin looked towards Shifeng, laughing grimly. Saying so, the speed at which the 2 ran at Shifeng increased somewhat slightly. However, they greatly underestimated Shifeng. When the players were about to run past Shifeng's hands immediately latched onto the 2's arms. With his superb strength, he immediately tossed the players back to the pack of wolves that rushed ahead. Before the players could even react, they landed in the middle of the wolf pack. Their bodies smashed onto a few of the white-eyed gray wolves as they landed, eliciting a few anguished wails from the wolves. You! Before the assassin could even curse, the surrounding white-eyed gray wolves snapped at his neck and limbs. His flesh being torn apart, the assassin's HP madly fell as he let out an agonizing wail. The ranger beside him was naturally not spared this fate, and very quickly, the wolf pack finished him off as well. Shifeng held not an ounce of pity towards them. If the 2 of them had run in a different direction, they might have had the slight hope of surviving. However, instead of doing so, they made the worst possible decision of trying to drag Shifeng into the mess. They had absolutely no idea that, when compared to the pack of wolves chasing them, Shifeng was much more terrifying. While the wolf pack was attacking the 2 players, Shifeng took the chance to use Thundering Flash the instant the 2 players were about to die. Like a fierce tiger released from its cage, the green-colored arc of lightning loosed an earth-shaking howl, as it pierced the bodies of the white-eyed gray wolves, causing a series of damages over -300 points. The white-eyed gray wolves died instantly, and only piles of burnt ash remained. Although Shifeng had killed over 10 white-eyed gray wolves with a single attack, he was already level 7. The total EXP of several hundred points was almost negligible to him now. After collecting all the loot, Shifeng took an isolation scroll out from his bag. With the evolution of God's domain, the monsters in the wild had similarly received a huge upgrade. Not only was their sensitivity greatly increased, but they also had a more flexible way of thinking, and their range of activity greatly widened. Their battle methods started varying, becoming more similar to real melee battle. Meanwhile, the biggest change the monsters underwent after the evolution of God's domain was that these monsters would no longer shrink back, even against high-leveled players. Also, their range of vigilance would no longer reduce. Hence, players needed even more caution when dealing with monsters. Otherwise, they could easily lure a large group of monsters onto themselves. On his way to this place, Shifeng had met many players who died in such a way. For example, a party that had killed a few white-eyed gray wolves failed to leave the location quickly. As a result, the scent of blood spread to the surroundings and attracted more white-eyed gray wolves, wiping out the party. After using the isolation scroll, Sherfong quickly departed the Gray Wolf Prairie. He then passed through Kirk Grand Canyon, Cybus Lake, and many other high-level monster areas. After traveling for 6 hours, Sherfong finally arrived at the level 15 monster area, 100 Ghost Forest. The 100 Ghost Forest was a cursed location. In this dark and withered forest, where sunlight never reached, only the cursed apparitions lingered. These apparitions had a 60% resistance against physical attacks and possessed 20% evasion. The monsters also had insanely high attack power, and to the current Sherfong, they only needed to land 2 or 3 hits to kill him. However, these monsters only had 600 HP, and magical attack damage was increased by 100%. Hence, the 100 Ghost Forest was a leveling heaven for mage classes. Due to God's domain evolving, these cursed apparitions had become much more sensitive to their surroundings. They were widely different from the other beast-type monsters. Instead of scent, these monsters could easily sniff out the aura of living beings within a 100-yard radius. And even if one used stealth, the cursed apparitions could still detect them. However, Sherfong had come prepared. He took out a bottle of dispersing potion, immediately emptying its contents. The potion concealed the aura of a living being for 10 minutes. With the aid of the dispersing potion, Sherfong only needed to be slightly careful to avoid the detection of the cursed apparitions. According to Sherfang's knowledge, the location of the ice blue devil flame was at the center of the 100 Ghost Forest, at the fountain located at the central of 100 Ghost Town. To obtain this ice blue devil flame, the guild Glorious Light had gone through a painstaking amount of trouble. Only after sending thousands of their members and having hundreds of them die, did they manage to clean out all the monsters found in 100 Ghost City, obtaining the ice blue devil flame. Naturally, Sherfong knew he did not possess the ability to clear out all the monsters in 100 Ghost Town. However, he had other methods of securing the mysterious flame. Only, they were all filled with extreme danger. After arriving at the 100 Ghost Town, with much difficulty, Sherfong halted his steps, observing the town. When a cooling breeze blew over Sherfong from the withered forest, he suddenly felt an indescribable chill. Killing intent. If Sherfong did not have the experience of many years of blood-soaked combat, earning himself a natural instinct to detect danger, he would have been completely ignorant towards this faintly discernible killing intent. As this was not his first time feeling such a chillingly cold killing intent, Sherfong immediately unsheathed both his swords. At that very instant, a black figure appeared behind Sherfong, following which, a silver glow stabbed directly towards Sherfang's neck, and another towards his lower back. Like a poisonous snake, the two attacks were both swift and fatal. From these two actions alone, Sherfong knew his attacker was a top-tier expert immediately. Although Sherfong was slightly on guard, the speed of the attacks was just too swift for him to dodge. Chapter 124, Absolute Heaven. Just as Sherfong was about to take damage, Sherfong abruptly activated Defensive Blade, successfully blocking the ambush. If an assassin's ambush struck a player, they would enter a fainted state for 3 seconds. These 3 short seconds were enough for an expert assassin to obliterate half a MT's HP. Moreover, assassins did not possess only a single skill that could place their target in a fainted state. As long as an assassin placed a player in the fainted state, they would remaining in that state until their death. Scram! Sherfong roared. He struck out with his sword as he withdrew his body, his sword capable of annihilating an army of thousands. As the abyssal blade hurtled towards its target, it carried along sounds of explosions. Interesting. The black figure reacted quickly, doing a swallow's turnover. As the abyssal blade scraped past his body, like a whip, the black figure brandished both his weapons once more, one of his daggers slicing into Sherfang's side. Throughout the entire process, the black figure's actions were as smooth and natural as flowing water. You're courting death. However, Shifeng paid no attention to the dagger sailing towards him, the crimson blade already in motion. The crimson blade transformed into 4 sword images, all aimed for the black figure's vital points. Shifeng was utterly confident in his own attack power. The black figure was suddenly shocked. He did not think Shifeng would be so decisive, giving up his defense and instead aiming for mutual destruction. In a hurried motion, the black figure used his other dagger to block Shifeng's attacks. Dang! 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 Sparks flew in midair. Shifeng's immense strength knocked the black figure back by 2 yards. He only managed to stabilize his body after retreating 3 consecutive steps. The black figure gazed at Shifeng in shock. Indeed, you do not disappoint me. The black figure let out a muffled sneer. The black figure did not understand how Shifeng possessed such impressive strength. Shifeng also perceived him right before his ambush, taking preventive measures against it immediately. Furthermore, the instant before Shifeng was attacked, he unhesitatingly chose to attack in turn, giving the black figure no choice but to attack. This was the first time he had failed an ambush in a virtual reality game. At this moment, Shifeng was similarly in great shock. This black figure was practically a killer amongst killers. His movements were both soundless and lethal. His assassination techniques also seemed extremely well practiced. Furthermore, his attack speed was insanely quick. The black figure was even able to tail Shifeng without discovery. If he had not revealed his killing intent the instant before he attacked, Shifeng might truly have been his prey. The black figure wore a black hooded cape, which completely concealed his facial features. Moreover, the hooded cape he used was very special. It was capable of rendering identification skills useless, and as a result, even his name was obscured. Shifeng then turned to read at the system notification. System: Red player Absolute Heaven has initiated an attack against you. Although the cape managed to trick identification skills, hiding the black figure's red name, it could not fool the system. Shifeng had never heard the name Absolute Heaven. However, judging from his skills, Absolute Heaven was definitely not some nameless figure. The failure this time is due to my inept preparation. The next time I come, I'll definitely take your life, Absolute Heaven said as he turned around to retreat. You think you can escape? Shifeng used Wind Blade, the abyssal blade thrusting towards Absolute Heaven. As long as an assassin was revealed, their battle prowess reduced by half. Since Absolute Heaven wanted to kill him, Shifeng would not let him off naturally. He needed to kill this assassin before anything else. He did not wish to have someone constantly following him, aiming for his life. The abyssal blade moved along the wind, instantly arriving and slicing towards Absolute Heaven's back. As if he had long since been prepared, Absolute Heaven twisted his body, lifting his silvery white dagger. Using only a small amount of strength, Absolute Heaven managed to block Shifeng's sword. Simultaneously, his other silver-colored dagger stabbed towards Shifeng's abdomen. Kidney strike. From the series of attacks from before, Absolute Heaven had accumulated sufficient energy to force Shifeng into a fainted state for 4 seconds. Shifeng did not think that Absolute Heaven would return with a counterattack. He immediately did a side flip, avoiding the kidney strike. However, Absolute Heaven's second dagger closely followed, the dagger aiming for Shifeng's backside. Backstab. Shifeng immediately leaped into the air, avoiding the backstab. Then, as Shifeng descended, he abruptly brandished the abyssal blade. Thunder and fire coalesced around the abyssal blade, and like a thunder dragon roaring, the weapon struck down towards the ground. Thunder flame explosion. Absolute Heaven instantly noticed the ferocity of Shifeng's attack. He lifted both his daggers in front of him, using block to defend against this violent strike. However, how could Shifeng's super strength be so easy to defend against? At the moment of contact, Absolute Heaven was immediately forced to kneel. Both his legs sank into the ground, while his body nearly crumbled from the pressure. The successful block of the thunder flame explosion shocked Shifeng. However, he reacted by swinging the abyssal blade, casting abyssal bind on Absolute Heaven. Immediately, 9 chains bound Absolute Heaven, preventing him from moving a muscle. Shi Feng then followed up with an attack with both of his swords, his full strength placed behind the strikes. 10 sword images flew towards absolute heaven, the target unable to dodge or avoid any of the images. Let's meet again next time, absolute heaven laughed. He discovered that Shi Feng had a plethora of attack patterns, allowing him to send out attacks in unbroken succession. Absolute heaven's body then started dissipating, the 9 chains that bound him falling to the ground. Similarly, the 10 sword images managed to pierce only air. This was an advanced skill of Assassin's Vanish. Not only would it forcefully place the user in an invisible state, but it would also allow the user to enter an invulnerable state for 1 second. Don't even think of getting away. Shi Feng was not willing to let absolute heaven go. Looking at the impressions in the grass left by absolute heaven's feet, Shi Feng used Thundering Flash. 3 electric arcs shot out. Absolute heaven activated wind steps, entering an invulnerable state once more for 1 second, and successfully fending off the attacks of Thundering Flash. He then ran speedily away. Similarly, Shi Feng activated Windwalk to chase after him. However, shortly after Shi Feng began pursuit of Absolute Heaven, he noticed Absolute Heaven taking out a handful of white powder. Shi Feng immediately turned his head, shutting his eyes tightly. The moment Absolute Heaven scattered the white powder, he released a blinding white light. Flash powder. It was an item that temporarily blinded monsters and players below level 20 for 4 seconds. It was an extremely rare tool, and it was only sold in the magic shop located in the slums of Red Leaf Town. Moreover, each player could only purchase 10 bags of it per day. After the momentarily blinding light subsided, Shi Feng opened his eyes, searching for Absolute Heaven. However, he discovered that Absolute Heaven had long since escaped, his figure no longer in sight. After searching for a long time, Shi Feng was unable to discover his tracks. Without any better options, Shi Feng could only choose to give up. Just where is this Absolute Heaven from? Shi Feng's heart filled with questions. Not only did this assassin possess excellent techniques, but he also had a large number of skills. Moreover, Absolute Heaven was equipped with a complete level 5 bronze set equipment, and both his daggers were secret silver ranked. His origin was definitely not ordinary. Shi Feng had only been to Blackwing City recently. Even if he had provoked the bloodthirsty War God Guild, those people did not know of his true identity. If Shi Feng were to think of who else he may have provoked, then they'd be Flaming Tiger from Shadow and Ironsword Lion from Martial Union. Shi Feng was extremely familiar with the internal members of Shadow, and he knew Flaming Tiger was not capable of finding such an unknown expert. The only possibility remaining was Ironsword Lion. Shi Feng had previously killed Ironsword Lion. Based on Ironsword Lion's personality, he would definitely not let this matter rest. There was over an 80% possibility that Ironsword Lion had hired this hidden expert. Shi Feng could not help but admit that this situation was a headache. With his current strength, he was unafraid of Ironsword Lion coming at him straight on. However, an assassin constantly following him, especially an expert assassin like Absolute Heaven, was truly a bother. If Absolute Heaven appeared and attacked him while he fought a monster or during a crucial moment, there was a 90% possibility for him to actually die. It looks like I can only use another appearance in the future. For now, Shi Feng's only option was to alter his appearance. This way, even if that assassin called Absolute Heaven was powerful, he would absolutely be unable to find him. If Absolute Heaven couldn't find him, he couldn't harass him. However, Shi Feng could not alter his appearance right now. He needed to find a place with nobody present before doing so. Shi Feng worried that this person named Absolute Heaven hadn't left the vicinity yet, and instead was still tailing him. Thinking so, Shi Feng immediately activated the Ring of Nothingness, his body vanishing in thin air. First, he needed to look for a place without other players before changing his appearance. Then, he would continue searching for the ice blue devil flame. Some time after Shi Feng vanished, a figure revealed itself from behind one of the large withered trees. Indeed, this figure was Absolute Heaven. Crap, is he an assassin or a swordsman? Absolute Heaven could not help but curse. He was normally not one to easily give up. Previously, he constantly said that he was leaving all in order to mislead Shifeng, looking for a good chance to ambush his target once more. He did not think Shifeng possessed such a move, instantly disappearing. Just how was he supposed to look for the chance to ambush Shifeng now? Chapter 125, 100 Ghost Town. Cold winds blew within the 100 Ghost Forest. It was a place daylight never reached. On an abandoned little farm, Shifeng, with his newly disguised appearance, was currently standing within a wooden building, searching for something. I finally found it. Looks like the information wasn't wrong. After turning the place upside down, Shifeng obtained a bronze key from a wooden bucket. Secret door key. Able to open the steel gate to the secret passageway of the 100 Ghost Town. Now that an assassin crouched in a corner, waiting for him, Shifeng worried that a problem would crop up at a crucial moment. Hence, he gave up the notion of entering the 100 Ghost Town through the front door. With this key, he could use the secret passage to enter the 100 Ghost Town. Only, the process of doing so was filled with many complications. Legends had it, the entire 100 Ghost Forest was once cursed by an extremely powerful dark cursemancer, turning all the living inhabitants into ghosts. Trapped in an existence of endless torment, these ghosts harbored an intense hatred of the living. As long as a living person approached the 100 Ghost Town, the countless evil ghosts would ambush and devour them. Meanwhile, the secret passage would lead Shifeng directly to the central region of the 100 Ghost Town. Although Absolute Heaven was very powerful, he could not enter the 100 Ghost Town. What's more, Shifeng had altered his disguise again. Even if they met, Absolute Heaven wouldn't recognize him. Shifeng found a cellar a short distance from the farm. This cellar was the entrance to the secret passage that led to the 100 Ghost Town, while the owner of the farm was this secret passage's gatekeeper. The cellar was very dark, and Shifeng could not make out a single thing within. His only option was to take out a magic lamp to shine the way. He followed along the cellar's passage, advancing forward until he finally reached the large steel gates that led to the secret passage. At this moment, however, the steel gates were tightly sealed. If Shifeng's strength were over 100 points, even if he did not possess a key, he would be able to force open these steel gates with his arms alone. However, he was still very far from possessing 100 points in strength, so he could only obediently use the key to open the gates. And, after only taking a few steps into the secret passageway, Shifeng discovered that his surroundings were littered with pearly white bones, while the walls on both sides were filled with the scars of battle. Such a sight gave Shifeng a very bad premonition. The curse on the 100 Ghost Forest turned the living into ghosts. That meant that all the inhabitants of this place were ghosts. This pile of skeletons. Ew. At this moment, a large group of pitch-black evil spirits came rushing out from the depths of the secret passage, roaring. Their scarlet eyes firmly locked onto Shifeng as they bared their fangs and brandished their, speeding towards him. Cursed Evil Spirit Common Monster. Level 15. HP 700/700. Cursed Evil Spirits, when compared to cursed apparitions, were much more ferocious. They were unlike the cursed apparitions who were sluggish in their motions, depending solely on their instincts to move. Cursed evil spirits possessed a set intelligence, and were extremely lively. They also possessed an instinctive madness, and sensitivity to flesh and blood. The cursed evil spirits were all level 15. Meanwhile, Shifeng was only level 7, with a level suppression of 8 levels. In addition to the 60% resistance and 20% evasion of physical attacks, Shifeng would not be able to deal with even one of these monsters, not to mention a group of over 30. These cursed evil spirits could even wipe out a level 15 party with relative ease. Watching these cursed evil spirits rush at him, Shifeng took out a frost grenade from his bag, throwing it at them. The frost grenade instantly discharged in the midst of the group of cursed evil spirits. In the blink of an eye, the cursed evil spirits within a 10-yard radius were frozen. They also received -400 frost damage from the explosion. As expected, the 100% increase to magical damage was these ghosts' Achilles' heel. The reason Shifeng chose to hurry to 100 Ghost Forest was the frost grenades he had managed to buy during his trip to Blackwing City. The basic frost grenades were sufficient to deal with the ghosts in 100 Ghost Town. After all, 200 damage was no small amount. In addition, the frost grenades would have a 100% damage increase when used on the ghosts here, becoming even more remarkable. As expected, the frost grenades were very effective against these ghost-type monsters. Moreover, they had a throwing range of 30 yards and a cooldown of 1 second. However, it was half as effective when used against players. Previously, Shifeng was worried that the number of frost grenades he brought to 100 Ghost Town was not enough. Hence, he did not use any of them against Absolute Heaven. Moreover, the frost grenades might not be able to surely kill off Absolute Heaven. And even if they did manage to kill Absolute Heaven, Shifeng would reveal one of his trump cards. If others caught wind of this information and started making preparations against the frost grenades, it would truly be an unworthwhile trade. If he revealed this card, he needed to reap the most benefit out of it. Using the frost grenades to get rid of a single Absolute Heaven was just not worth it. At the very least, he should use them to give Martial Union a ruthless blow. Right. How could I forget that the ghosts are darkness-type monsters? The Demon Hunter title should have quite some use. Shifeng suddenly recalled his own Demon Hunter title, swapping out his current title. Immediately, the attributes of the cursed evil spirits reduced by 10%, while the damage they received increased by 10%. Shifeng then threw another frost grenade, the bomb exploding with a loud bang in the midst of the group of evil spirits. A patch of damages of -440 points appeared above the group of monsters. Instantly, he annihilated the 30+ cursed evil spirits. System: Level 15 Cursed Evil Spirit killed. Level difference of 8. EXP obtained increased by 800%. Obtained 4,800 EXP. System: Level 15 Cursed Evil Spirit killed. Level difference of 8. EXP obtained increased by 800%. Obtained 4,800 EXP. System: Level 15 Cursed Evil Spirit killed. Level difference of 8. EXP obtained increased by 800%. Obtained 4,800 EXP. A series of more than 30 notifications appeared in Shifeng's view. Although ghost-type monsters gave the least amount of EXP, the rewarded EXP for killing monsters of a higher level was still extremely high. Even if Shifeng was level 7 now, his experience bar still increased by a sizable chunk. He reached 23% of level 7, his leveling speed even faster than a rocket. After these evil spirits died, they dropped quite a lot of copper coins and tiny spirit essences. 10 tiny spirit essences could be used to form a spirit essence, one of the needed materials to forge magical attachments. Hence, spirit essences were also worth quite a lot of money. After collecting the drops, Shifeng discovered that the evil spirits had actually given him over 1 silver coin. There were also over a dozen tiny spirit essences that dropped. When formed into a spirit essence, it was worth 1 silver coin. This was definitely a good place to earn money. Although there was still the loss of 2 frost grenades, costing a total of 3 silver coins. If Shifeng could lure more than 50 monsters each time, he would barely make a small profit. Hopefully there will be more evil spirits in this place, Shifeng said with expectation, his hand holding another frost grenade. Half an hour later, Shifeng finally arrived at the secret passage's exit. The secret passage was very long, and on his way here, he met with the ambushes of another 5 groups of evil spirits. However, the frost grenades dealt with them all. The number of evil spirits in each ambush only counted slightly over 20, causing Shifeng a loss. In return, however, Shifeng's experience quickly rose. He would level up if he just killed a few more groups of evil spirits. It was truly an invigorating experience. The gate that opened to the 100 Ghost Town was widely agape. Before Shifeng exited the secret passage, He could already hear the countless roars and wails outside. Above the secret passage was the Hotel of 100 Ghost Town, and one could just imagine that the number of ghosts there was definitely not few. However, in such a cramped space, it would not be a good idea for Shifeng to use the frost grenades. Having no better choice, Shifeng activated the Ring of Nothingness. The state of nothingness was different from stealth. Shifeng entered another space entirely, and even the ghosts could not discover Shifeng. Shifeng could stay in the state of nothingness for a short time. Hence, he ran with wild abandon as he quickly departed the hotel, dashing towards one of the private houses. Seeing the duration of the state of nothingness about to end, if Shifeng were to take a stroll on the streets of 100 Ghost Town, filled with ghosts, he would truly be seeking death. As for the frost grenades, they had a 1-second cooldown, and they could encompass every location. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. With only 10 yards remaining before Shifeng reached the private house, the state of nothingness ended, his body revealed. Suddenly, the heads of the countless ghosts on the streets all turned towards Shifeng, revealing sinister expressions. Amongst these ghosts, there was no lack the elite-ranked monster, ferocious evil spirit, and they all rushed towards Shifeng. Chapter 126, Left in the Dust. Watching the ghosts rushing forth from all around, Shifeng immediately activated Windwalk, his speed increasing by a huge leap as he dashed towards the dilapidated house. Aoo! The level 15 elite-ranked ferocious evil spirits let out an ear-piercing screech. Immediately, more cursed evil spirits dashed over, crowding the private house. Under the command of the ferocious evil spirits, they all stormed into the house in a well-organized manner. The private house was not large, and the place was a mess, with dust covering every surface. Meanwhile, the main door of the house could at most fit only 2 people at a time. The moment the cursed evil spirits squeezed through the main door, a small-sized basic frost grenade exploded in the threshold. Cold air overflowed from the entrance, and everything within a 10-yard radius froze solid. Instantly, the 50-plus cursed evil spirits in front of the private house froze as well, and a damage of minus 440 points appearing above each of their heads. Their remaining HPs dropped under half. With the cursed evil spirits at the entrance rooted in place, the others who unaffected were unable to rush into the house to devour Shifeng. The frost grenade could hold the evil spirits for 5 seconds. Shifeng took this chance to use Thundering Flash. 3 arcs of lightning immediately pierced towards the main entrance. However, due to the gap between levels being too wide, the total damage the skill caused to each cursed evil spirit did not even exceed minus 100 points. System: proficiency of Thundering Flash raised by 3 points. However, because of the high level of these cursed evil spirits, whenever Shifeng used a skill to attack them, his skill proficiency greatly increased. Each usage would raise the skill proficiency by 3 points. As it so happened, Shifeng could use these cursed evil spirits to train his skill proficiency, while waiting for the cooldown of the frost grenades to end. Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion. AoE skills landed on the cursed evil spirits one after another. Although the damage was extremely low, the skill proficiency greatly increased. After using the 3 skills, Shifeng threw another frost grenade. Instantly, the 50-plus cursed evil spirits died, transforming into a large sum of EXP for Shifeng, and dropping plenty of copper coins and tiny spirit essences. With the first wave of cursed evil spirits dead, the ones behind rushed forward once more. Shifeng waited until they started squeezing through the main entrance, before throwing a frost grenade. Once again, the cursed evil spirits halted. Shifeng then used the skills that had their cooldown completed, before using another frost grenade, to finish off these cursed evil spirits. Countless cursed evil spirits swarmed the 100 Ghost Town. There were also the ferocious evil spirits continuously screeching, and luring the other cursed evil spirits over. By this time, cursed evil spirits and ferocious evil spirits overflowed the private house's yard. If there were not a team of several hundred players here, it was practically a pipe dream to clear all these monsters. However, Shifeng only camped inside the private house, using the frost grenades to clean away these monsters slowly. Although his efficiency was a lot slower when compared to a team with hundreds of players, his method was extremely safe. He could also grind for skill proficiency, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With the deaths of batch after batch of cursed evil spirits, Shifeng's experience and skill proficiency rose without stop. Before 5 minutes had even passed, Shifeng had already risen to level 8. Although he had killed an insane number of cursed evil spirits towards the 100 ghost town, such a number was only a drop in the bucket. After reaching level 8, the EXP he obtained from killing the cursed evil spirits was reduced by a large chunk. However, the death of each cursed evil spirit still yielded Shifeng with 4,200 EXP, and his leveling speed was still rising quicker than a rocket. With every wave of monsters killed, his experience bar filled by a large chunk. If others were to see this, their eyes would most likely pop out of their sockets. They could only raise their experience bars by a small chunk after striving for 1 or 2 hours. Yet, Shifeng's experience bar expanded by a large portion with each passing moment. With the slow decrease of Shifeng's remaining frost grenades, the number of cursed evil spirits also continuously fell. This situation greatly enraged the ferocious evil spirits, and they worked even harder at summoning their allies. 20 minutes later, a golden flash surrounded Shifeng's body. He leveled up once more, reaching level 9. Meanwhile, Thunder Flame Explosion had risen to level 2, and Earth Splitter to level 3. If including the skill level bonus from the Abyssal Blade, Thunder Flame Explosion would be level 4, while Earth Splitter would be level 5. Thunder Flame Explosion, Action Type. Level 4. Requires melee weapon. Causes 300 base damage, and additional flame and thunder damage to enemies within a 5-yard radius. Enemies struck will be placed in a fainted state for 4-5 seconds. Cooldown, 36 seconds. Earth Splitter. Level 5. Requires sword. Causes 190 base damage, and based on the period of charging power between 0.2 seconds to 3 seconds, a maximum of 360% weapon damage. Attack range of 10 yards. Cooldown 40 seconds. The cooldown of both of these skills greatly reduced, while their power increased. If both skills were used, common monsters of the same level would die without question. However, the most frightening part was still the fact that Shifeng had risen to level 9. Even in all of White River City, no one could find another level 9 player. If there were a ranking for levels, Shifeng would unquestionably be placed at the number 1 spot, while the player in second place was still a great distance from level 8. It could be said that Shifeng had left others in his dust, and even if the others tried, they could not catch up. After reaching level 9, Shifeng placed all of his attribute points into agility. With this, Shifeng's agility finally reached 75 points, satisfying the condition for equipping the Dark Pursuer's Cape. After equipping the Dark Pursuer's Cape, Shifeng's attributes greatly increased once more, his agility immediately rising to 80 points. As long as it reached 100 points, he could unlock agility's special hidden skill, greatly increasing his battle prowess. Besides that, Shifeng's HP had also increased to 1,200 points, his movement speed to 24 points, and his attack speed to 30 points, allowing him to learn the skill, Silent Steps. The next time he met Absolute Heaven, he would not allow him to escape so easily. Now that Shifeng was level 9, the level suppression from the cursed evil spirits was no longer as significant as before. Furthermore, Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, and Thunder Flame Explosion had all leveled up as well, notably increasing their might. Right now, Shifeng only needed to combine 1 Frost Grenade and his 3 skills to end the cursed evil spirits, saving him a lot of frost grenades. After which, Shifeng continued massacring the cursed evil spirits for over a dozen minutes, his experience bar rising to 36% of level 9. As long as he continued grinding like this for an hour, he could definitely reach level 10. Unfortunately, Shifeng had cleared out all the cursed evil spirits that once filled the streets. Finally, those ferocious evil spirits were no longer able to remain idle. They released angry roars, intending to rip Shifeng to shreds with their own bare hands. The scene frightened the other cursed evil spirits. They hurriedly parted to give way to the ferocious evil spirits. Suddenly, over a dozen incomparably sinister-looking beings stormed the private house, every one of the ferocious evil spirits intending to rend Shifeng into tens of thousands of pieces. Ferocious evil spirit, elite rank. Level 15. HP 5000/5000. Compared to the cursed evil spirits, not only did the ferocious evil spirits have larger bodies, but their attack power and movement speed also greatly surpassed the former. They had many powerful melee skills. In addition to their 5000 HP, 70% resistance, and 30% evasion to physical attacks, they were capable of easily decimating any melee class of the same levels. Moreover, the damage of magical attacks used on these monsters only increased by 50%, while magical damage of the same attribute would reduce by 50%. As a result, even mage classes were helpless against them. However, those were still not the most frightening aspects of these monsters. After God's domain underwent its first evolution, common monsters above level 10 all possessed a certain amount of wisdom. Meanwhile, these level 15 elites possessed even greater wisdom, increasing their battle prowess by many folds. In Shifeng's previous life, these ferocious evil spirits slaughtered many players from Glorious Light. To kill these ferocious evil spirits, Glorious Light had paid with the lives of hundreds of players. Finally despite watching the ferocious evil spirits rushing at him, Shifeng remained extremely calm. In actuality, there was one thing that Shifeng had always wanted to know. In God's domain, if these monsters with high intelligence were met with players that greatly surpassed them, just what sort of reaction would occur? Chapter 127 Ghost Rider. Just as the ferocious evil spirits were about to rush into the house, Shifeng took out an intermediate frost grenade from his bag, throwing it. The ferocious evil spirits already had a rough understanding of the frost grenade's formidable power, and they showed extreme disdain towards it. Without even attempting to dodge the frost grenade, their pitch-black claws abruptly extended forward, slashing towards Shifeng's heart. However, after the frost grenade discharged, the cold air that expanded was several times colder than before. At this moment, the ferocious evil spirits immediately realized something was wrong. The sinister expression on their faces revealed a hint of fear. In the blink of an eye, cold air invaded the forms of all the ferocious evil spirits, transforming them into ice sculptures. The intermediate frost grenade was the trump card that Shifeng had prepared. Each one was worth 10 silver coins, which was nearly several days of a pro player's earnings. The intermediate frost grenade also caused minus 1,320 damage to each of the ferocious evil spirits. With Shifeng's Demon Hunter title equipped, the ferocious evil spirits only had a maximum of 4,500 HP each, and this attack instantly destroyed a third of their HP. Due to using the intermediate frost grenades for the first time, it achieved the maximum effect. When used the next time, these ferocious evil spirits would possess ice resistance, greatly reducing the potential damage of the intermediate frost grenades. Die! Shifeng unsheathed his swords, his feet moving to an appropriate position, before using Thundering Flash. 3 green, electric arcs encompassed the ferocious evil spirits. Thundering Flash belonged to the lightning-type magic damage. Hence, its damage increased by 50% when used on the ferocious evil spirits. Moreover, Shifeng had already reached level 9, while the Abyssal Blade could ignore a monster's level by 5 levels. In actuality, the ferocious evil spirits were only considered 1 level higher than Shifeng, and the level suppression on Shifeng was almost non-existent. The level 5 Thundering Flash dealt damages of -176, -230, and -297 to these frozen monsters. The skill also placed an additional amplification effect on the monsters, increasing the damage they received by 30% over the next 20 seconds. With the ferocious evil spirits unable to move for a full 5 seconds, Shifeng was able to launch attacks at them freely. Chop. Double chop. Earth Splitter. Physical type damage was no different than a scratch to these ferocious evil spirits, and even a fully charged Earth Splitter caused no more than 100 damage. As the seconds ticked by, the ice covering the bodies of the ferocious evil spirits started showing signs of cracking. It would only be a moment before they struggled free of their imprisonment. Shifeng leaped lightly, the abyssal blade raised high as it condensed the power of thunder and flame around it. When Shifeng landed in the midst of the group of ferocious evil spirits, an abrupt explosion occurred. Thunder and flame instantly swallowed the surroundings, enveloping the ferocious evil spirits and causing damages of over -500 points. In just a moment, the ferocious evil spirits all lost 2/5 of their HP, and he forced them all into a fainted state. Due to these monsters being high-level elites, the fainted state was less effective on them, lasting, at most, 3 seconds. Meanwhile, after Shifeng's attributes had greatly increased explosively, he created 12 sword images. Like a fierce gale, Shifeng swept through the ferocious evil spirits. Multiple damages of roughly -30 points appeared above the ferocious evil spirits' heads, with the occasional -60 points or so damage. Immediately, the ferocious evil spirits' HP reduced slightly once more. As the 3 seconds were about to pass, Shifeng tossed out another intermediate frost grenade, turning these ferocious evil spirits into ice sculptures yet again. This time, the intermediate frost grenade only managed to cause -860 damage to the monsters. However, the damage was enough to reduce the HP of these ferocious evil spirits to a critical level. These ferocious evil spirits truly did not imagine a weakling like Shifeng was so powerful. Within a short time span of less than 10 seconds, he managed to send all of them near death's door. Every one of these ferocious evil spirits revealed expressions of fear. They started to struggle out of the ice with all their might, their hearts filled with thoughts of escape. Unfortunately, their efforts were for naught. As another second passed, Shifeng threw out the third intermediate frost grenade, taking the lives of the dozen-plus ferocious evil spirits. After their deaths, the ferocious evil spirits dropped a pile of loot. System: Level 15 Ferocious Evil Spirit killed. Level difference of 6. EXP obtained increased by 600%. Obtained 12,000 EXP. System: Level 15 Ferocious Evil Spirit killed. Level difference of 6. EXP obtained increased by 600%. Obtained 12,000 EXP. System: Level 15 Ferocious Evil Spirit killed. Level difference of 6. EXP obtained increased by 600%. Obtained 12,000 EXP. A series of notification appeared in Shifeng's sight. Immediately, Shifeng's experience bar rose to 54% of level 9, pushing him closer to the level 10 threshold. Without the leadership of the ferocious evil spirits, the instincts of the cursed evil spirits towards flesh and blood immediately flared, all of them fervently squeezing through the entrance of the private house. However, Shifeng quickly dealt with them, using the basic frost grenades, and the deaths of the cursed evil spirits, increasing his experience to 67% of level 9. In less than 2 hours, Shifeng rose by more than 2 levels. Although his leveling speed was impressively quick, the money he spent to do so was equally astonishing. Such a method of leveling was only possible to a tycoon like Shifeng. After all, each basic frost grenade costs 1 silver 50 coppers. Aside from the fact that Shifeng had used over 400 basic frost grenades, he also used 3 intermediate frost grenades, which cost 10 silver coins each. All in all, Shifeng spent over 6 gold coins to achieve such a leveling speed. If converted to credits, that would be over 60,000 credits spent on this endeavor. In other words, each level cost Shifeng over 30,000 credits. Even the elite members of society could not afford such spending. Following which, Shifeng collected the drops from the monsters. With the entire street of ghosts murdered by Shifeng, it took him over half an hour to collect all the loot that dropped. Making a rough calculation, Shifeng discovered that he actually did not take a loss. Instead, he profited from this adventure of his. Shifeng picked up a total of 1 gold, 32 silvers. Amongst the loot, there were also over 3,000 tiny spirit essences, more than 10 skill books for various classes, tens of pieces of level 12 and level 13 common equipment, over 20 pieces of level 10 and above bronze equipment, and 2 pieces of level 15 mysterious iron equipment. As for the 2 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, one was a level 15 cloth shirt for mages, and the other was a level 15 two-handed great axe. Between the two, the weapon was the most valuable. The mage shirt could be sold for over 1 gold coin, while the great axe would sell for at least 2 gold coins. As for the bronze equipment, each piece would sell for at least 20 silver coins. Shifeng's profit was simply through the roof. This place is so profitable. I'll bring Blackie and the others to level up in the future. Shifeng felt this was an optimal location. Not to mention the fact that he made a profit despite all the money he spent. His level also increased in a flash, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, he still needed some time before making a decision. Right now, he needed to let the others slowly familiarize themselves with the battle methods in the newly evolved God's domain. If they only depended on the frost grenades to level up, their techniques would never improve. After clearing out the ghosts from the entire street, Shifeng effortlessly arrived at the central plaza of the 100 Ghost Town. Although there were no longer any ghosts left on the street, the central plaza was still densely packed with even larger numbers than before. Meanwhile, at the center of the plaza, a faint blue flame burned brightly above a fountain, giving off a deep blue glow. This flame was the Ice Blue Devil Flame, and it was currently guarded by ferocious evil spirits. Furthermore, there was a knight, clad in jet black armor, standing among the ferocious evil spirits. The knight carried a silver-colored greatsword on its back, and both its eyes gave off a green glow as it stood quietly by the side. All of the ghosts surrounding this knight treated it with respect, awaiting his command. The nature of this knight was different than the other ghosts. Its entire body was just a skeleton covered in faint blue flames. The heat given off by those flames caused the land around it to dry up and crack. Ghost Rider Chieftain Rank. Level 15. HP 100,000/100,000. As expected, it is very strong. It's no wonder Glorious Light lost several hundreds of their elite players after battling the Ghost Rider. Just by looking at it, Shifeng knew it would be impossible for him to have a direct confrontation with the Ghost Rider. Without several hundred elite players, it was an impossible task to kill the Ghost Rider. Moreover, there were also thousands of cursed evil spirits and ferocious evil spirits present. Chapter 128. Engaging the Ghost Rider. The flames in the Ghost Rider's eyes flickered, its emotions impossible to discern. However, none of the ferocious evil spirits dared to approach within 20 yards of it. With the frightening prowess of the Ghost Rider, even if Shifeng had risen to level 20 and brought along a 20-man elite team, he would still fail to kill the Ghost Rider. Moreover, there was a 90% chance they would be wiped out instead. The Ghost Rider was simply too strong. At this stage of the game, many guilds would occasionally encounter a few elite or special elite monsters, and they could usually deal with these monsters with only a party or a team. However, after the evolution of God's domain, even only a level 5 chieftain rank monster could completely wipe out a 20-man team filled with level 5 elite players. Moreover, a monster over level 10 would have their intellect greatly boosted. A level 10 chieftain needed at least 30 level 15 elite players to deal with, and even then, the number casualties would be very high. As for a high-level chieftain like the Ghost Rider, It possessed a large variety of AoE damaging skills. It was also capable of commanding all the ghosts in the entire 100 Ghost Town. Although it was only a level 15 monster, its raid difficulty was even above that of a level 20 chieftain. Glorious Light had sent out thousands of its members to slay the Ghost Rider, paying a very heavy price. Currently, Shifeng lacked both resources and influence. Not mentioning the gap of 6 levels, he was also alone in this place. He had absolutely no chance of challenging the Ghost Rider. It seems I can only use that method. Shifeng observed the situation in the center of the plaza, inwardly running calculations and simulations in his mind. Right now he stood over 300 yards from the fountain. If he wanted to obtain the Ice Blue Devil Flame, first and foremost, he needed to dispose of all these cursed evil spirits and ferocious evil spirits, then finally deal with the Ghost Rider. As long as there was the tiniest of mistakes, he would end up dead and sent back to town. Shifeng took out 2 Tier 2 magic scrolls. These were the only 2 remaining treasured scrolls he had left. It would be extremely difficult for him to obtain another one in the future, as obtaining these scrolls largely depended on one's luck. If it weren't for obtaining the Ice Blue Devil Flame, he would not even be using such precious items. Phantom kill, Shifeng inwardly chanted, a doppelganger of him slowly forming into being. Shifeng immediately passed over a dozen frost grenades to his doppelganger. The doppelganger then rushed towards the plaza. The moment the doppelganger set foot into the plaza, the Ghost Rider discovered it immediately. The Ghost Rider's pearly white skull turned towards the doppelganger, the flames in its eye sockets flaring. All living beings must die. The Ghost Rider unsheathed the silver greatsword from its back, pointing it at the doppelganger. The blue flames surrounding its body abruptly moved to engulf the greatsword as well, warping the greatsword in shape. The pommel of the sword transformed into a white-colored skull, and sinister-looking barbed tips appeared on the blade. Following the Ghost Rider's command, the countless cursed evil spirits in the plaza surged towards the doppelganger like a tidal wave. The doppelganger activated a speed scroll. It then tossed out a frost grenade, instantly turning a large group of cursed evil spirits into ice sculptures, before turning to escape. On Shifeng's side, he activated Windwalk and used a speed scroll, then activating the Ring of Nothingness. Once in the state of nothingness, Shifeng dashed towards the fountain like a fierce gale. As the duration of the state of nothingness quickly flew by, Shifeng's distance between the fountain shortened. 300 yards, 200 yards, 100 yards. As Shifeng was about to arrive at the fountain, his grip on the 2 Tier 2 magic scrolls tightened. His expression became abnormally calm, as both his eyes fixated on the heart of the fountain. Little rat, did you think that you could hide from my eyes? The Ghost Rider suddenly appeared before Shifeng, and as if the flames in its eyes could see past all things, it spoke in a deep, disdainful tone. The Ghost Rider then raised its white bone greatsword, the faint blue flames surrounding the sword immediately raising the surrounding temperature to scorching hot levels. With an abrupt wave, the greatsword transformed into a flowing stream of light, splitting apart the air as it descended towards Shifeng's head. How could it be? Shifeng was shocked. He did not doubt that the Ghost Rider's sword had the capability of instantly killing him. Hence, both his legs curved into a bend, his body similarly bending downwards. Like a cat arching its body, Shifeng instantly pulled out both the Abyssal Blade and the Crimson Blade, using parry with both swords. Suddenly, Shifeng's legs burst with strength, and with the addition of the strength from his lower back, Shifeng charged directly at the descending greatsword. The 3 swords colliding with each other created an explosive sound. The Ghost Rider's immense strength caused the ground that Shifeng stood on to crack apart. Dust and debris scattered. Shifeng's body, as well, was removed from the state of nothingness, revealed beside the fountain. Although Shifeng did not receive any damage from the collision, the flames of the white bone greatsword were just too blistering. As the Abyssal Blade was a magic weapon, there were no problems with it. However, the secret silver-ranked Crimson Blade was different. Not only was its durability greatly reducing, But the crimson blade itself also turned a glowing red, and even showed signs of melting. Meanwhile, the Ghost Rider was slightly shocked that its sword did not yield it an immediate victory. However, it waved its sword for a second strike. The flames on the white bone greatsword soared, rising over 5 meters into the air as the sword slashed at Shifeng. This was the Ghost Rider's Devil Flame Slash. When this move was used, all beings in its path would lose their lives and reduce to ashes. However, contrary to expectations, Shifeng did not retreat when faced with this attack. Instead, he activated Defensive Blade as he rushed towards the ice blue Devil Flame. Although the Ghost Rider's Devil Flame Slash landed on Shifeng, it had no effect at all. Instead, Shifeng made use of the wave of steam generated by the white bone greatsword to further increase his speed. Just as Shifeng was about to reach the ice blue Devil Flame, as if they had been long since prepared for this moment, tens of ferocious evil spirits rushed at him. Become frozen. Shifeng threw out an intermediate frost grenade, turning all the ferocious evil spirits into ice sculptures. A bunch of rubbish. Seeing that its subordinates were actually so useless, the Ghost Rider loudly cursed. It abruptly leaped, its body landing and blocking Shifeng. Its greatsword then slashed downwards. Die, little rat. Abyssal Bind. 9 pitch-black chains instantly bound the Ghost Rider, saving Shifeng's life. However, the Ghost Rider's strength was just too immense. In the blink of an eye, one of the chains snapped. Seeing this, Shifeng dared not stop his movements as he ran towards the fountain. Wretched little rat, you have truly angered me this time. The Ghost Rider roared as it saw that Shifeng was already beside the ice blue Devil Flame. It struggled free from the chains binding it, its body turning into a shadow as it swept towards Shifeng, fully intending to dice him into chunks of meat. Due to the Ghost Rider's flames, the freezing effect of the frost grenades was also greatly weakened. The ferocious evil spirits were quickly thawed from their icy prisons, all of them rushing at Shifeng once more. Shifeng only revealed a faint smile at this sight. He spread open the deep blue-colored Tier 2 magic scroll in his hands. Within an instant, the water-attributed mana from the surrounding environment gathered above the magic scroll. Tidal overflow. Shifeng pointed the magic scroll towards the incoming Ghost Rider and ferocious evil spirits, a dark blue magic circle forming above the scroll. Immediately, a violent torrent poured out of the magic circle, engulfing the Ghost Rider and the ferocious evil spirits. The resulting water pressure even caused a deep pit to form on the ground. The power of a Tier 2 spell instantly killed all of the ferocious evil spirits. However, this magic had not greatly damaged the Ghost Rider as, during the moment of life and death, the Ghost Rider used its white bone greatsword to block the tidal overflow. As a result, the ferocious torrent only pushed back the Ghost Rider by over 30 yards. At such a distance, the Ghost Rider would only need a few steps to reach Shifeng. However, time was needed to retrieve the ice blue Devil Flame, time which the Ghost Rider would not give Shifeng. Just as the Ghost Rider took its first rage-filled step towards Shifeng took out the last golden-colored scroll in his hands. The scroll gave off a sacred and inviolable strength, and it was also Shifeng's final trump card. Chapter 129, Ice Blue Devil Flame. Wretched little rat. Feel the wrath of the flames of hell. The flames in the eye sockets of the Ghost Rider were capable of seeing through all things, and when it saw the scroll within Shifeng's hand, it revealed a human-like disdainful expression. Although the might of a Tier 2 magic was great, it was not enough to deal a heavy blow. Furthermore, how many Tier 2 magic scrolls could Shifeng possibly possess? If the other players knew the Ghost Rider's thoughts, they would definitely not think the Ghost Rider was an NPC, but an actual player. However, after the evolution of God's domain, the intellect of these high-ranking monsters was simply that high. At this moment, the faint blue flames surrounding the Ghost Rider all disappeared. The flames had all gathered on the white bone greatsword, boosting the flames by tenfold. All living beings must die, the Ghost Rider bellowed. The berserk roar resounded throughout the entire central plaza, as the Ghost Rider abruptly threw the white bone greatsword in its hand. The instant the white bone greatsword left the Ghost Rider's hands, it transformed into a faint blue-colored flame serpent. The flame serpent was over 10 meters in length, and if coiled into a bundle, it would look like a small building. The serpent spread open its mouth, biting towards Shifeng. As the ferocious flame serpent grew closer and closer, Shifeng still had yet to activate the final Tier 2 magic scroll in his hand. This magic scroll was different from the other magic scrolls, in that it needed some time to take effect after being activated. Hurry! Please hurry! Hurry, damn it! As the flame serpent flew closer and closer, Shifeng started panicking. However, the activation bar still increased slowly as always. Just as the flame serpent's widened mouth was about to devour Shifeng, the activation bar finished loading. System: a mysterious iron-ranked weapon or above is needed to be sacrificed. Confirm to sacrifice. Without hesitation, Shifeng chose to sacrifice. As for the sacrifice weapon, it was the crimson blade he held in his hand. At this moment, the crimson blade had already reduced to just scrap metal, and it would be meaningless for Shifeng to continue holding on to it. In the blink of an eye, the crimson blade in his hand released a bright golden glow, illuminating the entire central plaza. At the same time, with Shifeng as the focal point, a large golden magic circle appeared. The magic circle then ascended to the skies at high speeds. When the golden glow shone upon the flame serpent, it wailed in agony. Following which, the crimson blade transformed into a stream of light, shooting up to the air. In the next instant, the stream of light transformed into thousands of holy swords of light. The holy swords rained down from the sky, forming a holy domain in a 30-yard radius around Shifeng. The flame serpent, which was inside the domain, was immediately pinned down by tens of holy swords, its body unable to move even an inch. The flame serpent released an unwilling roar. Made it at the last second, Shifeng released a sigh as he looked at the thousands of holy swords surrounding him. The holy swords even encompassed the fountain as well. Immediately, Shifeng started retrieving the ice blue devil flame. This golden magic scroll was the most powerful Tier 2 life-saving magic scroll Shifeng possessed, the Holy Sword Seal. When used, all attacks within a 30-yard radius would be blocked, while all enemies within the affected area would be suppressed, preventing them from moving even an inch. However, the user would be unable to attack any of the enemies, and any outside enemies and attacks could not enter the holy domain. The duration of the holy domain was 36 seconds. Due to these effects, the Holy Sword Seal was considered the strongest defensive scroll amongst all Tier 2 magic scrolls. Meanwhile, Shifeng only needed around 5 seconds to collect the ice blue devil flame. In addition to the cast time of the return scroll, which needed 30 seconds, the total time was just about right. The Ghost Rider outside of the holy barrier instantly entered a violent fury. It pulled out a white bone great axe, swinging it at the holy barrier repeatedly like a god of death. Unfortunately, all its efforts yielded no results. The Holy Sword Seal was the strongest defensive skill amongst all Tier 2 skills. Not to mention a level 15 chieftain's attacks. Even if it were a normal Tier 3 skill, it could not easily destroy the holy barrier. Very quickly, Shifeng finished retrieving the scorching hot Tier 2 mysterious flame, the ice blue devil flame. Though his heart was currently filled with extreme excitement, he suppressed it and activated Defensive Blade. He then started the chant for the return scroll. Despicable little rat, I will definitely make you suffer a living hell. Seeing that Shifeng had already retrieved the ice blue devil flame, the Ghost Rider suddenly went berserk. The faint blue flames covering its body flared up several times greater than before, and it swung its white bone great axe to the ground with all its might. Boom! The entire central plaza started quivering. The ground of the plaza cracked apart, spitting out tens of pillars of flames, sending countless debris flying. Only now was Shifeng fully aware of how powerful the Ghost Rider was. The previous exchanges they had were not even a warm-up for the Ghost Rider. Fortunately, Shi Feng had the strongest Tier 2 defensive skill on his side. If it were only a Tier 1 defensive scroll, it could not have fended off the Ghost Rider at all. Time flowed past little by little, though the Ghost Rider poured out attacks on the holy barrier like a madman. Fortunately, none of them made any actual difference. The Ghost Rider could only watch as Shi Feng completed the chant for the return scroll. With only 2 seconds remaining for the chant to finish, the Holy Sword Shield's duration ended. At this moment, the Ghost Rider revealed a sinister smile as it dashed forward 2 steps, instantly arriving before Shi Feng. With its axe raised, the Ghost Rider struck down at Shi Feng. Pung! The axe was unable to advance any further when it was several centimeters away from Shi Feng's body. Shi Feng was shocked into a cold sweat. The Ghost Rider's speed was just too fast after becoming berserk. Even he could only barely see it move. Fortunately, he had activated Defensive Blade beforehand. The level 2 Defensive Blade could completely resist 4 melee attacks, or 7 ranged attacks. Now that the skill blocked 1 attack, only 3 more blocks remained. Seeing that its attack did nothing, the flame in the Ghost Rider's eye sockets congealed slightly. It then started madly attacking Shi Feng. Second strike, third strike, fourth strike. Very quickly, all 3 of Shi Feng's remaining blocks were used up. The Ghost Rider then abruptly did a horizontal slash, intending to bisect Shi Feng in half. At the moment of life and death, Shi Feng finished the return scroll's chant a step ahead. He then transformed into a white glow, vanishing. The white bone axe only managed to slice the white glow in half, but not Shi Feng. Aolo! The Ghost Rider was incomparably furious. The ice blue devil flame was its most valuable treasure. The reason it could turn from a cursed apparition into a Ghost Rider was all due to the ice blue devil flame. As long as it had another half a year, it could once more evolve and become a lord. With a lord's strength, it could launch attacks at the living beings in the nearby towns, slowly strengthening its army of ghosts. Now, however, the ice blue devil flame was snatched away by a wretched little rat right before his eyes. So just how was he supposed to not become angry? After returning to Red Leaf Town, Shi Feng could not help but wipe away the cold sweat from his forehead. If he were slower by even a millisecond, he would have definitely died. At that time, not only would he have wasted 2 Tier 2 magic scrolls, he would also need to wait a very long period before he could attempt to obtain the ice blue devil flame again. However, now that he had collected the ice blue devil flame, everything returned to his control. As for a high-ranking chieftain monster like the Ghost Rider, it was without a doubt a walking treasure trove. If Shi Feng were to kill it off, he wondered just how many good items would drop. Before he went to the 100 Ghost Forest, he once considered forming his own team in the future, in order to raid the Ghost Rider. However, after meeting it, Shi Feng decided that it would be too troublesome to deal with the Ghost Rider. It would be much better if he just sold the information about the Ghost Rider. For example, he could sell the information to Gentle Snow or Stabbing Heart. After all, large guilds all love to hunt for elite monsters in the wild, not to mention a chieftain-ranked monster. Every chieftain-ranked monster possessed a great sum of riches. Moreover, only these large guilds could gather hundreds of players in Red Leaf Town within a short amount of time. When they reached White River City, gathering even thousands of players would not be a problem. There would be no problems if thousands of players were used to deal with the Ghost Rider. Only the losses in doing so would be somewhat heavy. However, with the information provided by Shi Feng, raiding the Ghost Rider would become much easier. Just as Shi Feng was about to go to the Forging Association to take a look at the Ice Blue Devil Flame's attributes, he discovered that many players in Red Leaf Town were currently discussing a single matter. Did you hear? Martial Union has already released an announcement that they will reward 10,000 credits to whoever kills Yi Feng once. There is also a reward of 1,000 credits for killing Yi Feng's teammates. The person who provides accurate information on Yi Feng's whereabouts will also receive 2 silver coins as a reward. With this, Martial Union truly intends to start a blood feud with Yi Feng. I've heard about it already. The topic has long since blown up in the official forums. Right now there are plenty of players searching around. Even if they can't kill that expert called Yifeng, they could still kill one of his teammates. 1,000 credits per kill. This isn't a small number. This time, that expert called Yifeng will not have an easy time mingling in Red Leaf Town. Chapter 130. If it's war they want, then it's war they'll get. Red Leaf Town slum area. The Enchanted Bar. Ironsword Lion and several of his subordinates currently held a drinking party in one of the private rooms on the second floor of the Enchanted Bar. They heartily downed mouthfuls of Old Tom gin one after another. An hour ago, Ironsword Lion posted a guild announcement on the official forums. He had placed a bounty on Yifeng, intending to start an irreconcilable feud with him. In an instant, Martial Union had become the center of attention of all players in God's domain. Who was Yifeng? Almost every veteran player within the region of White River City had heard of him. Right now, Yifeng's name was carved onto the glory list at the entrance of the team dungeon, Dark Moon Graveyard. After clearing the team dungeon, Yifeng even killed the top-tier expert of Martial Union, Ironsword Lion. He was then publicly acknowledged as one of the swordsman experts of God's domain. The recording of Yifeng killing Ironsword Lion even spread, and was used as a learning model for many swordsmen. Aside from that, according to the rumors floating about, Yifeng's relationship with the snow goddess was not just a shallow one, and they might be having an affair. Otherwise, why would a goddess like Gentle Snow, instead of choosing the elite members of her own guild, choose to take an outsider along into the Dark Moon Graveyard? Many players had long since felt unsatisfied with Yifeng, and now, with a bounty on him, many players were already tempted into action. Martial Union offered 10,000 credits for killing Shifeng just once. Moreover, not only would they be able to obtain the prize money, but they would also obtain immense fame for killing a publicly acknowledged expert of God's domain. Such a feat would prove that their strength was exceptional. Right now, the major financial corporations around the world were beginning their investment into God's domain, recruiting players for their own workshops and guilds. As long as one could prove their strength, they could earn the good graces of these major corporations, receiving very high treatment. So why not go for it? Boss Ironsword, this move of yours is just too clever. With this announcement, that Yifeng is dead for sure this time. Even if he doesn't die, the target on his back will still annoy him to death. Other players will hunt throughout the entire day. He won't even be able to level up. Drifting Blood flattered as he took a drink. Humph. That's nothing at all. The best part has yet to come. Ironsword Lion sneered. Now that the son of a bitch has hidden, nobody can find him at all. However, it won't matter. I believe that we can find his teammates. As long as we kill his teammates to level 0, I hardly believe that he will remain hidden. As long as he dares reveal himself, absolute heaven will immediately take action. It will be his death when that time comes. Just as Ironsword Lion laughed colding, Shifeng received a communication request from someone on his friend list. Are you alright? Gentle Snow abruptly asked. Shifeng was slightly astonished. He did not imagine that even Gentle Snow would worry for him. He shook his head saying, I'm fine. If things get too difficult for you to handle, I can utilize the strength of Ouroboros in White River City region to deal with Martial Union. That way Martial Union will very quickly give up on you. Although Gentle Snow had downplayed her words, Shifeng knew just how frightening it would be if Ouroboros went all out against Martial Union. Just the tens of thousands of Gentle Snow's fans alone were enough to extinguish Martial Union, not to mention when the many experts of Ouroboros took action. Martial Union would not hold on for even a few days before needing to disband. Thanks. I'll be careful, Shifeng said in gratitude. Shortly after ending the call with Gentle Snow, another suddenly arrived. Brother Yifeng, are you alright? Stabbing Heart asked. I'm fine, Shifeng replied, a smile appearing on his face. He couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. It's good that you're alright. I saw Martial Union declare war on you. Moreover, they even placed a bounty on your head, paying as much as 10,000 credits for every kill. The bounty even includes several friends of yours, with 1,000 credits for each of them. Many of the experts I know have all taken an interest in you, and they will definitely look for trouble with you. It would be troublesome if you tangle with so many people, so it is best if you stay hidden for a while. Otherwise, you can level up with us. With the Assassins Alliance's reputation, those experts will give way. If we meet any fools, my side can also help you deal with them. Sherfong could not help but feel grateful towards Stabbing Heart's worries. He said, "Thanks, but I'll deal with this matter myself." On the contrary, would Brother Stabbing Heart be interested in buying some high-level equipment? I have a few pieces, and I can sell them to you at a low price. Sherfong still possessed plenty of the equipment he obtained from the Moonlight Forest. Right now the prices for equipment were at their highest. Their values would depreciate if he sold them in the future, so he might as well sell them to Stabbing Heart right now, turning them into money. Sherfong previously considered selling the equipment to Gentle Snow. However, Gentle Snow possessed a greater understanding of him than Stabbing Heart. It would be bad if she discovered something unnecessary about him. Hence, Stabbing Heart was the best choice to sell the equipment to in this case. Really? With the new influx of players right now, our guild became sorely lacking in equipment. If you could sell them at a lower price and trade fully using credits, then I will buy as much as you have. Right now, the available equipment on the market was fervently contested over. Meanwhile, Stabbing Heart knew Sherfong would have a lot of equipment. After all, Sherfong managed to clear the Dark Moon graveyard. That meant that the other party dungeons would be easy pickings for him. Moreover, Sherfong only had a single party under his command. He would definitely possess plenty of extra equipment. If Stabbing Heart could purchase all of it, it would be a huge boost to his guild. I'm busy right now. How about we meet up and trade inside the hotel at the trade area? Sherfong asked. That would be great. I also need some time to collect the money needed, Stabbing Heart replied with a smile. Following which, Sherfong disconnected the call with Stabbing Heart. He then sent a message to Blackie and the others, telling them to be careful of ambushes from other players. Currently, with Blackie and the others' equipment and level, a dozen or so average players could not do anything to them at all. Sherfong was only afraid of those elite players taking action. Blackie and the others would not have an easy time if they truly met up with such players. Hence, it would be best if they took precautions early on. After receiving the information, Blackie immediately led the others to depart from their current grinding spot. They went to an even more secretive location Sherfong gave them. It would not be easily discovered, even by those pro players. Martial Union, since you guys want war, then to war we shall go. Sherfang's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Sherfang's mind constantly considered how he should earn money in God's domain, and his future development in the game. He did not imagine Martial Union would send a top-tier assassin at him, and even go further to place a bounty on his head. They had gone too far. Did Martial Union think he would be helpless against them? Sherfong immediately logged onto the official forums. Using the name Yifeng, he sent out a declaration. Martial Union, since you guys want war, then to war we shall go. I now place a bounty on all players from Martial Union. As long as you can kill a normal member of the guild, you will receive a reward of 100 credits or 1 silver coin. For one of the upper echelons of the guild, every kill will earn 1,000 credits or 10 silver coins. As for Ironsword Lion, I will pay you 5,000 credits or 50 silver coins for every time you kill him. This bounty will be effective until Martial Union completely disappears from Red Leaf Town. After Sherfong issued the post, it instantly caused a sensation in the forums of all of White River City region, giving rise to a raging tempest. A single independent player actually dared to declare war against a large guild. This was a first in the entire God's domain. Before this, one would only hear about guilds issuing bounties on a single player. It was the first time players had actually seen a single person place a bounty on an entire guild. The players who read Shifeng's post were completely astonished. If a large guild acted rich and overbearing, then so be it. However, they never imagined an independent player would also make such a move. Said player even placed bounties on every single member of a guild, although it was only limited to the area within Red Leaf Town. A large guild would still have several hundreds of players there. The money needed for such a feat was impressive, and such a way of spending was no different than running water. Even tycoons would not dare play in such a way. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.